snakeskin hanging from a willow tree. All the birds flying out to sea. The sky's the furthest thing from blue, and all that means is whatever it means to you. A horseshoe hanging on your front door. You break a mirror and you're 7 years poor. If you cross your eyes and you dot your T's, all that means is whatever it means to me. Well, you crack that pack of cigarettes, turn the first one around, and if you see Abraham Lincoln, you pick him up off the ground. You got a rabbit foot in your pocket and a cross on your rear view, and all that means is whatever it means to you. If the sun shines on a rainy day, you hold your breath when you pass a grave. Oh, and if knock on wood is all you can do, all that means is whatever it means to you. Well, you pack that pack of cigarettes, turn the first one around, and if you see Abraham Lincoln, you pick him up off the ground. You got a rabbit foot in your pocket and a cross on your rear view, and all that means is whatever it means to you. The stories told in all these songs don't sound the same to everyone. Some you hear, some you see, and all that means is whatever it means to me. Not all are real, but all are true. All that mean is whatever they mean to you. Well, you pack that pack of cigarettes, turn the first one around, and if you see Abraham Lincoln, you pick him up off the ground. You got a rabbit foot in your pocket and a cross on your rear view, and all that means is whatever it means to you. Well, whatever it means to you. The snakeskin hanging from a willow tree, and all the birds flying out to sea.
Hey, what's up? What's up, Huckleberry? I don't know, just figured I don't even know why I got on. I started to do it, and then I didn't do it. Then I started to do it, and then I didn't do it. And I finally did it. And then it was like, well, so I don't know. It's a something Sunday. I don't know. So much bullshit going on. I don't even give a shit about World War III. Hell, I almost would go ahead and just fire that shit off. Let's direct some of this agitation and aggravation at a certain point then and just get it on. I don't give a shit. I don't know. I just don't know. I could put a link in. I don't care if anybody else wants to come up. I think I'm taboo though, so I don't know too many people come up anymore. I don't know if anybody else noticed that, but I think old Evil Rescue is the taboo dude or something. I don't know. I don't give a shit no more. Here, I can even pin it to the top. What's up, Mad Shad? Great things from the Erie Coast. I watched a little bit of your axe deal last night. Matter of fact, I caught in just about the time that you started the round with Jen, random, and then I kind of got interrupted, and then I was able to get back just in time for the final blow. And it was like, cool, at least I caught Jen's axe throwing and her win. Come on up, Shad. Yeah, I want to go back to watching those and just, I don't know, man. Just got to find me a rhythm or something. I don't know. Well, no. I'm just trying to figure out a reason to give a shit if I have to be honest. So, what's up? There he is. There's the man with the wisdom.
Wisdom. Wisdom for me is doing stupid shit and surviving. That's wisdom for me.
You learn from it.
Yes, you do. How are you doing,
How are you, brother?
man? I'm just still a week of recuperation for me. I'm sore as hell, broken, injured. So it's just pain reminds us that we're still alive. I feel very much alive.
Exactly.
So,
how's the weather? Y'all still snowing up there?
oh no, the snow has stopped. It's been gone for about a week now or so. It's about 38 degrees. You know, it's nice.
Right
It's a warming trend.
there we are. There you go. Well, we should be picking up into the 70s. I think starting tomorrow, our lows will be in the 50s, and then we'll be up in the 70s for a few.
Nice. Yeah, everybody's chomping at the bit here for spring. Definitely.
Man, I think that might be part of what's put me in kind of the bullshit for the past couple of weeks, is because once it started getting really cold, I'm just not like, that was a hard thing too. I think swallowing that pill, because I kind of had to come to the realization that things just ain't what they used to be. So, I mean, I went out and I plunged through the ice. I've never been affected by that. Now all of a sudden it's like, oh no, man, my blood starts running, getting cold, and all my extremities get cold, and it just,
yeah.
Hey, there's the wonderful lady, Miss Axe Champion Thrower.
Oh, Random Team Led. Oh, yes, indeed. See if I can find still got it somewhere. Yeah,
Morning, Miss Jen.
that was pretty good.
Morning, Sharon.
Morning, everyone in chat. I can't see chat. Not yet. There is Random Team. Yeah, there she is. Here we go. Yeah, Pure Blood Prepper. Yeah, here we go.
Oh yeah, look at there.
Put one to the neck.
Oh yeah.
There it is.
Jen went vicious.
Yeah, she did. Yeah, and it's funny too, because like she even knows it too, and she'll say it. I'm not trying to embarrass her or anything, but she doesn't, through the history, she hasn't done very well, and it's because mainly she hasn't played a lot. But when when she did play, she would lose. I say, but that's the thing, is you just keep playing, you keep winning.
That's it.
So many microcosms in it. Sorry, I'm in reflection mode. So everything is a macrocosm for me.
But hey, when she did do it, she did it right. She did it right in the throat. I mean, it was like behead the ass. It's like, I'm not just coming in half stepping. If I'm going to hit it, I'm going to go ahead and hit the mark.
Right. Yeah. But the information is not privy to anyone. What the winning shot is. It's basically guessing. Or the only thing that you can really do cheat or to figure out the game is to keep tabs of what you've thrown and what somebody else has thrown. That's it. So it's a process of elimination, but it's still uncertainty, and you're guessing. Yeah. Or you're using intuition. I don't know. That's a good question.
There you go. Yeah. Is that luck or was it foretold?
Right. I mean, that's the good question, because last night we had Jolly Ann. She literally one shot, one kill, twice.
Oh, wow.
Who does that? Jolly Ann does. So it was amazing to watch. I mean, it's amazing. And I get to watch it. I get to see the numbers, and everybody, what the numbers are, and I see how close they get. So it's very interesting for me, being the moderator, the facilitator for the game, but yeah, I love it.
Hell yeah. What's up, John? Morning, sir.
John. And of course, last night was for a friend of mine, Team Linda, fuck cancer. She's fighting cancer, having a rough time at it. She lost her voice. She coded and had to be brought back. She's done the chemo, the radiation, all kinds of stuff, but she's still going and still fighting. So go Team Linda. That's what this was all about.
Well, John bounced back from cancer too. He fought it and kicked its ass.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing too, is a lot of people that I know have had cancer and have fought it back. Random jail. It was beautiful, right? Indeed. Yeah. I personally, my sister died from breast cancer, when she was rather young. She died from breast cancer. And
I lost both my grandparents, my mom, my stepdad, an uncle, and then I've known co-workers, that the only family member I think that I can actually say hasn't died from cancer was my dad, and that's because he had what do they call that, an embolism or something right up here?
Oh, yeah.
When you have that shit in your head, embolism, I think it is.
Yeah,
there's right.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, we know, everybody knows somebody with cancer or has died from cancer. Everybody's been affected by cancer, and we can discuss where it comes from and why it happens, but we just know that it happens, and it can be debilitating.
Well, the 6-letter words that they've attached a lot to, and then it's so muddled up, and then you kind of see some events go, and I try not to get too anxiety driven, because you can do that, especially with this whole questionable age, when you start to see true nature characteristics. And we assumed during our life that most people were good, and now you start to really recognize that, oh no, there's some evil ass people that don't care if you breathe or die. And it's not the mafia people, it's not all the bad people that you thought. It's the business dude, it's the doctor, it's the politician, it's so that anxiety. So then you start kind of going, oh, we had a cure for cancer. And then I do believe that anything that counters the big pharma is going to be squashed, because it's just fighting corporate. It would be like you trying to go into your town going, you know what? That's it. Me and Walmart going to get it on. I'm fixing to fight that store. I'm going to put them out of business. And if you did succeed getting their attention, they would just come in and dogpile you and squash you. Yeah. Because it's the corporate thinking. Well, if you translate that into medicine and you go, okay, well, in the medical field, that 6-letter word is spread throughout. I mean, that's one of those words that plays a key role in the medical field, cancer. So that's their go-to word.
Well, it's not just corporate, but government. I mean, the government knew the health hazards of asbestos. And anybody that's watched people die of mesothelioma, I've actually seen 2 people, family members, die of it. That's a cancer you don't wish on anybody. Oh my God.
that asbestos, Ray, that's actually the prime example of the corporate that I'm talking about. Because see, when we first discovered that, we thought we had done found something that was awesome, and we started to implement it, and so much shit. And then it came out that, hey, this is bad. And then it was like, but wait a minute. So if we don't use this, all of a sudden we're going to have to change this, and this, and this, and this. And it's like, well, do we really have to rush into this? Do we really know it's that causes it? And see, and there's your corporate weasel start in.
Well,
And then because it's like people, I remember the day I read that night on the thing out of that old ass book, the whole we discovered asbestos and look at all the things. Are you going, Chad?
No, I'm saying hi to people in chat.
Oh, okay. But it just, you watched how we promoted that because it's like everything else. We think we're just so awesome and smart, and so we come up with something and we go, yeah, this is it. This is the best.
It wasn't just the corporate. It wasn't just corporate promoting it. It was, the government as just as guilty. They knew the health hazards of it.
I just mean people that search their stuff for money. So, that's why I'll throw the corporate is because that's all your money driven shit. They've turned the morals off because they're all about the banking side. They want the profit. And more than everybody, Moonlight Shift.
That's like now I'm actually taking a stronger stance on my health. I just, I gotta go Monday. The doctor was a little concerned about my lab results, but I'll get into that in a minute. In the last 6 months, I've lost 50 pounds. Stress related, which is not a good way to lose it, but it's 50 pounds. I'll take the loss. My A1C's dropped directly because of that was 18.5 and higher. I mean, they said it was off the chart. So I'm assuming 18.5. It's dropped down to 12.5. Well, hell, another 50 pounds. I'm no longer considered diabetic.
Right on.
Hell yeah. Well, you roll with it. That's what I kind of did. That's how I got off the sugar. It wasn't by a choice. It wasn't like I said some dietary thought. It was called all of a sudden all my colon shit went plumb batshit crazy and I'm shitting blood. And it's like, what the hell is happening? And
I still love my monster drinks.
I did that, I think, 10 days of a liquid diet. And that's when I went, oh shit, what a difference. And I just decided at that point, it's like, okay, man, I climbed this high up the peak. I ain't stopping now. I'm going on with it. And so I just watch what I do. That shit's bad for you.
I'm not lying. I love the taste of it. It's just the taste, but it is zero sugar.
Yeah, but okay, I'm going to be honest with you though, Ray. So I mean, not trying to be ugly, but if you know that this is bad, and that's proven bad for you. I mean, there's people that do simple ass home videos that go, watch this, and see, and it's like you can watch that. Matter of fact, there's a dude I just happened to. It's funny you bring that up, actually, Monster, because I actually just day before yesterday, there was some little thumbnail video. Don't even know why, because I don't ever watch that shit. But it was a black dude at his counter. And he's got 3 glasses, and he's got a Monster, he's got a bottled water, and then he had, what did he call that? I think it was basically what he was trying to say was distilled water. But they called it something else, but it's the distilled water, basically. Well, he pours water into each one, then he does the pH drops, and he goes, dink, 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 and you watch it change with the scale right in front so you can see just how acidic it is. And then he turns around, and what really was funny is he adds water, a pitcher of water to each cup, and it dilutes the color of the pH scale coloring, except for the Monster cup. It never changed the tone. Even as he filled it from a half cup up to 3/4, it never changed color tone. And it's like the acid in it. But see, I remember, what was that, like 10 years ago, that people were taking those and pouring them on steaks and shit and cooking meat and stuff with it and doing all kinds of, there's stuff that's proven bad.
Well, it may be bad, chemical, but it does also counteract some of the negative side effects that I'm having for my anxiety, depression med. So, I mean, I got to take the good with the bad. I mean, when you're feeling nauseous and just tired all the time while I deal with the side effects and get
But
used to
okay,
those.
so why not just go ahead, Ray, then and go, well, instead of taking this bad to counteract this that I need for this, if you'll get the first part squared away, then you won't even need those medicines, which means you wouldn't need that to counter the medicine. So you actually can wipe a whole board off.
Well, that's what it's a process, and I'm definitely in the process. Right now, I definitely need the medication. It's actually starting to calm me down. And I mean, this is the first time I've had this in probably 2 or 3 months. I mean, it's not something I absolutely have to have. It's just, well, it was on sale. I do like the taste of it. I mean, if they offered the same taste with absolutely no harm, I'd be all over it. But
I gotta say, Ray,
it does
if
help.
I'm not mistaken, I want to say the true taste of arsenic is actually sweet. I mean, I'm just
Oh,
it's when you just I don't know. And I've got to tell you, I'm learning ways to talk because I have learned over the past year that I have a way of saying things that then get taken a little bit wrong. And I'm just kind of, I don't know. I don't know. I think some people think that I've said ugly things, and I haven't actually said ugly things about them and I try to be open about that. It's like, if I have something about you, I got no problem with saying it directly. So sometimes I say things in a general scope and it gets
taken the wrong
taken
way.
out. That's actually a true statement too, Shift. And it freezes a sweet taste.
Yeah,
And you'll
that's like
suck
that.
every moisture out of your body.
Well, that's just like that vape that you use. I mean, that's glycol. What is glycol? Glycol
Yeah.
is antifreeze.
Oh, yeah. Well, any chemical is not good for you. But then that's where I will say that's actually all those chemicals that are used in my vape are actually used in everyday food products too, that everybody consume every day.
Oh, glycol there's FDA. It's FDA or not
But
FDA.
I will gotta say, Ray, just to go ahead and put the cow to the cabbage, just so you know, actually here lately I've been going, this is if I've got to pinch pennies, this is a commodity that I don't have to have. So this has really been a decision. And at one point I look myself in the mirror and go, so what are you going to do, you little shithead? Are you got the balls to actually quit or not? And I go, damn, I call myself out. What am I going to do?
Oh, I can't give you shit.
So I actually don't hit this as often as I used to anymore. I'm starting to taper that off.
I can't give you shit for using a vape because I'd like you to do, because I know you're selling them for a while. I'd like to see you talk more about the vapes and everything, because I'm actually looking for a decent vape so that I can stop cigarettes, where I still need obviously the nicotine. I can't stop cold. I've tried so many ways to stop. I figure a vape may help. That way you can control the nicotine level a little bit better.
You can quit smoking in one day.
I stop 20 times a day.
I only firmly believe that because I used to smoke 2.5 packs a day. I was miserable. Didn't really want to. Tried so many ways, but it just wasn't hitting my mental trigger until I went to some storm training. And as we walked out for the first break, and one of the guys that was in our little storm training circle pulls his little vape out and he goes, drip, drip, drip. And I went, really, Jason? What the hell is that thing? He said, oh, I stopped smoking. Right? I said, really? I said, and that actually is how. He goes, oh, yeah. I said, can I try that for me? He goes, well, yeah, but you're going to cough. I said, well, dude, it was because I felt like I got a hit. And that's been my mental trigger. I tried the little fake cigarettes. I tried the pens. I tried the gum. I tried the Chantix. It was, for me, it was my mental trigger when I'm thinking or doing. It's like, I don't know, I went through a pack of cigarettes that I never actually smoked, but I had it right there. So once I recognized those, that day I went from that training, went home, walked in the door and said, come on, we're going to go down to this vape shop thing down here because I'm fixing to stop this shit. I literally walked in there and bought this kit. I might have smoked a pack of cigarettes in the last Not even a pack. I would say I probably have smoked 6 cigarettes in the last 7, 8 years. And it was actually wasn't a cigarette. It was the little cigars, the like vanilla flavored little cigars.
Right.
Kind of like the old Winchesters. Around here, the Indians do them. The Seneca tribe makes them.
See, I know a lot of it for me is just the hand to mouth.
That's it. You just got to find out
the
the
hand to
trigger.
mouth.
Find
like
your
I
trigger.
said-
There's a trigger for you. And that's the battle, is that trigger.
I find for me, I smoke, yes, but if I'm doing something and constantly being busy and doing something, I don't want a cigarette. It's when I stop doing something, that's when I want a cigarette. Like I want a cigarette right now. I'm watching you guys smoke and talk about smoking. I really want a cigarette. And but I'm saying, and I like your idea with the mental. It's the mental part of it. You know, how can you stop doing something? It's so easy. Just stop doing it. But it's a hard fucking thing, isn't it? The easiest thing is the hardest.
Well, they said nicotine is the worst freaking most addictive drug out there.
Okay.
I kind of got to argue with it just a little. I think it's all the other chemicals.
I mean,
because after I just started doing the vaping thing and I learned so much about natural nicotine, and I'm like, holy shit.
I've known people
Potatoes
that
have
could
natural
just
nicotine in them. Tomatoes have natural nicotine in them.
I've
Foods
known
have
people-
natural nicotine.
I've known people that were smoking for 4 or 5 years and just decide one day I'm done.
Yeah,
and they can do it. There are some
depends on what puts you in that path. It's kind of like drinking. Some people can just have a beer and go, yeah, whatever. And then there's the dude that's like, no, man, the minute that clock and I hit that little strip in that clock, oh no, I need to be.
Yeah,
and they'll do
I
it
know one like that.
I used to be that.
Yeah,
I used to drink. Yeah, constantly.
I have an addictive personality. That's what I had to recognize. I have an addictive personality. Yeah. That's what does my food, my sugar intake, my smoking, the drinking, bad behavior, everything. It's because I have an addictive personality.
I was kind of like that, but I know with the type 2 diabetes, man, once you open that can and drink it, you're running back and forth from the bathroom every 15 minutes. So I actually haven't had very many. I can count on the hand how many beers I've had in how many months. I mean, I just stopped that, but we're learning a lot.
Hey, kiss off. There's my little troublemaker.
Hush, we'll go out in a couple minutes.
And what we got? We got Mr. Ross. Welcome everybody that came in.
So how the chicks?
Oh, doing good. Hell, little old BB's crowing more and more. Hell, this morning he was going to town. It's actually funny because I think he gets a kick out of it because he's even crowing in the evenings and shit.
Who would have known Rescue being a chick magnet?
Oh man. And little old Louise has become my sidekick out there. The minute I swear to God, I don't know if chickens have awesome hearing, but it seems to be that they do because the door squeaks when I open the front door. And the minute I do that, they all go to the corner and they're looking at the corner. And Louise, she just can't wait for me to get out there.
Oh yeah, I'm sure that they have great hearing. I mean,
they're very social little critters. Those there were raised in a social environment and they show it.
You would imagine that they would have good hearing just because, natural selection. I mean, they generally supposed to be living out in the wild, and they're, being preyed upon by other animals. So I'm sure that they developed good hearing.
Yeah, if you're tasty, you better evolve some type of extra sensory perception.
Oh, doctor just made a note on my chart.
Oh, that's what that was. Well, I never noticed that before.
So with this doctor, I kind of like this where they have, it's called My Chart, and I can log in to see, if they send me a message or If there's a change, I can view my lab results and do my own research.
It's funny you bring that up, Ray, because that's a boy. These fools have been on my ass. They keep wanting me to sign into that portal, and it's like, no, you got something to say. Call me and tell me. I don't need your portal because I don't need the rest of the world to know my shit.
Yeah, I like it because sometimes there's questions that I'll forget to ask, but they're right there in my chart. So I do like it, and knowing the fact that I can directly correlate my weight with my A1C. I mean, I can literally see it, how it, the weight had changed the A1C. So it's kind of good.
I don't know. I'm one of them paper kind of people.
I am, but again,
especially after I watched them just literally change things on the fly to things, and it's like, yep. So that's the point of the digital thing to begin with, but okay, now I'm really not. And it's like, yeah, whatever. And then you watch, and I just watch people go, they're just, man, that digital shit is just so, I don't know what the word is, impressionable.
Right.
Because they just paint the picture how you want it to see. PT1 in the house. What's up, buddy? Oh. What is Mad Shed's little thing got on there?
Okay.
I don't recognize that one.
What? You can't read?
Well, I mean, yeah, but I don't recognize those words. I kind of was trying to tie in some of the other ones sometimes. I pay attention, believe it or not. I listen every now and then. I just don't.
That's my joke. It means trial by X. Yeah.
Okay.
Tomorrow, that's X.
Yeah, I apologize to Shad. I haven't showed up for that for a while, but I'm going to tell you, one of the things about this medication is, like I said, I'm still getting used to it, so there's a lot of side effects. The anxiety, boy, that knocks you on your ass. I mean, it makes you tired, yawning all day.
Sounds rough, man.
Oh, but I love it. It's actually, I can feel the changes, which is a positive. Like right now, I never realized how much I ate before. Well, one of the side effects has been nausea, and where you just don't want to eat. Man, I got a lot of food in the fridge that I need to start throwing out because, I was going through that like crazy.
Yeah.
And now I'm just nowhere near as hungry.
The sugar was a big change, but what actually brought that on for me was actually poking my damn finger, because I was borderline fixing to have to start doing injection stuff, and I'm like, I ain't doing that. But then again, at the time, I had a CDL, and if you have a commercial license and you have to start taking injections, then you lose your CDL.
Oh, shit.
Oh, yeah.
And so I was like, well, I ain't taking all that shit, and I'm about tired of poking myself. So I immediately just walked in and I stopped doing so much fats and cholesterol-based stuff, mayonnaise, fried stuff. I still wasn't being healthy, though. I was still doing justification through other avenues. I'd do the big bowl of mac and cheese, and everything I ate was in big substances.
Yeah.
But then all this colon shit, see, because God tried to get my attention. I didn't listen. And then he kind of reached out and thumped me a little harder. And let me tell you, buddy, when you go in there and you start basically having one of these monthly moments, only you are a 100% male and not confused about that option at all, it has a like WTF moment. And all of a sudden it was like, oh man. And then I had to do this whole liquid thing. And I started out the first few days like, God, this sucks ass. I can't stand this. Oh my God, I'm going to have something to eat. I can't just keep doing it. But I crested this thing, and I'm like, man, suck it up, buttercup, and let's just get this over with. Well, by the time I was done, I felt better going, man, to hell with that shit. I ain't going back. It's kind of like when I got off of meth. Yeah, that shit was a fun ride while I was all fucked up thinking that shit was fun. But once I woke up and realized just how screwed up it was like, oh, well, that's easy enough to stay away from because that shit's crazy.
Oh yeah, you can see by these little things by my eyes that my cholesterol. Oh my god, my cholesterol was way out of whack. I'll get these removed eventually, but
Right, Snoop?
I forgot what the hell they call it, but it's just cholesterol deposits stating your cholesterol is way too high. And let me tell you, you never want to be put on cholesterol meds. That side effect, the diarrhea that's caused by that is not fun.
Oh, well, man, that's what, well, that is crazy. See, I'm not a med person. I never have been, but I have always gotten a kick out. And I think that's why I got so mad when all this little poop shit started because it was like, wait a minute. Because it used to crack me up, man. You'd watch this commercial about this aspirin. Got a headache? Do you get headaches during the day? This aspirin. And then down at the bottom, man, it's like your heart might explode. You might shit warts out your ass. Your toes might fall off. Your knee's going to hurt. And your back might ache, but you won't have a headache. And it was like, I've never been a fan of this.
I'm not much of a medication person. I don't like the meds. I would prefer not to. However, sometimes you get too far gone. You use the meds for what you need to get everything under control. You do like I'm doing.
Yeah, but you've got to bridge the gap, though, right? Because they don't give you things to cure you. They give you things to treat you, which means at some point you have to interject going, okay, this treatment shit's going to stop, and we're going for a more natural solution, and then you start to wean off.
That's where, that's my whole goal. Finally, I've got everything in place that I needed. I've got a life coach. I have a dietitian, PCP, shrink, everything, so that my goal in 6 months is to be off of everything. That's my goal.
That's a good goal to have. Absolutely.
But
what's up, FF9? Mama Reed?
Like I said, sometimes you need to take the medication just to get to that goal because you're so far screwed up. And I allowed my body to go to hell.
Yeah, I mean everybody's got to find their own niche, their own way. Me, I'm kind of a stubborn, hard-headed, kind of an asshole kind of dude, and I think that's why I just approach things, and that's why, once again, sometimes I have a way of saying things where it gets taken wrong, and I don't mean it that way. Because, like, if I say, "Oh man, you ought to get off of that shit," I'm not really telling you what to do. I'm just like, I heard what you're doing, and then I'll put that in my head, and I go, "Well, I wouldn't do that." So I'm just kind of like echoing out my thought, going, "Well, no, you need to get off that shit," just because that, I don't know, it's my own little redneck way of my own.
No, I agree 100%. But let me tell you, there's some things like with the uncontrolled diabetes, you're pissing every 15 minutes, whether you want to or not. That kind of makes it hard to do other things such as exercise, because you're going to stop exercising. You're going to go pee. Right. And you're going to do that left and right.
I'm sorry, brother. That's an excuse. That's an excuse because, I mean, in all honesty, dude, you're talking to a dude that lived for a little while, I'll just put it that way, in an 8x10 with a shitter and a sink above it right there. And guess what I did on that shitter? Sometimes I shit, and then sometimes I actually sat on there and did little leg lifts, or I sat on that and used it as a stool to sit there and curl milk jugs. So, I mean, you can kind of
I'm just trying to give a simple example, but I mean, honestly, with everything I'm suffering, the meds are doing what I need them to do so that I can sit there and do the rest. I know that they're not a be all cure all. Like the Trulicity that I'm waiting on the insurance to prove. Again, that will help with my diabetes. But one of the nicer side effects is that you do lose weight on it.
Oh yeah. Hell, dude, I dropped 90 pounds, I think, overall total. I did about 80 pretty quick. Matter of fact, even everybody around me was going, damn.
Let me put it this way. Since I was
I don't
20,
even have the clothes, dude. I lost so much weight. I don't even have a pair of pants.
even 10 years ago, when I was literally hitting the gym every day doing cardio, and I was doing that for a year straight. But ever since I've been 20, I've never been below 300 pounds. I'm 47 now, and I just went under 300 pounds.
Oh, man, you'll breathe better and you'll sleep better. And I know it was for me. I went from about, I think when I peaked out, I was at 327. And that was, and I was still going and strong. And I was still working. Matter of fact, that's the first time when one little new doctor told me my back problems was because I was fat. And I said, really? You want to come up here and shimmy up these poles with me and we'll see which one of us is up at the top when the day's over? Because this is what I do all day. I mean, I might be a fat boy, but I'm a fat boy that can move.
I've been just like you. I mean,
once I shed that, oh man, you realize how much weight that fat is and how much it pulls on you. Your neck aches because you have that excess drag. Your breathing's a little shallower because it's just it was an eye opener for me. That's why I said after I crested about 4 days during that whole 10-day of liquid shit and everything just went, it was like, oh yeah, I ain't going back. I don't give a shit. I'll sit here and suck ramen noodles one at a time if that's all I got before I'll dip into some of that crap.
I know a lot of people.
I got too much to ever go back. It's kind of like getting sober. Once you really you're there and you realize you're sober, you have moments when you're like, but you think it and you go, I am not giving up where I've gotten to go back to that. And I view the food shit the same way, the health shit the same way.
Living out here, people are like, oh, I want to go climb this mountain. Okay. I'm like, let's go. You can't climb it. You're too fat. I said, bullshit. Watch me. I said, I might not be the first person up that mountain, but I will make it up that mountain.
The smoking might slow you down a little bit as that air thins out as you go up in altitude, but
But I've never backed down from a challenge of doing anything physical. I've worked day labor jobs where, I just surprised the shit out of people with the amount of work that I put in. And they told me, dude, I didn't think you'd be able to do this kind of work. I'm like, for me, it's that Midwest upbringing. You got a job, you do it. Don't let anything stop you. Bitch and complain about it after the day's done.
Yeah. Hey, what's up, Elusive? What's up, bro? FF9 said a lot of it, unfortunately, is oftentimes genetics. However, fighting obesity cures many illnesses. Well, then
I believe genetics has a big play in it.
The more of the fake chemical stuff you put in your body, it's altering your internal.
No, genetics, I do believe that some people are predisposed to obesity. I definitely believe there's a lot to do with genetics.
But isn't that carried over from the traits of the previous that developed something and carried that over? Isn't that how the genetics then carries over? So if you have a generation that has bad practices and exercises those constantly, then as they're kind of already producing a person that's got genetics. And then if that person mimics the same type of behavior, only maybe a little bit more, then the following generation even gets more genetic problems because it's a carryover of bad habits.
I agree. My father was a drunk, and he passed that on to me. And interesting enough about the genetics, I just spent 20 years of my life in the hottest place in South Carolina on the coast doing pest control, and I hated it. I mean, I was in great shape. Of course, but I hated it. But once I came to Cleveland and I experienced cold, I felt so much better. So much better. Really. I can't tell you how much the cold has actually helped me. And that comes from the genetics. I can't stay in the freaking sun, in 90-degree weather, 200% humidity, no. But you get me in the in the snow and the ice, yeah, let's go, let's do it, let's work. I feel great.
What do you think, Shad, if you had stayed there? So you stayed there for the rest of your life. You married somebody. You ended up having 3 kids, and there you die. And then your kids were to just stay there until they start to have kids, and then their kids decide to go move to Ohio, and then they would be going, "Shit, man, it's cold. It's something else." Because do you think maybe genetically they would have adapted then to the heat?
I mean, we're all products of our environment, yes, but something has to be said with the genetics. Absolutely. There are some things that we were predisposed to, and that we because of our environment, our genetic, upbringing, if you will. But you still have to. I mean, because you think Sweden, the majority of people in Sweden they leave Sweden, which is really, really cold, and they travel the world, and you finally you find them in the Bermuda, the Bermudas and Aruba and all the Greece, and you're like, why are you here? Like, oh, it's so warm,
They're seeking the change.
Well, not only is it genetics, but like I said, I believe that there's a strong link to genetics, but also to our food supply. All these additional chemicals that are added, all the sugar that's added to damn near everything.
I agree.
But I think that makes the genetic part a little bit worse.
Well, yeah, I mean, you got to know yourself, and that's the point. And since we're talking about health, I changed my life, and while I was in South Carolina, I was literally dying and didn't know it, didn't care. And once I changed my diet, I became superhuman. It was amazing. Now it sucks, and I didn't like eating what I was eating, but whatever. I was superhuman. My abilities were great. I was super healthy. God damn it! I just wanted a cheeseburger, a beer, and a cigarette. And so, changing my diet, changing my lifestyle was everything. I'm not on meds. I'm not on meds. I don't go to the doctor. And I just keep going, and I do things, and I make conscious decisions of what goes in my body, and what I do. I have to do certain things. I have to breathe. I have to exercise. I got to get my cardio. I gotta, if I'm going to lift and put on, make muscle, I've got to eat certain ways. I have to sleep. I have to do all these things, and I have to stay away from a lot of things. You guys talk about the energy drinks, whatnot, what have you. I was addicted to Mountain Dew. That was my go-to thing. Mountain Dew and me got shit done. And I would eat large meals at Chinese restaurants, for lunch with all the guys, and because it's camaraderie, right? You're hanging out with your boys, and everybody's bitching about how they have to do this 100 square foot crawl space, and here we are eating this massive lunch, and I got to go back underneath this crawl space at 120 degrees. So you have to think in a certain, well, I can't be doing all that. If I'm expected to perform at a certain level, I have to really think about what I'm putting in my body and what I'm going to get out of it. And so that realization for me was everything. It literally changed my life.
Well, that's what I'm learning with the dietitian too. There's certain foods that really affect your blood sugar, and those are foods that I need to stay away from. Sugar, anything sugary. And trust me, I'm a sugar eater. Anything sweet, that was something that I craved. Again, due to probably the depression part. You wanted a quick high. Sugar provides a quick high. It's
very addicting.
It provides that feel good. So, and there's some people, like I said, I can't knock them. There's some people like you that can do it just overnight. There's some people like me that so far gone. I welcome any help I can get.
You
That's
have
why.
all the answers inside you. You know. We all innately know what we have to do, but we suffer, and we are the cause of our own suffering. So once I realized that, then I knew, oh shit, it's me. It's my fault why I am the way I am, and I have to change that. And it's a process, you know. Especially, it's all mental. It's 90% mental, 10% physical. You know, you go anywhere. If you go to the Navy SEAL buds, you know, training, you know, area, which I'd never been, but I was a Marine, of course. It's all 90% mental. Well, how much are you willing to put up with? How much suffrage are you willing to go through to become a better human? You know, that's the question. And it's all mental, because everything, every fiber of your being will tell you to stop. What are you doing? You're killing us. And then you go, no, we're doing this. We're doing this. We're going through this, and we're gonna make it out the other end, and we're gonna be badass. You just got to suffer.
Well, and everybody's got limits. I mean, you got people that have no
Well,
limit whatsoever, and they just, man, and you got people that are like, no, and they're almost so extreme the other way that they're like a skin taunt skeleton walking around, and heaven forbid measure this gram to put that. So but you got to find I don't know. To me, I because of being faith based, and so I kind of go some natural things, and it's like, it's amazing. You look at almost all the medicines, they start off with a natural core ingredient, and then they proceed to pack in other shit. We do it with food. We say, hey, a can of peas. I want some peas for supper. Okay. But go look at the can. It's not just a can of peas. It's peas along with all this, so that now it can last for the next 4 years. You know, I mean, and so you start, and I just realized that one day and thought, plus I come from I guess I have an unusual upbringing, because I'm a part mama's boy, which is actually funny, because I guess I should be a sissy, but I actually came out the other way. But I took care of my mom, and that was the thing. My dad wasn't like a bad guy. They didn't even have a bad divorce. They were friends when they got divorced. So, I mean, I didn't see none of that when I was growing up. And so I was just
I'll be right back. I'm going to take shithead out so he can go bathroom.
Okay.
So I'll be back in just a sec.
But I know with me and my mom both went through alcohol and substance abuse, and we both got sober together. Her stuck, and she became a counselor for the rest of her life, per se. For me, I continued a little path of dipping in and out. But whenever things clicked, finally hit me, it realized that everything I had been hearing was self-accountability. I'm the one in the driver's seat. I'm the one that's making the decisions.
Yeah.
It's nobody's fault. It's not that I'm making this decision to either put myself in this place, or to put this in my body, or to put myself in this particular event. So yes, and I started realizing things when it still didn't click. And then I went to prison, and it didn't click because I got mad. See, I reacted like most everybody. I got mad, mad system. And then so I spent a good year and a half, 2 years, and all I did was I'd sleep a couple of hours and throw dukes and beat the dirt for the rest of the day. And that's what I did for about a year and a half. And I got out, and see, I didn't change. And this is about, the reason why I bring this up is because this was kind of a key pivoting point, because I ran wild. It didn't click. I wasn't an issue. I made it through that. I came through that. I got that one. Yeah. And I hit the ground at 110, buddy. And I didn't last long. And all of a sudden that door shut behind me again. And I went, hold on the hell up. Didn't I just get up out of here? And then things started to just kind of flood into me. And it was like, yo, homie, you might want to look in that shiny piece of metal that's screwed onto the wall over there. Because, that's the common variable in all this shit, is that hasn't gone away. And it was like, oh, it is him. And then it was like, oh, okay. And so I spent the next 2 years in the penitentiary telling myself that, okay, I'm doing my punishment. I was wrong. But when I get out, it's on like Donkey Kong. What's up, Canadian? My Canada Cajun.
Hey, gentlemen, folks, I'm just sitting out here.
Then he come in like all spiffy and shit. Look how he looks all cool and stuff.
Look at this.
Almost like we got Trump Jr. up here.
Hey,
But it just, so that was that for me. And so I've used that moment in my life as I start to peak out on things. I'll go back because I remember that moment. And then I go, wait a minute. And then that's why sometimes I think I've shifted and I come across like an asshole, but I kind of tell somebody going, it's self accountability. You got to make your own decisions. You can't go that poor that man over there. Man, what the hell? I'm sorry. Did you need to walk over there? Well, no, but he didn't have to say that. So it sounds to me like if you'd have made the decision to stay right there, then that wouldn't have happened. Well, and slowly the ballast flickers and gets some current, and you used to get the ding. It's so I can decide if I want to put myself in these shitty positions or not. Gotcha. And it changes the aspect of life.
that's right. Yeah, absolutely. We are at the driver's seat. You know, we are in charge of our own destiny. You know, and if it's the bad choices that we make that lead us to that, then we have to own it. You know, and that's a good reflection of that. You know, that's like I said before, I guess interesting. When I came in, you know, wisdom is doing stupid shit and surviving. You know, yeah, I dig it, man. And you know, and that's that suffering, that self destruction path that you know we all have in common here. You know, that realization that we don't have to take this path. We don't have to keep walking down this damn path. Insanity is doing the exact same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. So why don't you just make your own path? Why don't you take another path? And that was for me, you know. Why don't I just go this way instead of that way? You know, that way is the, you know, road to hell. This way is, I don't know what's that way, but I can make my own way.
That's it. Exactly.
And when I do that, others are sure to follow. Because somebody's been walking down that path going, man, this sucks. Hey, what's that? What's that path? You know, wow.
Well, and people see you and they're in a moment and they ask so you can share, and it causes, that's the things we need to go back to sharing is the ways to correct things. Not, oh, the bitching resting area, it's right up there on the right, about another 50 yards. Just have a soda spot on the bench and you can just start bitching about everything in the world right there. You don't need to participate or nothing. There you go. You can vent. And it's like, we got to stop directing people over there and kind of going, yes, this is wrong. What can we do to fix it? Well, right here, you know, I can do this. I can't do that. And it's kind of ironic because, you know, pushing 6 decades, and I can go about 5 decades ago, I used to hear this cool little thing called the Serenity Prayer. And it used to tell me that I need to use the wisdom to know the difference and to accept things that I couldn't change, and then to just focus on the things that I could. And somehow that took a few decades before it finally made sense. And I went, oh, okay. That's because that's really day-to-day life. It's like, don't get stressed because you can get so, it's like this latest shit. You know, we're on the verge of World War III possibly. And it's so easy to look at headlines and then go, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. But what's happening is by doing that, you're missing so much right around you. It's like, you know, can you stop Putin from launching any damn thing? Nope. Can you launch the Chinese from doing anything? Nope. What you could do was make sure if you have family that everybody's feeling loved, that there's food, there's shelter, there's still day-to-day life.
Yep.
You know, it's funny that you say that because that's actually what caused me to get back into the doctor and get myself back together is stress. I always called it just blackouts. You know, I just blacked out. That's all. Well, come to find out, it was a little bit more than that. It was non-epileptic seizures. I was stressed out so much that it caused seizures.
I believe it. I mean, you're
Rescue, can I
buying
ask you
material.
something about the light? An old man told me once, bad things lurk in the dark. You have to stay in the light sometimes.
That's it. Oh man, well, I've said this. I hate to, but sometimes that's what's weird too. Sometimes I feel weird when I say things up here because it's like I think I've said this, and I don't want to sound like I'm repeating myself, but yet it's YouTube, so I never know who hears what when. But that's how I got into this. Hell, dude, I used to, and I mean, I made no bones about it. You know, I mean, I used to literally lay there. I would go to bed. My family even knew this. I had reached a point. I was ready, and to be quite honest, I would have probably done it myself. It's just that I'm faith-based, and I know that might be a line I can't cross and come back from. So better not make that call, homie. And I had enough. There was enough hardcore spark back there that never let that happen. And so I just knew this. Like, so I would literally go to sleep going, would you please let me go tonight? And then I would wake up in the morning and me and God would have a talk because it'd be like, really? And oh man, I'd cuss and I'd get pissed. I really wanted to just not be here no more. And to be honest, I really don't care to be here anymore now, but I'm okay with either way. I mean, I make it work because I'm not depressed. I'm just, man, this world just needs it. I don't know. Who knows what's going to happen? You hope for the best.
Well, I'd say go nowhere, Rescue. You're much loved and much needed right now.
Well, see, and that's, but you know, okay, well, that'd be
Someone
a
at the
different
door.
topic.
I'll be right back.
But I did. That's how I came into this. Indy could tell you. If Indy was here, she'd tell you. We used to talk, and we actually met during the rioting and shit over on a guy named Villain Report, who used to
I
report.
remember him. Yep.
So that's how me and Indy even met. Well, I used to get so mad back then, but I was still depressed. It's just that I was watching shit and I was watching people. And for the anti-cop people, I'm sure they're going to love this. But I used to get mad. It'd be like, dude, you're holding a shield. Why are you not smacking the dog shit out of that motherfucker? Why are you not beating the crap out of this Molotov cocktail throwing shithead, dude? What the hell is wrong with you people? Oh, dude, she could tell you I'd be chunking shit. I'd be banging on shit going, what the hell is this shit? What are you doing? Where do you people live? What country is this? Because see, for down here, you couldn't connect to that shit, dude. I used to show that to people. People be like, what? I go, dude, that's Portland. This is the shit that they're doing like all the time up there. And it was like, what? There's people that do it. And I go, yeah. Well, see, I peaked. It kind of helped pull me a little bit away from that depression because I got mad. But then as the anger subsided, well, me and Didi were met up and talking. And then we got over into the good old November shit that went down. So then it's like, wait a minute, pizza boxes on the window. What the hell kind of shit? And so, well, me and Indy ended up over on like CanCon, which is Brian Lupo. He's a retired Marine. I don't call him an ex-Marine because he's mentally, he's still hardcore. So
yeah, the pack's never off.
and he's just, and so he pushes a lot of that. And he was actually one of the main popular YouTube channels that got attacked and taken down along with some of the others. And so that's how we used to talk.
I just have to address Wizard. That's wrong and incorrect. Suicide is not for pussies and cowards. Well, suicide is a very serious issue. I've known several people that have taken their lives that were much stronger than me.
Well, but I gotta say that, you know, I mean, from my perspective, and when I remember thinking about it, I saw that would be a coward way because I wasn't addressing an issue. So I can see where you're coming from, but I've been sympathetic and empathetic to people, so I get your way too.
A lot of times we don't have the tools in our mental toolbox to deal with the depression. We don't know how to, and therefore eventually that feeling, you know, does pop up. It pops up to me. There's been 2 times in my life where I was done. I was ready to cash in. One, my dog was taken of. 2, my mom walked.
For whatever reason it is. So, I mean, I do. I think it because it's, and like I said, I mean, I'm somebody that's actually in my 15, I actually tried to hang myself. So, I mean, I've had that thought. I've done it, dude. I've tried to OD. I used to lay in this bed and wish I was not here no more. So I get it. And you know what? But here's what I'll tell you. And this is from just a little over a year ago. That useless piece of shit that laid in that bed, that griped at God for not taking him out every night when he wanted to, was a weak-minded shithead that had dibbled down into the world of the weak-minded, that was willing to give in and throw in the towel. When in reality, I'm so hard, strong, and stubborn and hard-headed that I've got the fortitude and the set of balls to do just about anything in life I want. But because I had gotten so weak-minded, hence, since I was such a coward, I was wishing that this would all just go away.
But at
And
the
so
same
from
time,
my
you can see
perspective,
where
that is a coward perspective, because
you
that
got,
was the easy way out. Let me not want to deal with this. I don't want to figure this shit out. I don't want to have to learn how to handle this. I don't want to do nothing. And then I do what I do. Damn the recourse and the percussions to anybody that knew me. See, and to me, that's just a selfish, and I'm going to put it in my own terms. When I laid in that bed and did that, I was a self-centered piece of shit. That's what I'll say. I was a coward, weak-minded piece of shit that only thought about myself and my little issues, and I didn't want to put no effort into changing it. And I was choosing that path. And it took meeting some people and realizing that there was some shit in the world, that it wasn't just this little self-centered shit that I was invested in. There was more to the big ball of dirt. And that was meeting
well, let
all
me ask
y'all,
you,
whether it was the good or the bad or what. It was meeting you and getting out of that puddle of shit. And I used to talk about that, because you get in that negative quicksand and it'll just keep pulling you down, and you'll start to try to get out of it, and it pulls harder. So you've got to make a conscious effort to go,
and
okay,
let me
I'm
ask
getting
you,
out.
though, had you not met those people, where do you think you would be today? Do you think you
I
would
would
still be there?
actually, you know what? I would probably be dead by now, to be honest, now that I've reevaluated a lot of shit. Because see, here's another thing depression will do. God, I would have, you know, it wouldn't have been good for me, because I wouldn't have been here, and it wouldn't have been a natural cause thing. Because see, depression, I was intentionally doing damage to my own body,
Yeah.
because
And,
I was getting depressed, and I wasn't really wanting to eat, and I wasn't wanting to get up and exercise any muscle. I wasn't wanting to get out and get any sun. I was just giving up. Well, I was starting to wither in that bed to where I could hardly move. And I had
and
just started to sink into that bed, dude. And I don't
you
know,
got
somebody could
lucky.
probably go back and look at some of the beginning ones, and you'll hear me. I barely could even take a shower over a
And
year ago.
you got lucky. You met people that
I didn't get
finally
lucky. I didn't
that
get
brought you
lucky.
out.
I got up off my ass and I did something.
Well, you said that you met people that helped you out. Understand,
Brother, but
depression,
I met people that hate
mental
my
health, and
guts, Ray.
depression is
I
very
met people
serious.
that have cussed me out right up here on this panel and flipped me off and left, and I ain't never heard from them again. They probably lurked. They probably turned me in before. I don't know. I don't care. That's what I said. Meeting the people, though, see that I got my ass up out of that bed and started to do this. And if you'll remember, I even said at the beginning that I made it a point because I treated it like a job. And that's why everybody got so accustomed to my time frame, because it was like, nope, every night I'm going to start here and I'm going to go to at least here. And I'm going to do it every night. This way I can focus on that. See, because I made an effort, brother. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I made a conscious thing saying, I'm going to get up out this shit. I don't treat this like a job no more. But that's what I needed to do at that moment. And for me, that's what I did. I said, okay, I'm coming up. And then I would host this. Didn't know nothing about this, knew all new shit. I'm going, okay, click. Hey, what do y'all want to do? That's why some people were like, well, yeah, Rescue used to let everyone talk about it. Now look at him. He's being a dick. No, it's just that Rescue was just kind of like, give me a purpose. I got a purpose. And then Rescue came back to life and went, okay, well, I can only dabble with stupidity for so long. So I had to narrow that field a little bit. And I was okay with that. I'm okay where it's at now. I've dropped down some more, I guess, because I'm not being so consistent. So I think 20 people have left. I don't care. I don't care if I end up with the 20. You know what? I hope that at the end of it, the 20 that are here, those are at least a solid 20. So I'm going to engage in conversations, because this is what I had to tell myself to do. That's the whole point I want to make. There was no book. There was no magic channel to watch. There was no certain person to talk to. There's no magical fucking therapist. There wasn't a flip of a switch thing that happened. It was called, Brian had to get up off his ass and go, okay, if I want something different out of this, then I've got to put something different in it. And so then I said, okay, well, I'm a worker. I do shit. So let me figure this out. What's this YouTube shit and all this chat stuff? Okay, here, I'm gonna schedule this. Let me, bam, okay, I'll set my alarm. And I made it a job because that's the way my brain operates. Give me a task, put me the mission, and I'm there. It's done.
You'll say that. I'm like that too. Task orientated, you know.
So that's what I needed to do. That was my life ring. My life ring was Indy and then Dangerous Freedom and Ron up on that panel. And then as I got up there and I was talking, because he called me out. Because at first I tried to crawfish from that, and Ron called me out and he goes, "You got a phone, don't you?" And I go, "Yeah." And he goes, "You got a camera?" Oh, well, okay. So the first time I did it on my phone on Ron's. I built this computer on Ron's. And then that was that spark. That was that drive. And I was like, yeah, get back in the game. Put something else in the game so you can get something different out the game. You know?
Oh, yeah. Right
Don't
on.
sit in the stands. Get on the field.
When it comes to mental health, I think America is lagging way behind. I mean, mental health is just as important and just affects just as much as your physical health. I know, like I said, me with cigarettes, it's damn near impossible. I've tried every freaking method I know to quit. I don't stop.
You might have decided to quit. You got to decide to quit.
My brother.
Chantix can't do that for you, brother.
My brother took his life. He just hit rock freaking bottom, just like an alcoholic will hit rock fucking bottom. He didn't have the tools in a toolbox that he thought he could use.
Well, we do. I go back to my initial statement that we all have what we need. We know the answers. We have that inside of us. All of us. We innately know what to do to fix it. We do.
Well,
so, go ahead.
You know, again, mental health, I'm very adamant when it comes to mental health and suicide prevention. I know in my own experience that, you know, suicide, yeah, there's a point. We don't know everything about the human mind. There's so much going on in that one little tiny space between our ears. We can't begin to understand everything.
We can. You just got to go there.
And for some people,
you have to spend the time.
It is for others.
Have to spend the time and the effort to literally sit there and go and do nothing and look at yourself. You know, I had to do that. I had to go, what the fuck, and look inside myself and throw myself on the table and go, what is this? What is that? What is this? Why is this? Why is that? And then put it all back in me, you know, and go, okay, now I've rebuilt myself. Now I could go forth and do other things. But I always have to reflect upon myself inside and ask myself the questions, the hard questions. Why? What? I'm a questioning soul anyway. So going inside and asking myself, what is the answer to the question? Oftentimes enough, I get the right answer. Just got to listen.
Well, and sometimes you don't get the right answer. Sometimes you need help.
That is true. That's the thing is I always question everything, and sometimes the answers are like, well, maybe that's not right. Maybe that's not aliens. You know?
I mean, I'll tell you right now. To this day, I kind of blame myself for my brother's suicide because I was going to call him that morning and say, "Hey, let's go grab a 12-pack. We have a hot tub over here at the apartment. Let's just sit back and relax all day. Fuck work. Let's just." A mental health day, and I never did. 20 minutes later, I get a call. He's dead.
Yeah, well, that's and I mean, this is, sorry if this sounds kind of cold. I don't mean it that way, but I don't know the facts behind all that. I will say that given what you just said and being the phone call based thing, for a person to make that decision, it wasn't like, it wasn't a big percentage of if to do or not to do based off of that phone call. By the time it got to that day and the moment that phone call happened, it was already at a 99.5% chance of happening. So
it
wasn't.
No, We found out later that he had been suffering from depression for quite some time, just based upon the things that he was doing. Like the gun that he had bought a week before.
Yeah, looking back at things, when we always ask shoulda, woulda, coulda, and there's a guilt that comes with that. Why shouldn't I could have done this? Hindsight is 20/20. Yeah. I mean, but you can't dwell on that. That's a past possibility. Okay. And if you would really want to get crazy and sci-fi with it, that would have been an alternate reality all in itself. You cannot go back and change that. It happened. Now, yes, you learn from that, and that's your mind telling you, hey, maybe you should have done this, maybe you should have done that, and that would have helped. But it happens, and there's nothing you can do about it. You just have to accept it and move on. Radical acceptance, that's what's helped me. Radical acceptance, especially when I look back to my past and everything that's happened. I have to go back to that child and say, it's okay. You turned out all right. Forgive them, forgive yourself, and that will help you a lot, especially when you're talking about your past and trauma and whatever, PTSD, all that crap. You have to be able to look inside yourself and go, okay, listen, little kid, you're okay. See, I'm proof of it. It's like Back to the Future. When what's his name when Michael J. Fox goes back to himself, back to his parents, and says, no, it's okay. It's really, things work out.
You really do like him.
Doing that kind of work on yourself, it's hard. It's emotional, but the benefits are so much to it.
Well, see, that's the catch in AA, NA, any of the recovery things in those 12 steps. And shit, which step is it? It's the fourth or fifth step. It's making amendments. And
yes,
you're going to address the people that you've done wrong.
Yes,
and
calling people up and go,
and
I'm
I've
sorry.
counseled so many people, and I even did counseling for a little while in my first sobriety years. But the one thing I never agreed with is that gets portrayed like you're writing things for those people to then forgive you. And that's not really, in my take, the point of that. The point is not their forgiveness. The point is in you forgiving yourself. And what you do by that is as you write this list of amendment. Anyway, as you write these, you're owning up to your shit. You're owning up to your flaws. You're owning up to the hiccups in your life, the bad choices you made. Bad decisions. And as you own up to these things, you can now file those away because you've acknowledged them. You then hold yourself accountable that, yes, I did this and this was wrong. And you file that. You don't that doesn't become a little thorn on the damn bullwhip that gets used on you. You don't self-lash yourself with that shit. You say, okay. And then that's a key thing, because I do believe, like Shad said, we have all the tools we need to help ourselves. Now we can rely on other things, and then I becoming from a recovery, drug addict, alcoholic kind of type thing. Hell, dude, I was 9 years old going to visit some sibling in prison, so I even grew up in the whole prison environment. And so you have the tools, but sometimes shit looks easy. Well, this vape. See, I could walk around and throw my chest out and say, I stopped smoking years ago. Yeah, I stopped. And I won't mentally acknowledge, but I vape. See, because it's a crutch. This was an altered form. I took it down a few notches is what I did. I cleaned out a lot of sprayed on chemicals. Now I'm just doing some others. That's why people go, well, that's not good for you. And you go, you're right. It's anything. It's not error isn't good for me. So, but it's a crutch, and you have to acknowledge crutches, because you can step one thing to another. People that quit smoking become overweight. Why? Because they went from smoking a cigarette all the time to then putting candy or food in their mouth. And it's because you didn't change the characteristics. You just changed the object. There's still a payment. But I think that we've got to, and now we're in a world that everybody's got a solution because they can profit from it. They can bill your insurance.
Oh, yeah.
So, hey, so you got to learn to really push a lot of the fake bullshit away. And I think that's why this worked for me, because I got to tell you, you have any initials after your name, you pretty much fell down on the ladder to me, because it's, whatever, you're a book person, you're not understanding real life. But real people, and you hear people's different way of that they would see that, or something, then you're getting a gauge. But that's where you can use that to sort some of. That's why I'm not a doctor person. They seem to follow books too. Everybody wants to think that there's a book on shit. Parenting, there's no book. I used to get so mad about my dad, and my best thing my mom ever told me was, hey, before you get too mad, just know that he did the best that he could do with what we knew how to do at the time. And it was like, then it didn't click until all of a sudden I'm holding this little being in my hand and I'm going, oh, so this is how it works. Because now I'm supposed to know all this right shit to do, but I'm fixing to make some mistakes. And he's fixing to probably be a little pissed off at me as we go through this journey together. And sure enough, here we are. My kids ain't exactly happy with all those younger years. I did the best I could with what I knew how to do. There's no magical shit. Well, it's the same way with anything. There's no cure. It's just like me and my mom used to butt heads all the time because she was a counselor mindset. So her thing is all about these meetings and shit. I'm like, well, to me, I used to hate AA meetings, dude. It's like, what kind of stupid shit is that? So I'm going to get up here and tell you I've been sober for 13 years, 8 months, and 22 days and 12 hours. And I used to look at her and I'd go, see, to me, that phrase right there says you have put way too much thought into that. You should have moved on by now. You're just beating yourself every day that you have to tell yourself you're one more day sober. And I'm not a recovering alcoholic. Oh, dude, I used to have people that go, I mean, you're recovering. No, dude, I kicked that kid to the curb. Oh, you're always recovering. No, maybe it's your mindset. It's not my mindset. I'm done. Oh,
I did that. Yeah. I fucked everybody up in the whole AA aftercare, because that's my story. Is I had for 2 years in the Marine Corps, I was a drunk. That's it. All I did was drink. I mean, I drank in the field. I drank when I was working. I drank all the damn time,
So you're a normal Marine.
Right. So I had I wrecked a car in Wilmington, North Carolina, destroyed it. Almost killed myself, almost killed my friend that was with me. Didn't care. Didn't give a fuck. Went through the windshield. No big deal. I was okay. Then, of course, all the aftermath of all that, and going to AA meetings, going to rehab, and then at the aftercare, the year of aftercare afterwards. And I still drank. For all that, more heavily, And then one day I'm sitting there by myself in my room drinking a fucking St. Ives 40. And something told me, just stop. Just stop this nonsense. Just stop it. And, the vision of my father, who died when I was 8 years old, he was a drunk, and I was like, you're going to end up like your dad. And I quit. And that was my statement to myself is I don't drink. And, I went with this and pissed off all the, like you said, the 30-year, I had a master sergeant, who had been, he'd been a drunk most of his life and been sober for, 23 and a half years and 15 minutes. You know what I'm saying? And he had a very big problem with me just saying, I don't drink. He's like, I have to go to AA meetings every freaking day. I've got to call my sponsor every 5-10 minutes because I need a drink. And here you are telling me that you just don't drink. How the fuck is that? You're a fake. I was like, no, I just said I don't drink anymore. There you go. That is my conviction.
See, Chad, that showed his weakness is what it is, and it made him feel that big because he was looking at a guy that did something that he hadn't been able to find in himself to do yet.
Yeah.
And sometimes there's people that can't. I mean, hell, I would love to be able to sit there and say, "Hey, you know what? I know the tools. I got the tools. I can fix myself from having these non-epileptic seizures, these stress seizures." I would love to do that. First of all, I
Hey,
don't
you
know
could
what
change. You
half
could,
the time what brings it on. So I'm doing what I need to do. I know I need help. So
but
I'm going to those that
Doug, you could check
are
food.
supposed to be able to help.
Go 7 days on a strict liquid diet and weed out all foods, and then start introducing one little food category at a time the next week. See, and this is where this is probably going to sound harder than I really mean it to, but it is what it is kind of thing. But that's where I go with Shad, where we all have the tools we need. Are we willing to pay the price at the counter for the tool that we need? Or are we going to go, it's just too much? It's kind of like not being in a good relationship, and we go, and it's like, so are you willing to just go, you know what? All I really need is a change of clothes. Or do you end up dragging it out for years because, well, I really want those pictures and I want the boat and I really want this. So are you really finding things to want and fight over because you're not wanting to really walk away? Because if you really are done, then it's kind of like getting released from prison. How many people stop at the damn gate going, but wait a minute, can I go back to my cell? I want to make sure that I got everything. You would never see nobody ever do that. You know why? Because it's really a moment in life that they want to separate from. They want to not ever go there again. That was like a different chapter in life. I want away, and they'll walk away. But then you have some, because of the elements that got them there, is what puts them there. But drug rehab, same way. If you don't want to be the junkie, then you will not be the junkie. And
Yeah.
it's not going to be, the meetings and the sponsorships will help. They're part of a tool chest, but you are the toolbox. So all the tools reside in you. They've got to come through you before they're useful. You having a Phillips screwdriver is not going to do jack shit for me. But if I go into my toolbox to get my tools, that's the shit that helps me. So that's meetings. That can help, but you can't go, okay, I'm not going to go to the bar anymore. I'm going to go to 1210 West 3rd Street, every night at 7 o'clock, and I'm going to walk in, but I'm not walking to the bar. I'm walking to a coffee pot. But I'm
Yeah, I
not
was going to
sitting
say,
up there
I
with
used to
the
go to
drunk,
coffee shops.
I'm going to sit at this table over here, stand in this group. Well, yeah, but I mean, I'm not getting drunk. Well, you spending time with your family, or are you working on your home over here? No, well, no, but I'm not drinking. So see, it's just an excuse because they're really not wanting to be here. They're finding a reason, and they just found a viable crutch that then lets them limp over to this leg instead of being on this one. Sorry,
I
it's
have
an
an
ugly
interesting
look.
story that inspired me, and it's, you guys heard of Coolio? Come along and ride on a fantastic ride, slip and slide, living in the city of do or die. You know that guy, right? Had the weird hair and all that. Well,
Gangster's Paradise. Yeah.
Gangster Paradise, right? He was a crackhead. He was addicted, absolutely gone. He lived on the streets. He's been homeless. He's been shot. He's been stabbed. He's been robbed. He's done all that. He was a crackhead. He was absolutely addicted. And one of the stories that he said, he went through the whole rehab and all that. He said the way that he kicked it and the help to kick it, and I'm sure he had relapses afterwards, but he said the most profound thing he ever did was become a smoke jumper. He said how he tried to figure it out. He's like, how do I get off the streets and get away from the crack and work on myself? I know. I'll just go in an airplane and jump into a freaking forest fire. That's a great idea. Do a month without, smoking crack. And he said it was the hardest thing he ever did because he's going through these withdrawals. Crack withdrawals are the worst.
Yeah.
He's in the middle of the woods. There's no crack. There's only fire. And he said that was the craziest thing he's ever done, but it worked. Sometimes it takes that. Sometimes it takes you climbing that mountain and then jumping off.
No, I mean, I understand what you guys are saying, but at the same time, I'm hoping you understand. Yeah, you may have the tools
Well,
inside
okay,
you.
I'll tell you this.
Not,
All
you
right.
may know.
So I'm
So
sorry. I'm
here's,
gonna be
hold on.
a little brash here. I don't care. I don't care that about that. I don't give a fuck. It's you. It's a very personal
Oh,
thing.
it is.
Seriously, I have
So
compassion for you. I really do. But
we're
once the day that you realize that you want to change, you will. I can tell you everything. I can try to understand. I can try to be sympathetic and all this
my
and that,
change is starting.
and have sympathy. And yes, I know, but it's that point in your life that your decision that you make that changes everything. I don't have to understand what you're going through. I don't give a fuck. I have sympathy
No, no,
and
no, no.
I can sympathize.
I'm sorry. I
But
think
and
you're misunderstanding.
I can watch you grow and be happy about it. And
I'm
I'm also
listening
going to
to you
watch you
guys.
struggle and suffer.
I'm
And
listening
that's the
to
part
everyone
that
say how you have the toolbox. You have the tools in you. Okay, you know what? Technically, yeah, I had the tool to stop the stress seizures. I could just give up, but
right.
that's
So
not in
you
me.
could actually, you could start cutting off any negative inputs. So any source, even if that's the closest relative you ever had in your
No,
life, you got to be willing
to
to
me,
cut that off.
everything provides
Then
stress.
put in
Even
some positive.
Yeah.
You have
work
to be willing to
provides
put in
stress.
positive. And
So
medically,
I could drop out of
to start
everything,
filtering through all your foods. Are you
but
willing to
I'm not a
sacrifice
person who's
everything
going
you
to
eat
drop
and
out.
go to just plain up chicken noodle soup and water? Can you do that for the next 30 days? Are you willing to give up everything for just that, and then start to then slowly bring things into your life and go, oh shit, nope, that didn't work. I mean, it's just that sense, like sugar. Are you willing to just start then go, okay, that's it. I'm done with the sugar. That's that. And then push the sugar away and start looking at labels going, damn, you know what? I remember eating that. That was good shit, but nope, I'm not doing the sugar no more.
Yeah.
It's kind of like right now, a lot of people will say freedoms and our rights, and man, I get this. Are you willing to do the very kind of things that they did back in the day when this was first decided and thought about putting in play? Because those people put their whole lives, possessions, and everything on the line.
Yeah.
And so, really, I mean, I can tell you, I mean, I'm not willing to put my house on the line. If that makes me a bad guy, it makes me a bad guy. When I see the majority, I probably would, then that'd be different. But right now, the way it stands, like, hell no, these are the only four corners I can stand on. So, but it's
like,
about what cost are you willing to put out for that actual benefit? Are you willing to then? Because dude, I've just, like I said, I've been a meth head, I've been a drunk, I've been a pill head. I've done solitaire, been locked up all by myself in an 8x10 cell in the dark for 90 days with nothing but a tray of shit slid underneath me once a day. I've lived that life. Nothing to read, nobody to talk to, nothing. So I've just kind of been through this gambit, and in my 60 years, I've landed on this landing spot is all I can say. And from my viewpoint, from what I've been through, motherfucker, anybody's capable of getting through anything. They just got to be willing to drop their balls and get the fortitude in and put in the work.
Yes,
and
indeed.
You can achieve
yes,
and do
indeed.
whatever you want to do. If you're in a miserable situation, then just, by God, you suck it up, buttercup, and you say, that's it. I'm done with this shit. Take it. I've sat under a bridge and had a fucking pair of jeans and a t-shirt. And I didn't even have an extra pair of socks. And that was the only thing I owned for about, probably a good 8 months. And I literally used to roll those up every night. And that's what I would lay my head on. Sometimes in a friend's garage. If it was really cold outside, I'd bum an inside shelter spot in a garage. But it might be at a washateria, might be in a shitter in a Whataburger. I would go camp out up on the toilet and just sit back in the stall and take a nap. And that was my pillow. Now I can started life. I could have been sitting here right now whining about, yeah, this sucks. I had to live like this. And then they locked me in prison because they said I did this wrong. And you know what? I've listened to those fucking people, and those people get on my fucking nerves. And I'm sorry for the cussing, but these are just one of those topics, buddy, because I've been there, done that. I had the shirt, and I even said, ooh, the shit smells nasty, and I threw it away because it's just, and so by God, you You just got to be willing to assess your situation and say, what am I willing to put up to make a change? Am I willing to relocate with just a bag of clothes and say, to hell with the pictures, to hell with the sell fancy stuff. I'm starting over. Grab the backpack and take the fuck off.
Yeah.
Land at a spot and go, here's where I'm planting down. And I'm going to work my little part-time job here, this part-time job. And man, hustle, save. Yep, okay, now I got this. I don't have to go to the fucking gas station to take a bath in the damn sink no more. I can actually afford a motel room for the week. Okay, now I'm going to hump it some more, but damn, I barely make it. I got to get me another little sidekick going so I can get up out of this motel. Now I got me an apartment. Hell yeah. Are you willing to walk to get to work? Or do you just got to sit there? Oh, I just got, I mean, think about it. And so to me, I just don't see it that way. I think it's just like if my blood pressure and my shit's all out of whack, then what am I putting in my body? Am I sitting here packing in Whataburger all the damn time while I'm bitching about my cholesterol's high? You know, let me pack in some more crappy ass imitation food. So I changed all that shit. And dude, I sat here, you know what? I can actually sit here and look in this camera and go, I just did a year of chicken noodle soup right here live on YouTube. Even everybody that's listening to me knows that I just did over a year of chicken noodle soup.
Oh, I know.
So but do I like that? My wife was in there eating damn regular shit that we would like jambalaya and everything else. And then every now and then I'd step over that little line and go, man, and then I would pay a price so that I would, okay, I'm not doing that shit that but I've slowly been introducing little things into my life because I would like something different than chicken noodle soup, but that was my grounding point. So that I do.
Speaking of which, are you eating better now?
Oh yeah.
More than just chicken noodle?
Chili and beans has actually become a very useful food for me. I don't know how the body does that, but for some reason, it's almost like a cleansing. But I can eat a bowl of chili and beans with some cornbread, and for the next couple of days, everything just really smooths out. I don't know.
I'll be honest. For me, I had to overcome my biggest fear. I have lots of fears, but claustrophobia, things, just stupid fears that just.
Well, don't let them lie to you. Chili with beans is awesome. Don't be afraid.
But I literally fear doctors. I have an innate fear. I've had to overcome that. I'm seeing a lot of doctors now, but is it a crutch? No, it's a tool that I'm using in order to get to where I need to be, where I know I have to be, I want to be. Like I said, in 6 months, I plan to be off of everything. Well, the anxiety, stress, I don't know. That's going to take a little bit, probably more soul searching and self-realization, you know, but who knows between now and 6 months. But I commend those that can just say, like Shad, I'm done drinking. I commend people like that. That is awesome. I love the fact that you can do that. Not everybody's built that way. We're not made the same.
Here's the enlightenment that I found. This is very profound for me, and I found it on a bumper sticker, and it says, "Nobody cares. Work harder." Seriously, when I read that, it kind of changed my life. I was like, it's not up to anybody else, and I'm not doing this for anyone but myself. But if I can, here we go. I'm sorry about this but if I can help myself, I can help others as well. I can be of service, you know. And that's another thing, is being of service. There's a saying, when you teach, you also learn a lot. So, you know, being of service and not caring what anybody else thinks about it, you know, because ultimately nobody fucking cares about me. Nobody cares. Right. I mean, yes, you're going to get some sympathy. Yes, you're going to get some help here and there, but in the long run, ultimately, it's up to me to make that step.
I've always loved, like right now, the discourse, you know, on rescue kind of hits all points, or all different topics, and it's great because there's
And it stimulates the mind, doesn't it?
It's just discourse. It's just chat, talk. There's still respect between everybody. I mean, my way of doing things may be a little bit different. My points of view may be a little bit different. Shad's is different. Rescue's different. We're all different, but we all learn a little bit something hopefully new every time we talk. Whether it's something stupid like a roach can live for 2 weeks without a head.
Yeah, well, how would you like to live without your body? I mean,
I'm just saying, it's stupid.
I'd hate to be that roach. Like, fuck, I got 2 weeks, man. I'd really like to scratch my ass, but it's missing.
See, if you didn't have the ass, would you really want to scratch it?
Well, I'd be thinking about it. I'd try to be looking like, where is my ass?
That's the invisible asshole.
That's right. The phantom ass.
The phantom ass.
Damn, what all those women have been saying about me not having an ass is actually true.
Well, no, there was a difference between no ass and flat ass, Ray.
Oh, I don't know. Mine's awfully flat, apparently.
I know mine's flat. It's spent too many times in a seat.
Right? Oh,
Actually, a lot of it's the weight. Boy, there was another little eye opener about the weight thing, dude. I gotta say, it was really weird. My physical changed the whole image because of once I started losing it. It was like, oh damn, that's right. I used to actually look like that. Okay, I forgot about that. I just thought my big bone. So yeah, it wasn't just quite all big bone. I mean, I'm big bone, but I kind of added some insulation layers to that shit too that didn't need to be there.
right. Well, see,
That's like that. I didn't do anything like that. You could go, oh, well, that's it right there, Rescue. Look, because I didn't have good eating habits, and then I never took into process what I even was really eating. Yeah. I just went off of the taste and what I enjoyed, and then I would just eat like one big meal a day. I didn't do breakfast and I didn't do lunch because I worked out in freaking the heat and outside. So those weren't my things.
Yeah.
But I drank Mountain Dew. Matter of fact, I went from Dew to Dr. Pepper. I used to do Mountain Dew and chocolate donuts. That was my breakfast and supper of champions, was a pack of chocolate donuts and a Mountain Dew.
Oh, hell.
I went from that to Dr. Pepper, and my kids, their whole life growing up, would have told you if you poked me with a knife, I'd start spewing Dr. Pepper. Because that's all I ever drank was Dr. Pepper, Dr. Pepper, Dr. Pepper, Dr. Pepper. Meanwhile, I started getting all this diabetic shit, and I get all these problems and this health shit, and I'm like, what the hell is going on? Oh, man. And then all of a sudden, cut that shit off, and it was like, oh, yeah, no poking the finger, no diabetic shit, sugars are back down. I mean, it ain't a perfect world. I got a set of different issues nowadays, but at least that shit's all over. Now I'll figure this out.
Well, definitely I was up until just
sorry, Ray. I got to cut you off. Sorry. This is so awesome. So for those don't know, Miss Dana here barefoot in Alaska, she has been out of touch with us for a little bit. Well, I mean, I've been in touch, but she's kind of been off getting herself in a better place and having some stuff, handled. And I'm just sorry. I'm just so awesome. Chat. I've gotten messages, so I know she's been okay, but to see her kind of back coming to YouTube and talking with us right here is so awesome. So sorry, I didn't mean to really cut you off. I did mean to cut you off. No. For what I thought was a good reason.
For that's absolutely a good reason. I've been worried about her for the longest time.
Yeah, that is awesome.
She just kind of dropped off the radar.
Well, she just needed to get herself in a better place.
But as I was saying, I was up to about a month and a half ago, I was drinking soda like, oh my God, 2 liters a day was nothing for me. And that's a lot of soda. That's a lot of sugar. Yeah. Now I've cut that completely out. Now I'm drinking sun tea with lemon juice, no sugar. And that's I see that made a big difference in me too.
Oh yeah, when I dropped sodas, it changed my life. Changed my life. It did. Everything changed. I lost my gut. I got my energy back. See, I was drinking Mountain Dew to get energy, but all in all, it was taking my energy. It was giving me, heart issues, and I couldn't. Of course, I was probably getting diabetic too. You get that run down feeling, and literally, I would pass out in my truck, after lunch or something. After lunch, you get that lull, that food loot, and I was like, oh, fuck it, I'm just going to bust a Mountain Dew. And what Mountain Dew and what sodas do is when you eat and drink soda, your food does not digest. It turns off all your acid in your gut, in your stomach. So you're just pushing food through you. You're not getting anything out of it. You're not getting nutrients. You're not getting anything. You're just eating food and it's going right through you. So stopping all that, I got to be able to absorb all the nutrients and that I needed, and now I could eat less.
Well, not only that, but the sugar gives you
more.
Yeah. The sugar gives you energy. Don't get me wrong.
That's what the cell needs.
It's a short term. It's a short term, high burst energy, and after that, you feel just like that.
Energy, but that's not going to be healthy for you, but ever.
No. I tell you what, the most energy I ever felt in my life is when I didn't eat for 3 days. Seriously. I didn't eat for 3 days. And for some strange, I couldn't figure it out. I was like, what the? I was a dynamo. I had all this energy, all this power, and I was like, yeah, wow. 3 days, no food. And I was like, amazing. I don't have to eat. You really don't have to eat. And you have to have a good, nice, break from time to time. You spend a lot of energy digesting food and stuff. You really do.
Well, that's how I was going. What are your three main? You need air, water, and food. Mm-hmm. That's what your body needs: is air, water, and food. Well, food's on the bottom. You need to be able to breathe, so you need to get better. You need to take care of your lungs, and then you hydrate. You can go days without eating.
About 3 weeks to a month, yeah.
You ain't going but about, maybe 4 or 5 minutes without any air.
3 minutes. 3 minutes. And it's funny that you bring it up because you can push those limits.
Yeah.
Yes.
You can. I've been subscribed to Win Hoff, if you guys know who that is, the Iceman. And he has a challenge. He has a exercise that you do is literally you don't breathe for 3 minutes. Try that. Try not breathing for 3 minutes. Now, the way that he does it, the way that you do it is that for 30 seconds, you breathe. So, for 30 seconds, you're breathing in, breathing out, breathing in. You're inundating your body with oxygen, absolutely inundating your body and your mind, everything. And then you try not to breathe for 3 minutes. You don't need to breathe because your body has all the oxygen it needs. Actually, it has an overabundance of it. So when you try not to breathe for 3 minutes, I've made it 1.5 minutes actually, but it's great for me. It's hard because you're dealing with the vagus nerve. You're dealing with your whole fiber of your being saying you have to breathe, and you really don't. And so when you overcome the urges of your body and your mind through your will, it's amazing. It's amazing the changes that happen. And of course, dealing with the code, he'll do that, dunk people in ice cold water and then breathe and then not breathe. And that's the whole Wim Hof exercise. And I tell you, it's amazing. It does so much for your mind, for your body, and your soul. It's just, and it's really, really hard and very uncomfortable. That's the thing. Can we do the uncomfortable things? Are we willing to do the uncomfortable things to make major changes and gains in our life?
Yeah.
I would say that's kind of the shocking thing. Because see, I grew up with the more mellower way, but it was more under the martial art, the Asian type philosophy.
Sure.
It was,
Me too.
It was through the meditation style, but in the isometrics, and you would do the controlled breathing, and you slow your heart rate down, take the air intake, and But I
Oh
can
yeah.
see the shock and awe version of here, suck when I hold that in. That would have its.
Well, your last breath when you're breathing in and out is you let it all out. So there's no air in your lungs. There's no reason to. You're not holding anything. Your bloodstream is inundated with the oxygen, and this is something that has totally revolutionized even the meditation and the Tai Chi and all that. They're trying that. They touched on it. So some of the ascended masters touched on it. You heard about the Japanese. They say they would practice what's called the waterfall, sitting in a waterfall in ice cold water. And because it feels like ice swords hitting you. It's like the rain of swords, whatever the Japanese term is. But that was the discipline, is to be extremely uncomfortable, but yet be calm inside. That's that whole discipline. Can you become calm and still in the face of all this craziness going on?
Well, I do want to touch on what you said about starving and having more energy. I kind of attest to that because it's been about 3 days, and the only thing I had was this morning. I had a cheese sandwich, 2 pieces of bread, and a piece of cheese. That's all I've had in the last 3 days. And I'm telling you, I have more energy now than I did this time last week.
Yeah. And it resets everything. It resets your blood sugar. It resets your endocrine system. It resets all your hormones. It resets everything when you just do a little fast like that.
Well, you're freshening out your system. And I guess that's where sometimes in my thinking, I don't know how I can explain this right, where if it makes sense, but because I being created,
let me
I believe
rephrase
that
that
there was
real
a
quick.
process put in play. And it's kind of like when you build a computer, and when you build this, it's going to function all these core things. But now people get out on the internet and then they get different shit and they get different stuff inside. And so it's like at a shop level, every computer acts different. While they're all built, with the same type of components, but because they get handled different and are exposed to different things. So you've got a lot of times you re-clean all that shit back out and you get it back to its main task. And then all of a sudden people would think that there was a new, I'd say, wow, it's like having a new computer. And I've always, because I'm a faith-based person. So, and I believe in God and I believe that I was created, in his image. So I think the human race was designed by God. So with that same thinking concept, then I go, well, if I believe in a creator and I believe, he created everything we've got. So if at that detail, then that means maybe I need to clean out all the crap that I've put in. And so it's like, get rid of all your cookies and cache files and all your, you can't get rid of the history, but you can file it away. You can archive it. And it's kind of doing that with yourself. And you do that with your food intake. Your body was designed to function on just, okay, I believe, put it that way, so I say this right. So coming from that whole creator, faith-based is my thinking. So I believe in Adam and Eve. So and if you take that picture, then it's like, wow, so we were designed to function on the simplest level. It was just, we didn't know the hunger and despair and all this stuff. So it was just exist. And it was here, be happy and amongst here. And it wasn't big glorifying tables of food and all this variety of drinks and all this stuff. And so our system was designed that clean, and we pollute it by steadily putting in all this shit we concoct because it's all about the money. Because it's like, wow, this is a really cool component. People really like this. Well, yeah, but we can't just keep mass producing that and shipping it all over. There's not enough. Well, figure out how to synthesize that and create it. Okay, here, I got it. Next thing you know, this is what everybody's putting in, but you call it this. And that's what we do with the medicine. You know, oh, this medicine, natural plant, this is it. Yeah, well, but we can't just grow, thousands of acres of this. Okay, we'll figure out how to make this chemically. Okay, well, here, this is the chemical makeup of it. Well, then mass reproduce that because we got vats and vats of chemicals. And it's everything, and it's the information. I have to say it's that way through the whole level of, I think, life. It's almost like a Dell computer. You're built good, clean, rock solid, ready to do all kinds of work. But unfortunately, they keep going to porno.
I do want to correct. I don't think it's considered food, but of course, I'm drinking my tea and I had my Monster this morning. But those are liquid. I don't really consider it food.
That's not a can of chemicals?
It's nothing but.
See? Nothing natural.
But I also feel that I needed to treat myself to something that I actually enjoyed the flavor.
What did you do? Just out of curiosity and a legitimate question. What did you do that needed rewarding?
Realizing a lot of things. The realization is the first step.
Well, admitting you have a problem is the first thing with anything, not just alcohol. It's anything. Acknowledging the problem is the first.
Realizing, yeah, exactly. I recognize what my problems are, a lot of them, and I'm moving forward. I'm taking the steps. I'm going out. Actually, I'm going for walks more. I'm moving. Like I said, I'm moving forward. I know what I'm doing to move forward.
Right on.
Yep. Well, that's all you can do, and that's why you got to watch outside sources. Because you don't want to be led astray. You got to look at, because if you're happy with what you do, because you're your own worst critic. A person is their own worst critic.
Oh yeah, I mean, hell.
That's why we become so susceptible to finding reasonings to justify what we do, is because we are our own worst critic. And when
I'll be honest, I look in the mirror and I still see this fat guy. I don't see 50 pounds gone. I see the same image of me that I saw a year ago. Other people notice the weight loss. I didn't notice it until I went to the doctors. And they weighed me. I looked at that scale. I'm like, your scale is broken. What do you mean? I said, I've never been this slight. This is 50 pounds lighter than what I was 6 months ago.
Oh, wow.
No.
For me, dude, it was a visual, and it's going to sound pretty, sure to be humorous to a lot of people, but no, dude, I saw my pecker. And it was like, I even went back in the living room.
Hi, how you doing? It's been a long time.
She goes, what? And I go, I've lost so much weight. She goes, yeah, you look like you've lost a lot of weight. And I go, no, I saw my pecker. And she started cracking up. But I got to say, man, it is what it is. Rather, that sounds like, whatever. Hey, man, it is what it is.
Fred.
I can own up to it. If other people can't, then it is what it is. But I was I looked down and it was like, holy shit, I ain't seen you in so long, homie.
Right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's great. And right on, Ray. Do the work, man. Do the things, and keep doing keep walking the path. You got this.
Oh, I know I got it. I also know that there's going to be some times where, you kind of like almost take a step backwards, but got to understand it's all part of a process.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Damn, FF9. I ain't heard that one in a while. The Dicky Doo disease.
Dicky Doo. I've heard that. No.
Yeah, your belly sticks out further than your dicky do. That be justified by calling it a tool shed for an awesome tool.
Right? You never seen a farmer put a small shed over a great combine.
I used to make kind of the bad jokes about, yeah, well, that's okay. Y'all are just seeing the daylight version. This all churns when the sun goes down. And it'd be like, oh, yeah. But I gotta say, that's I don't know. You gotta. For me, I'll put it that way because I don't like saying that. I'm not in the counseling days no more. I don't. But I used to do that. Hell, I've done speeches and all kinds of crud. And I don't know, man. Sometimes you get really, I don't know. You just kind of go, what the hell? Plus, everybody, this world's a little different world nowadays. Everything is, it's, because when I say something, I don't mean it. I'm not trying to tell people how to live their life. So it's just that's a different form of talk. But I will say that one thing about everything, and to this very day, that you can't let negative into your little world. You've got to really watch that. And for me, it's been even filtering different things that I didn't even catch before, but it has that, oh Lord, there's the Streamlabs with the 4x combo. All this time, and now all of a sudden a 4 combo. And it's like, I don't know, that thing's about as goofy as I'll get out. But because they're all misery loves company. So if there's any people around, you that are watching you make a positive change, they'll start to whittle at that shit because especially if they're having issues, because you can't progress so farther than another person, I think, is the way some people take it. I felt that way. I felt like there's been people that intentionally will try to cause shit in my life. Not so much in the more days, because I became very open and verbal about it as far as right here around me. And YouTube even, I kind of used to nod, and then I kind of became more, and then that's where I'm at now, and then that's why things have changed. But you gotta, because man, if you're doing good and feeling good, it's like people will come at you. And it's like those people that are miserable in their life, they've got to have some company. And it's like, oh man, I like it better whenever Shad's miserable and he's bitching about stuff. So man, Shad, did you hear about that? Did you see that? And it's like they try to tweak it down,
Right. And I do. I hear that. I get that all the time. And so I get into the darkness. I get into the darkness. I get into the negativity. I like it. I like to know what it is. I'm looking at it at a subjective level. But yes, it does get a little disheartening sometimes. And yeah, so sometimes I have to back away and go, I cannot care about this. I can't right now. I cannot watch Turkey have earthquakes and listen, because I can go there. I can visualize it. I can feel it. I'm right there on the ground, and I can hear the screams under the rubble, and it's terrible. It's absolutely terrible, but it's the truth. It's a reality. That's something I have to face. Once I've done that kind of work, internal work, same thing. I look at everything as a macrocosm, microcosm. All the segues into everything, and so that's how I deal with the negativity, yet still keeping my positivity.
There you go.
And plus, I'm mad.
Have a great day, Miss Ellen. Make it a great day. I'm trying to make an effort. See, like there, I changed that. I used to always say, have a nice day, have a nice day. And I thought about that one day. I said, I think I want to just make it a good day. Kind of re-emphasize that it's in our control. We can,
Absolutely.
It's all on how we want to view it.
Well, nobody will ever disagree and say that mad is not mad. You'll never hear somebody say he's not mad.
And it was one of those realizations I had with myself that I'm fucking nuts. Damn, I'm crazy. I'm absolutely mad. Batshit crazy here. So I have to own it. I have to realize it. And I do. And like you said, realizing the problem, then you get to know what you can do to solve it. Well, I have to do certain things. I have to tell myself certain things. I have to, to deal with certain situations that come up inside myself, dealing with something, but with all those obscure little things that make me crazy and mad, you know what? I'm the most brilliant fool you ever met in your life. And I can say that too. I'm also amazing. We have to have that realization as well, that we can create whatever we want. That's amazing.
Oh, I see Ranks in chat. He must have his Fosters.
By the way, Rank, has that got there yet? Or still nothing? Because the last thing on this end, it just showed it had been released from customs. So I don't know what the process is over there from there. Let's see. There was somebody said, random said, gotta say, a lot of y'all have helped me in many ways, possibly without knowing. Thank you all. Well, that's, and that's why I say, and it's like that, you could see, and I started out that way, was being that selective, like, well, yeah, I've met some cool people, and then just stopping there with my thought process. Yeah, I've met some cool people. But then I realized that, but then that leaves that space that you're still occupying for the not so cool people. And it's like, so that's why I decided I just view it as it's all been a learning curve. So it's all been beneficial. So I'm just grateful I've met everybody, whether it was good or bad, because I've been able to now look back on that and then learn from it, and it brings something positive to me. So then that's a step over the hurdle, it just, and I'm just, my thought process goes, that's just how I think of things. I either go through it or over it. I don't go around very much.
Right, I like that. Oh yeah.
But it's just been, I don't know, well, let's see, did he ever answer me? Rank 1, what are you doing?
Yeah, Rank 1 will be doing her first live when it arrives, mate. Thank you for sending the tracking.
So it still hadn't got there. Dang.
Well, it does take,
But I wonder how that goes too. So so I did it, the USPS, so the Postal Service Priority Mailboxes deal. So you, over here, you can track it, and I can see when it leaves this distribution hub and it gets to this hub, and this hub it hops to here, and then it's out for delivery. But with that, all it ever showed for me under that tracking was as it got over there, and then when it was released in customs over there. So I wonder, on the Australian side of things, can you take that, like when it's released from customs coming that way, do you get assigned over there a tracking number, or is there a way
they'll update it with USPS, but the thing I've learned having things shipped to me from overseas is it'll show for 2 to 3 weeks in customs, and then it'll finally get released, and then it'll finally start updating.
Now you said it's stuck in a port in California. Oh man, please tell me no. Man, that place is so jacked up.
Shipping overseas is a pain in the...
Well, especially from over there, because right now they're playing all these stupid ass bullshit games with all the shipping and the trucking and shit going in and out of those ports.
Oh yeah, we're facing that in my job. Everything has changed. Now they're saying that, and we make solvent-based products, and now they're saying no more solvent-based products because of climate change. And so, now we're thinking about, because majority of our sales are going overseas, and they've been doing that for years. I mean, we make a really good roofing product, but now they're like, well, maybe we should switch over to water-based. Yeah, okay, that's gonna suck.
Hey, Ronnie. Hey, Hillbilly Homesteader.
Ronnie, what's going on? Oh,
And so I'm gonna look into that then, because I thought it was like when they were showing release to customs that you guys already had it over there.
No, it goes through customs here in the U.S. and then it'll go through customs over there.
Well, see, that's what I'm saying. It showed that release, so I thought that was over there. Because it had
And then
done
even
been
if
over
it's
here,
released
really.
from customs, then they have to wait because I guess there's only specific people once it's released from customs that can actually transport it. It's a pain in the ass.
Chain of custody.
Yeah.
Stop all the smuggling.
Yeah, boy, that's working, ain't it?
we have a 18-wheeler truck still sitting in Mexico at the Mexico border in customs. It's been there for about 6 months now.
Yeah.
Didn't have
Doesn't
enough
surprise me.
immigrants in it for them to let it across.
They won't tell us anything. It's just sitting there.
They got to get some more loaded in there, and then they'll let it come across. You got to take at least 100.
Yeah,
You come over here with that empty trailer.
Well, you know, the price of inflation, the people that, you know, they pay to load them onto the trucks aren't making enough, so that they had to increase it. And now they can't get that money. And
yeah.
All right, shit. You go through all this typing and freaking hit the wrong thing, and all of a sudden it all went away. I get all these tracking numbers.
but I'll order a lot of stuff from AliExpress, and there's been times where I've watched it sit in customs in China for 2 to 3 weeks. Then it finally gets into the port here in the U.S. Then it sits there for another 2 or 3 weeks.
Yeah. Yeah, they're doing this all over the world. It's you know, it's their part of their control apparatus. You know, control what comes in, control what goes out. You know, control how it's transported. You know, it's craziness. It's craziness. They believe they're doing the right thing. Of course, they're not. They're just, you know, installing tyranny in every level of society throughout the world. Good times.
See, what kind of stupid shit? So I'm tracking a package. I go to the tracking thing, and it's showing me how, okay, it left here, went over to this one. It's in the customs clearance in Chicago. And then it left there, and it's in transit to the next facility. Then it says released from U.S. Customs. And then there's this cool little option that says USPS Tracking Plus. And it's like, oh, so I click on the Tracking Plus, and oh, would you like more information about this package?
Oh, yeah,
And
you can pay for that.
But you don't, it's not like here, pay $250 to track this package. No, you sign up for a 3-year thing. Like,
Yeah.
dude, I'm just trying to track a package. What do you mean
Right?
3 years? Is it going to take you 3 years to get that package over there? Holy shit.
Well, you know, it is from the U.S. You are dealing with USPS. So, you know, just saying.
Damn,
FedEx or
build the boat. Build the plane.
FedEx or the other one, you know, you might have been a lot better off.
I don't know. I just wanted to get the stuff. I feel better. And then there's only one thing left with that whole auction debacle. Boy, that didn't pan out. But is the Miss Angela, which I've tried emailing numerous times. I get no response. And so if anybody sees her in chat, it's the Angela lady that bought the hats. I sent emails and got no reply or nothing. And so it's like, well, okay. Well,
Yeah, that's why when you're doing that, I'm like, yeah, I'll just send them $20.
I'm gonna do this.
Although there were a few things I wanted, they just out of my price range.
Okay, this was the 26th. So that's 1, 2. So this is going on the 3rd week.
So how's Charity doing, Chad?
Oh, she's doing good. She's doing well, doing absolutely well. We're going for walks. She's actually wanting to go for a walk right now. It's about 43 degrees. She's 18 years old. But she's still got it.
You're lucky man.
There you go. Here's Charity.
Oh, she's such a sweetie looking.
Oh.
That growth just freaks me out.
Did you figure out what caused her explosive reaction? Was she just not feeling good, or?
Yeah, probably what she ate. The kibble. You know, when I first got her, she suffered from colitis because she ate. You know, she's a rescue, and they gave her food off the plate. They threw it up in the air. She grabbed it, and it would be anything, absolutely anything. So, yeah, she had bloody diarrhea all the time. And so when I got her, I changed her diet. Every now and then she has a little flare up of colitis, and then of course I used turmeric, organic coconut oil, and a little bit of black pepper, and stop feeding her. Basically, it sucks. Give her protein, egg, raw liver, and that takes care of it. She's good, and then we can kind of slowly introduce the kibble. If she's hungry, but most of the time it's just her diet. It just gets away from her.
Later, Gmo. And Wizard, real quick, he said anyone heard anything about JH556. The last I heard was what was it on with Mayhem, and then I think I saw her over on Steve's one night, and I think everything is okay. I think that helped. They did that fundraiser deal.
Yeah.
And I think it helped.
Yeah, that's what I've heard as well.
Yeah, Kid Coleman turmeric is so good for many things. Yep, I've learned that. That's been part of that whole dietary thing. That thing was like, oh, I'm a mustard fan.
No, I've seen Monty pop in and out of places.
See, now I hadn't seen him in a little bit.
Monty was last night. He was there. He was at Trial by X. Yep. He played a game, I think. Yep, sure did.
Oh, wow.
Speaking of which, who the hell did you have up on the board?
Cancer.
Oh, okay. That's understandably why it was squigglies.
Yep, Cancer. This was for my friend Linda. Go Team Linda. Fuck cancer. She's fighting cancer, and her and her team, literally. So she requested it, and she wanted to play it, and I did it. I had somebody cancer, and it was an epic night, absolutely epic night, definitely.
Well, I popped in and out a few times. I didn't say anything or stick around. I was
right on.
By about 8 o'clock my time. I'm ready to go bed.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And I look at my the Trial by Axe in my lives as like the middle bar. That's where you come. You go to your first bar. That's your pregame. That's where you meet up with everybody, and then you travel. You're going to the main event. Say it's Angry or Pinball or somebody like that. You're going to the main event, but you want to stop into the middle bar and see some, Trial by Axe or something. And then you go to the main event. Then you come back to the middle bar and go, oh, wow, everything is kind of this and that and whatever. Then you go back to either go home or stay at the middle bar, or you go back to your destination, your pregame destination or whatever. So, yeah, it's like the middle bar. And I enjoy the lurkers. I mean,
the amount of red – I can see even last night when I did pop in the amount of red that's still up there. It must have been a hell of a night.
Yeah, and I usually erase what I can, and I said, you know what? I'm just going to keep the letters up there. Everybody gets a letter. Whatever your name is, and I usually erase some of it. But I was like, you know what? No, I want this thing, and it's a picture for me. This is the picture that everybody else has painted. You know, this is their art. You know, not mine. Yeah, I make the marks, but it's their marks, and so everybody makes their mark. You know.
And hey, Miss Mara, it's so good to see you. Hadn't seen you in a little bit.
Right on, y'all.
Firefly, I'm glad it was kind of helpful. Firefly says she was grateful for the conversation. She was kind of in a time, and I think well, us just talking kind of maybe helped for the day.
Right on.
That's a good thing. What's up, Eric? And there's Eric. He said, Shad, sorry I missed your lives this weekend. A friend of mine needed some help.
Yeah, I've seen that. Thank you, Eric. Yeah, and you know, life happens. You never have to apologize for me for, you know, you come and go as you please. You do what you want, and life happens. And I'm privy to that too. There's many times where I haven't done trial by acts, and you know, like I said before, this is like a therapy for me. You know, task orientated. Be of service. Do something, and do it. You know, and have a regiment of it. And that helps me. Because me with nothing to do, nothing creative to do, I become very manic. You know, so I know that about myself, and I have to do something. And yeah, I have to make it, like you said, rescue, make it a job. Be consistent, make it a job. Have some kind of you know, commitment, and you'll get something from that, and that's what I get from it. That's why I started this whole thing. You know, to be of service, to be creative, and hey, you know, if I entertain everyone and kind of help a little bit, then you know, that's gravy. Right on, Eric. Friend state taking in a friend, awesome. So I want to take this opportunity to get out of here. Thank you, Rescue. Thank you very much. Thank you, chat. Good seeing you, Ray. Good luck on your endeavors, on your journey. You know, it will. I know that it's going to be hard, and it is hard, but that's what makes you hard, and you're going to be a badass. So, with that, I gotta take my dog out, and we gotta go roam the countryside, play in the creek, and chase things and smell things, and
Does
so
this mean we
eat
got to
things
get a
off the
little
ground.
short that the creek still flows?
yes, the creek still flows. I'm probably going to make a video of that. Yes.
Cool.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
well, I
was good.
appreciate you coming up, Shad. I do. I always appreciate you coming hanging out with me.
Man, I thank you very much, brother. Thank you, and you inspiring as well. You know, literally your story, your situation. You know, it's inspiring. You know, it's like, and plus, it's like, what's my excuse? What is my excuse for not doing something that I need to do? You know, that I know that I need to do. What's my excuse? You know, because I'll do that. I'll sit in the house and just stare at the walls and drool and giggle. So your inspiration, man, is powerful. It is. It really is.
I think you staring at the wall giggling is just part of your madness.
Well, of course. Yeah.
It's mad.
No,
Yes.
it's a pleasure talking with you.
Yep.
It's been a minute, so.
Yep. And you know, I say, you know, and my tough love comes through. You know, I say nobody cares, work harder, but you know, I do like watching people go through the journey and growing. You know, and it's kind of like taking, kind of like when you're a kid. Well, for me, the way I learned how to swim is they threw me off the boat.
Yeah.
And they watched me drown.
Yeah.
Then they watched me learn how to swim. So it's a microcosm. So, you know, I love that, and I know that you're going to be okay. You know, you're going to make it. You just have to.
Oh no, I know I'm going to. I mean, my whole thing is now I'm doing a lot more research, learning a whole lot of different things.
Right.
To make how even basic foods affect you.
Oh yes. Yeah. It changed my
Never
life.
really thought about it, you know, never grew up, you know, growing up, it was, hey, whatever my mom could make quick and cheap, you know, working mom, 4 kids. She just, whatever could, you know, there was no real nutritional education. So I'm learning a lot. And that's been my whole thing right now. Well, with this,
I'll give you a recommendation.
all
Check out criticalhealthnews.com. criticalhealthnews.com. Dr. Joel Wallach, pharmacist Ben Fuchs, they changed my life. They really did. They gave me the blueprint to being somewhat superhuman again. You know, I'm 49 years old. I know I'm getting older. I know I'm breaking down. I know I'm all this and that. But you know what? I'm still going, and I'm still got my health, and I still got my strength. I still got stamina, more so than anybody that I know that's 49 years old. So it's check them out, criticalhealthnews.com. Definitely.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yes.
I mean, I've been told by a doctor 20 years ago. He goes, "You're going to stroke out by the time you hit 20, or by the time you hit 40." Well, I'm 47, 48 now. I haven't stroked out, but I think I've been pushing it a little bit too hard. You know, I've been pushing that envelope.
Yeah.
Hey, Tiger. How are you, man?
Lori strong like bull.
Anyway,
Anyway, I gotta go, guys. It's 43 degrees out here in Northeast Ohio, and Charity is like, "Let's go." And so
make sure you give Charity a snack for me. A good
No,
girl.
she's had enough snacks. Now we're gonna go run it off.
You gotta go burn off that in calories.
That's right. That's right. So I love you all.
Hey,
take care of yourself.
Appreciate you guys.
Have a good day.
Make it a great day. Now, so Ohio came in. What's up, Ridge Runner? See you come in.
Yeah, it's not getting too far before I gotta just go get active.
Yeah, the temperature
make up my tea
and up a little bit.
Yeah, it's still a bit. For me, it's still a bit on the chilly side. That we have wind actually out here.
Yeah, up to 55.
But I do have to say that coop and that chicken run looks pretty good.
It's getting there. I'm fixing to redo the wiring on it and then go ahead and finish it. We did a little work on it. She helped me move it yesterday, but I put some boards on it and then I redid the hog panels where it has a little bit taller arch.
Yeah, I watch from time to time. You know, I pop in and kind of watch, and I see you out there messing around with it.
So Rank, I think Rank's still here. Rank, are you still in chat? Because boy, have I got a bone to pick with you, mister. Your little buddy from over there, your little Aussie buddy that you showed doing the hog hunting. Remember whenever I was out there, and I was actually the first time I was doing the hog panels, and Rank was up on panel, and we got to talk about hog hunting, and he was like, "Oh, we got a mate over here that does it," and so he did this link, and so we watched this little video clip. That dude, what was it? It was Edge of the Outback. That dude is a little prick bastard, dude. He apparently directly went to YouTube and filed a complaint because all I got an email from YouTube and it says the content creator has filed a complaint and wants his content removed. You have 7 days to remove it, or we will, and your channel will receive a strike. And I was like, wait, what? And I went, and it wouldn't even let me like clip that part out. It was literally delete it or get a strike. And it was like, oh, shit. So I downloaded it and I deleted it. I'm going to figure out how to clip the part out myself. But I thought, well, that little shithead. So he actually directly complained. And it's like, we didn't even like talk about him. We were, if anything, if you were to listen to it, it was bragging about his happy ass because it was like, oh, yeah, check him out. That's a cool setup. It wasn't like, oh, look at that dumbass. Instead, that dude got all emo and shit. I thought y'all were supposed to be tough over there in Australia. That dude's like some woke lefty you got over there, right? Man,
I
I tell you,
had
I'm
I had
just
issues like that when I was doing lives and stuff. And the one gal I found that's in Australia did a lot of good parodies, and I kept promoting her. And she's like, nah, YouTube's like, no, the YouTube just basically like what you said. So I'm like, fuck. But yeah, he's in there. He said, put a duck in there to fuck with the chickens.
Well, Danny, yeah, I can't wait. You can get some chicken. I love them. Hell, they're becoming my kids. And don't worry about it, Rank. I was just picking with you on it. I mean, yeah, that really happened. I mean, and I really think that dude is an ass. It was like, but he's apparently a whiny ass little emo kid. So I don't know. It's whatever. I was just picking with you though, brother. So no biggie. Because yeah, I was actually floating like, damn, we didn't even say nothing about him or nothing. If anything, you'd look at it as a positive for him.
You would think that people would see it as a positive because they're getting exposure and maybe additional subscribers.
Right?
And
That's what I'm
they
saying.
don't look at it that way. You can't, that's mine and all mine.
I know. It's like,
Me.
you know, if anything, we didn't even show like his whole deal. So it's not like we watched this whole clip of his. We just watched a little part. So you'd think that by rational thinking, if anything, it would have made anybody really interested, would have went and clicked on that dude and went over to his channel, might even end up subscribing to him, but then watching some other stuff. Now he's getting view hours. But oh, no. Let's get pissy because about 30, 45 people over there. Well, actually, not even the U.S. because it's Alaska over here. We got in Australia. I mean, so all over. But oh my God, these 45 people are, even at the most I've ever had was like 100. So just say 100 people watch this. It's like, whatever, dude, you whiny ass. I don't
Yeah.
give a shit. Anybody shares mine out, I don't really care. And when if people clip my shit to make things sound one way, all I'll do is laugh at the people that believe that shit, because you can feel free to come right here and see everything I say from start to finish, not just a little clip haven. I ain't bashful.
Right.
So I just thought that was kind of ironic, and I like it how they just it was flat out going, you got 7 days or you're getting a strike. And I was like, oh, well, let me go remove. Wait. And it's like that whole editing feature for the videos wasn't even an option. It was just like, nope. And I'm like, oh, damn. He's such an ass. Yeah, his name was Edge of the Outback. It's an Aussie channel on YouTube. See and watch. Just don't say. Well, step to him if you like him. I guess I think the dude's an ass because I thought, damn, dude, if anything, reach out to me. You could have said something. Or hey, why you were showing my stuff? It's like we were just talking about hog hunting in Texas, and then there was an Australian buddy that goes, hey, we do that over here, and check out this dude's setup. And it's like, oh wow, yeah, that's some pretty cool. Check him out. Oh man, that was some pretty. That's a good hit. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, cool. So it wasn't like it was like he was even the topic.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Well, like I said, people don't realize sometimes, people sharing other YouTube, you get more subscribers. You got more people reaching out to you because it was shared somewhere else. And they just get butthurt about that. Or I don't know what it is. Control issue.
Yeah, that's it. I don't know. That tripped me out, but it's done now. I just figure out I can clip that little part in DaVinci, and then I just gotta figure out how to compress that video when I'm done, because that seems to be my biggest issue. I haven't put a lot of effort into learning how though. But
Just simple.
I went to do
Cut.
that before, and I actually took a YouTube video, the whole video that was only like, oh damn, what was that? It was like 5 gigs or something. And I went and I removed a song that was banned in apparently all countries, but yet it's like, but I played this on YouTube. So how does that work? But whatever. So I went to do it, and all of a sudden that 5 gig video went to like 53 gigs or something. And I'm like, okay, apparently I didn't pay attention to something in the compression when I saved this. So I'll go back to that, and I just haven't gone back.
No, I've used DaVinci. I have a simpler program for many years. It's simple to me because I've used it so many times to where I can clip out things, just really easily.
What is it?
I forgot what it's called. I'll figure it out in a minute.
I can clip in VLC, and that's what I used to do back in the day. And then there's Audacity, but I stopped a few years back with Audacity because there was a change of ownership, and the thing changed about some of the way they handle information. And so I was like,
Oh, okay. It's from NCH Software. I mean, it's an old program, video pad editor.
Okay.
It's really old. I mean, this is back in the early 90s.
Well, it might sound familiar because I was actually going through a box and I was looking at old ATI driver disc and Logitech disc, and it was mouse discs and shit. And so it was back in the day when you had to have a driver for everything.
Right.
And there was some of the old copies where you would get what is that, cyber DVD or something. You get that copy with all kinds of hardware when you'd buy it. Almost every CD drive you'd buy, you'd get it. I don't know about all that, Huckleberry, but I'm glad that you would feel that way. No, so if you did that, all it'd probably do is block you real quick. Oh, let's see.
Yeah, Barefoot needs to get back and start posting more videos. Let everybody know she's doing well.
Well, she did one. She put out a little video. What was that? A week and a half ago or something?
Something like that.
She put it out a little one. And of course had that awesome background of Alaska. I gotta say though, man, I'd have to get me some real clothes and shit to go over there.
Right?
These little thermals with some pajama bottoms, because I didn't realize that until, well, I got up moving around, then I went to pull out some breeches, and it's like, oh no, you can't fit in those no more. I mean, that's, even when I put my suspenders on, I felt like, okay, this is like a clown suit or some shit, because it went from like a 46 up here down like, 8 sizes. And it's like, oh yeah, this is like where you can hold it out going, oh, look, I can stuff this down there and I can stuff this in there.
It's funny you say that, because not too long ago I was putting on a pair of pants and I'm like holding them. I'm like, holy wait a minute. These pants aren't supposed to fit like this. I'm like, holy shit, look at all this space.
Oh, dude.
I'm like, what the hell happened? This was before I realized that I'd lost all that weight. And I'm like, holy Nikes.
See, you look at that as, I don't know, I laughed and hell felt good about it. I mean, it kind of sucked that I didn't want to wear the pants, but I was sitting there kind of going, hey man, this is cool. It's like acknowledging the little achievements, and it's like, cool, I've lost that. Okay, I'm still keeping it down some. I don't have that big roll.
See, I didn't think like that. I'm like, okay, maybe the washer, I put it on the wrong temperature and it stretched it out or something.
Damn 3-day-old jeans stretched out. Let's see, Dana said, sorry I haven't been around, folks. Been a rough few months. A lot of sleeping, and my schedule changed after I moved in with Katie. I did have my back surgery and in recovery now. Yeah, that's why I said seeing her back here, then she's feeling better. I've been talking with her, and she's she just, you know how sometimes when you just don't feel good and you just need that kind of quiet space so that you
Yeah.
can kind of focus on feeling better.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad that recovery's going well, and I pray that it goes fast for you. Well, that's good. You're not having those seizures.
Yeah.
And that's,
Well,
like I
it's
said,
just
that's what
going over
freaked it
the,
out for me. Is having those non-epileptic seizures.
hey, I need just a minute. Give me about 2 minutes and I'll be right back.
Well, in the past, I would say he's getting his can of chicken noodle soup. But apparently he's doing better than that. Damn, Rank. I hope he's not a friend of yours that you're calling him a dweeb. Remind me not to piss off Rank. He might throw a Foster's at me. No, but Barefoot, it's good to see that you're around. I was seriously getting worried about you. Oh, I definitely know about the depression part.
Okay. Sorry, just needed a moment.
Well, it's all good. Like I said, I normally would have said that you just went to go get yourself a can of chicken noodle, but apparently you've graduated from that.
Well, I had my bowl of chicken noodle soup this morning. That was breakfast. And then I won't eat anything until later when she gets here. And I'm going to try to do maybe a steak tonight. Just no seasoning. I don't do seasoning. See, it's like little things like that. It's like, okay, well, I'm going to go with, I would normally doctor it up and do this. I just want to enjoy a steak. So I'll just keep it just a little bit of pepper. I don't even use salt.
Yeah, I never did like salt on anything, and I still don't. I don't like salt.
Dude, even talking with just people I've worked with for years and just little things, you realize people season up so much shit, but they fail to realize that in all those bottles of seasoning, the core base to it is salt.
Yeah.
So you just end up with people that are just like, oh, I want to know that, know that. Hell, I had to tell her that. And it was like, yo, if you already put that, then don't go putting salt and pepper because you don't put salt.
See, I don't do salt, but pepper, black pepper. I love black pepper. I mean, I will put that on just about everything.
Yeah. I'm a pepper person. I like pepper. Although I'm careful actually nowadays because I worry if the pepper flake might get wedged on something in the colon because I don't want that. Because I don't know. I ain't going to no hospital. I just ain't there. I don't. As a matter of fact, it was kind of. I was so glad to hear about John, the Oak Enclave, because he's having his surgery on his spinal stuff. They're replacing the disc, I think, or they're doing something with the disc in his to alleviate the pinch on his spinal cord. And I was thinking, yeah, and he was talking about what an awesome hospital, and I was like, yeah, it's just not here. I have to go 4.5 hours to get into that kind of area, man. That just ain't doable. So there's one day a week, and that's the day, and that's on a Friday. That's when appointments happen. That's the only day available of the week. Yeah, I overthink a lot of things, Huckleberry.
Oh, shit. That reminds me, I got to print out some paperwork for work. Take to the doctor.
Oh, okay.
Well, because those seizures happened while I was on the clock. They want to get me for unauthorized leave without pay, but I need they placed it on hold when I talked with HR so that I can get my FMLA paperwork in. I mean, I doubt I'll ever need to use it, but it's basically to protect my butt from what happened in the past. So I got to print those up tonight so that I have them in the morning. Doctor called me in right away because of my lab results. So I was scheduled like another week and a half to go see him, and they moved it up to first thing tomorrow morning. And I looked at my lab results. I'm like, they're probably freaking out about the A1C, which I'm not. I'm actually happy with.
Oh, Firefly's out on FMLA right now. Oh, and then what is it? Dana said sea salt, just a tiny pinch, a few grains is excellent in coffee, and we need salt in our diets. Low sodium, potassium, magnesium has been in the blood results after a seizure.
Reading ingredient level, ingredients in different things that we eat, I see a lot of sodium in it already. I don't see the point of adding more. And that's probably, and I am very sensitive to the taste of salt. I do not like it. That's why I use so much damn black pepper. I can't keep black pepper in stock.
Oh, I don't mind salt. Hell, I grew up, I was on them damn young people walking through refineries, and way back in the day used to have salt dispensers throughout their plants and shit, because they've always told you how you need to do these salt tablets, in the heat and stuff. And so you'd go get these little pink salt tablets, eat them bad boys. But I've always used salt. It's just that I noticed almost all the seasoning. So like lemon pepper. And then you look at the ingredients, and it's got a core base of salt. And then you look at like Tony Chachere's base product, salt. You look at this steak seasoning, base thing is salt. And it's like, oh, damn. Well, that's what I told her is I said, you realize if you sprinkle a little bit of that steak seasoning, then you sprinkle a little of that Chachere's on there, and then you cook it, and at the end, you take some of that salt and you sprinkle it on there. That's like 3 different doses of salt.
Yeah. Well, if you look at even at that can of chicken noodle, how much sodium is in it?
Well, that's actually
sodium
why I
is
do
nothing
the low
but salt.
sodium on purpose. Just because of that. The regular can is so high in that sodium that I do that the heart healthy one because it's low sodium. Ideally, it would be best just to have homemade chicken broth, chicken noodle soup, but that's just not a viable option. So I stick with Campbell's.
Barefoot, you're absolutely right. I can't handle this. Like I said, within the next 6 months, I plan to be off of the blood pressure, the cholesterol, and the diabetes medication.
Right, if you'll type something in chat, then she can grab your channel.
I don't do YouTube anymore. I'm done for right now. I'm going to focus on my health. I may come back here in a little bit, and talk about it more, kind of like you do. But for now, I'm done with YouTube. I just kind of float around lurk around. It's just too much for me. I'm getting back down to basics. But yeah, with FMLA, I never knew that it would cover psychiatric issues like, the anxiety, things like that. And HR is like, no, it definitely covers that. So we're going to put all this on hold. We're going to get you the FMLA paperwork. So, and my job performance has actually gotten a lot better.
Well, it's a medical leave, so and that's a medical.
Well, I'm part of the old school where mental health is it's all in your head. That's not true sickness. Well,
mental, I think the word mental itself says it's a head thing, but. And I gotta say, man, I don't know. I'm not trying this to sound like shooting anything down. I'm just not. I was never a fan. When I kind of started to dabble, and we went to school and she kind of kept going, but I just couldn't get, I don't know. I didn't dig the book vibe behind that, because I really feel like it's kind of like doctors now. Doctors go out of a book.
Yeah.
You tell them something and then they just kind of do this book, and it's like, but you're not even asking a whole bunch of other questions, and it's like when they prescribe you shit. Well, I don't feel real good. My nose has been running, and I've had this little bit of cough. Oh, here, you got the flu, or you got this, and here, just take that. And it's like, well, I don't know. Did you even ask me what I've been doing? Did you know that I just came back from the freaking Alps and shit, and that I went and laid out in the freaking beach, and that maybe temperatures are changing, and that I've been drunk as all get out? And it's like, no, don't ask nothing. Just you take those symptoms, look in the book.
That's why I like this my chart, so that I can see everything, so that I can prepare questions. And I've been grilling my doctor about everything. I'm not, just, okay, give me a pill, bye. I'm grilling them about everything. And it helps me learn what's going on with my body. So I'm taking a more proactive role than a lot of people.
Well, yeah, now those portals, I got the files. I have big ass file cabinets and stuff, and that's what I do. But you got, and I firmly believe because man, that was such a thing for me. And now it's like I don't even have to know if something has sugar on it. I can taste it, and it'll be like, oh yeah. Oh. I can literally start to feel it sometimes, because it'll be like a heavy, like I might try a bite of her ice cream or something, and it's like I can even feel that hitting me, because I'm just so done with the sugar, and it doesn't take much.
This monster, although it says it's zero sugar, there's other types of sugars, but I can taste, and it's sickening, the sweetness. It's not the sweetness that I'm after. It's literally the actual taste. But even this, I probably won't have another monster for a month or two. It's just nasty sweetness. Barefoot, the channel name was Fat Man Prepper, but like I said, I can't call myself Fat Man anymore. I'm losing weight. I'm no longer being fat. Oh boy, I gotta make some more tea.
Mm-hmm.
I'm down to the dregs of my 3-gallon tea thing.
Yeah, I got you, John. That's actually what we were talking about earlier when he first brought up that's him. I laughed and told him how, I get these bugging messages and emails all the time. They want me to sign into that portal, and it's like, no. I'm glad it makes you a little easier, but no, I'll show up. Tell me what you need to tell me. I'll make my notes. I want my copies of the stuff that you see, and I don't know. And I guess it's all it's a comfort thing. That's just I'm just not comfortable with that. Not that I have anything that somebody wouldn't know, but it's just, for me, it's actually knowing that people I won't even know who knows my information. That's the
Well, yeah, I definitely
know.
understand that part. But at the same time, I'm like, you know what? I can't worry about that. Let me worry about me. This helps. It does help me, especially the appointments, because otherwise I would forget appointments. I'm not exactly got the keenest mind when it comes to remembering things. But it does give me the opportunity to review it, research it, like on all my blood results. I'm researching each of the highs and lows and seeing how that correlates.
You can do that with the paper copy too, though, Ray. So that's not just the portal. The portal is just a convenience thing.
A lot of doctors don't like to give things, I noticed, anymore.
But don't charge me. Don't charge me. If you ain't going to give me the material, because that's what they look at. They're getting copies of stuff. It's a thing, and I get it. It's like I said that during my streams. I'm not a big email person or messaging person, and I just never. It's funny because I started off in this whole computer genre as it started, but as it progressed, I'm a hardware guy. I liked building them and doing that, but this whole software thing, I just realized it's coding, so it's anybody with a bright idea can come up with an app. Yeah. And it's that convenience, and I'm just not. It's just not for me. I'm not give me some kind of hard copies.
Tech savvy.
What's up, Frank?
How we all doing, everybody? G'day, everybody in chat. G'day,
G'day, mate.
Ray. G'day, how you going?
No, good day, Foster's 2000. Rank 2000.
I'm in my jammies.
Hey, me too.
What time is it over there?
It is hang on. It's 5 a.m.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. It's all good. It's all good. I sleep odd hours. Yeah, just work odd hours. Everything's all over the joint. No, I just thought I'd jump up here for a little bit. Just say good day to everybody and try and inject some conversation. First thing I want to say is I'm so sorry, man. You got a strike for that rescue, man.
Oh, I didn't get the strike because I took it down. I got this email going. You got 7 days, and if you don't take it down, we will, and you're getting a strike. And I was like, okay, well, it's going. There you
go. And that pisses me off. That one. Rank killed all the roos. Yeah, kangaroos are about to be extinct. Yeah.
Well, like what Kissoff said. If I lived every day like it was my last, there'd be a lot of dead motherfuckers.
I'm pretty sure my wife's got a kill list of people she wants to kill. So
I can so see that. Even in myself, Kissoff.
I gotta say, if I said, okay, I'm gonna live every day like it's my very last day, I don't think it'd be on that side. But I've seen enough of that. I don't have to do that. It takes zero effort to go. That doesn't. I don't know. I think mine would actually be going and trying to find something, and it would be trying to look at things that I haven't had a chance to see, or going and actually hands-on viewing some stuff and experiencing. That's, I don't know. I guess for me, because I mean, it's like, well, I wouldn't. If this is my last day, man, I've been seeing the early part of my life with that kind of damn shit. I wouldn't want to go out with that. I'd rather go out with something nice.
Well, the only reason I said I can understand is because that's how I felt for a long time.
Oh yeah, no, I was. Trust me, dude, I get it. I was an anger king. I thrived off of just the anger. That's what drove me for a decade. I just about the past, I don't know, 5 years. It's just kind of, and as I get a little bit kind of more into where I'm at here, it just kind of started to becoming like, yeah, what's the point? I don't give a shit. Not occupying my space. Yeah, I get mad, and I might even get mad and go, man, get the hell up out of it. But in about 24 hours, I'm gonna be like, wait, what? Oh yeah. Oh, okay, yeah, I remember that because I refuse to file that shit away and take up space.
Well, see, with this depression, anxiety medication, now I cannot, at this point, I can actually state if the way I feel is the way drug addicts feel when they do their drugs, I can understand why they do their drugs. I have such a calmness and happiness that I have never experienced. Well, I haven't experienced since I was a teenager.
Well, you still haven't experienced it. Was chemically induced.
Hey, I'm happy with this. Trust me, with how I've been, I'm definitely happy with it.
I could never do drugs. I was brought up in like a pretty bad area in Sydney, Australia, where drugs were pretty much sold everywhere, and I didn't do them. I turned to the person that was selling them. All right, and I'm talking like 25 years ago, so I can't get done for it now. So fucking whatever. And then the next thing you know, you've got people you used to go to school with coming to buy drugs from you, and I was just like, I can't do this anymore. Like, you were in my maths class, you were in my history class. Look at yourself. Like, what's wrong with you, man? Like,
see, when I was younger, I experimented. I mean, I've done meth twice.
wow.
I didn't like it because I did it when I was drunk, and we all know what happens when you do meth when you get drunk. Yeah, you don't get drunk anymore. I've done LSD. I didn't really care for it. Marijuana, that just makes me sicker than a dog, even if I smell it. The only drug that I actually enjoyed doing when I was experimenting was speed, simple pills. And that's just because, see, we had a huge yard.
I'm doing two of the worst drugs, alcohol and cigarettes.
Yeah, well, those two drugs I can,
Yeah.
But even alcohol, I've dropped off a lot.
Yeah. You just keep pushing on, get rid of that shit, and get that shit out of your life, brother. Just stay strong.
That's
I
it.
got you back. Yeah, I got you back, bro. Man, it's. I shouldn't be doing.
I'm learning so much. Like I said, with just doing basic research on the food that I'm eating and how I need to change it, how it affects me.
I heard you
how
say
it
that
affects
before,
you.
yeah. Your diet, yes, absolutely.
It's just eye-opening. Sometimes it's a little too much, to take in.
Right on, Eric.
Oh yeah, hell yeah.
Eric said it's about 30 years.
Hey, I commend and have the utmost respect for anybody that can stop doing things like going from an alcoholic to not drinking by themselves. That is just, if you can do that by yourself, you're awesome. I commend you for it. But at the same time, I know there's people that can't do it.
I don't drink by
there's people that
myself.
choose not to do it. Everybody can. Just
don't
like
drink-
everybody can decide to become that way, they can decide not to be that way.
You can, but again, a lot of times some people do need that little.
Well, a lot of times people just find more convenient excuses to
Yeah.
justify that behavior. That's
I
just the
don't drink-
facts.
Yeah, rescue like this one. I don't drink by myself. I drink out the back, and my dogs are there, but they don't drink. But my dogs are there, so I'm not drinking.
Well,
by
you
myself.
know the difference between a drunk and an alcoholic, right?
Yeah, mate, I'm a functioning alcoholic, pretty much.
No, an alcoholic needs to go to meetings.
Yeah, fuck, good on.
You know, get that 30-day sobriety chip so that they can take it over to the bar for a free drink.
Well, it's like everything else, dude. I was talking with somebody the other day. They
got so
called
many
and we was talking, and it's like, I'm sorry, almost my whole growing up and my whole life, I have remembered seeing these semis that have a flatbed trailer that have these mangled up vehicles on them that they take around to all these different events for decades to show the impact of drunk driving. And do you know how much it's helped? None. Because that's just another thing we use to say, look, we're trying to help. We're trying to help. We're doing this. You won't address the problem itself. We do that with everything.
Yeah.
We got methadone clinics because we don't really want the damn dopehead to get off the dope. We need to be able to make more money off of this. And the only way we can make money is if we'll produce the damn drug. So let's just switch them over to methadone. And now we can have these cities that can come get their funding, which then will kick us back. But then, we can just feed the herd that way.
Money.
Hey, Miss Bonnie.
Yeah, I'm hearing your rescue. I totally agree with you. It's a money-making scheme. We all know there's a cure for cancer, but if they go cure it, where's the money in the medical? Oh, shit, I probably just got you another straw. Damn it.
Well, not only where's the money in it, why do we want to cure it when we want to decrease population anyways?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that too.
Well, that's a small part of that stupid ass elites because it's like,
good point.
There's one of those simple math facts. If you actually looked at the circumference of the earth, but see, then again, you can get people to question if it's a round ball or dirt and stuff. But if you were to take the legitimate, good old school basic facts as we know it, if you took the land mass, we only have 8 billion people, and really, that we're not as overpopulated as people seem to think, because all they're visualizing is there's these metropolitan cities. What we have to start doing is looking at reflecting of all the open space that there really is.
Yeah.
There's a big chunk, dude, over between the Midwest and the West Coast of America that's not very populated.
Yeah.
Well, aren't they going to be giving away all that land in reparations soon?
No, they're just only going to give out reparations until all the working people are now all broke and stopped working, and there's no more tax money.
I'm just saying. Have too many dumbasses. Yeah, Huck.
By the way, I saw some story on one of these little news things that y'all are fixing to have another. What is that? The fifth little poke shit thing or something that they're introducing over there? There's some updated now booster thingy.
Oh, they're trying to do another booster here in Australia.
Yeah.
And even there's been a news reporter and a few news reporters have gone, nah, we've seen what's going on around the world. We're not taking it. We're not doing it. Fuck off.
Well, dude, you'd think that. I mean, that's what it's going to take is for people to start calling out basic facts that are not adding up anymore. And it's becoming very obvious now. A lot of, there was a good little portion that saw things in the beginning, but I mean, you literally have people like Gates saying that, yeah, we knew the vaccine would work, but it taught us a lot. And then you have people like Fauci going, yeah, it's not effective, and we knew it wasn't very effective. It's like, now you need to remember that this is the dude that's told you to do it, and then told you to get like 3 boosters and to wear 3 of those little diapers on your face. Once people start remembering just basic facts, then that their own anger will start to surface, and then there'll be a repercussion. Then
My
there'll be
doctor's office
accountability.
is still requiring people to have masks. I'm like, Jesus
And that's why
Christ.
I say that's the only thing that gets me sometimes when if there's too much screaming, then the message gets lost.
Well,
So it's like trying to keep it in check and start pointing out these facts. And I gotta say, man, anybody that gets discouraged as far as in the US, you need to actually watch the House footage. Watch the actual House committee hearings, not listening to it from a news thing, but actually watching them and listen to what these people are saying. And what I personally feel like they're not only bringing things to light, but they're building a case to where if we can get enough people that can come up with enough sense to actually put some skin in the game in 24, and we could change the Senate along with maybe the presidency, then I think there'll be accountability, because I listen to these questions that they've been asking, and they're asking things from a legal perspective. So did you know on this date when you said this, did you know about this? And so I don't know, man, there's just something the way they're talking. It's like your case building. I can hear that in the way you're questioning your case building. You're doing that factual kind of, you're fixing to staircase some shit. And that's, I mean, you can sit and kind of go, nothing's ever going to happen and it's all over. But see, there's either an excuse for something or you do what you can. And I look at that and I go, hey, man, they're doing what they can do. They ain't got much power, but they've come out and said that they hold the purse strings, and they're not fixing to fund some of the shit that they've decided to try to do, like the 87,000 agents. They can't stop it, but what we can stop is we won't pay for it. So now how can you do it? Oh, and it's like, yeah. So the purse strings hold some power. You can have all the bright ass ideas you want, but if you can't fund it, it ain't going through. So there's where they recognize that.
Well, that's with this jibby jab. They knew that shit wasn't going to work. And instead of spending the money to actually do proper tests and all that and do the proper research, they said, well, let's just get it fast tracked. That way we have the population of the world as our guinea pigs.
Yeah.
And it's free.
Exactly.
We're going to get paid for it.
It's all money. I firmly believe almost all the shit, it comes down to money, because it's people.
Yeah.
That's what's changed the character and nature of humanity, has been the greed of money, because everybody, it's like, I can remember hearing when the kids were growing up, you'd hear some parents talking about they wanted their kids to be that next sports star, because they wanted them with that paycheck. It was this, so the viewpoint, it's all about money. So think about how many parents I might have heard say that and talk that way, and see them at the school football games that really want their kid. That kid's life has been altered from being a kid to where he's on a mission for his parents. His parents are living vicariously through him, which means that's not his decisions. Well, it's greed. It's because of things that they want and they see. Well, now as that kid grows up, he's going to want money. I want money. It's not that they even know how to invest it. Hell, look how many of these damn sports stars make millions of dollars and they don't invest shit. Some of them have kind of caught on that, hey, you know what, we'll play the endorsement game and we can live off of that. But most of them, all you hear is these success crash stories because nobody knows how to handle the money. They just want it. Well, it's everything. Corporation stuff, it's business. Business became real easy. And it's like John pointed out, he goes, we talk about the cancer cure and stuff, but what about the things that cause the cancer? That stuff's never been banned. All the cigarettes and all the stuff. We don't do nothing about that. You can't fix the problem because then you can't make money on the solution. It's kind of like the dude that developed the radar gun. He said, man, these cops are having a hard time. I need to help them out. We need to get them away so they can tell how fast somebody's going. And so he developed a radar gun, and they started writing tickets. And then he said, well, shit, that kind of tapered out, man. The police state, that's it. Okay, well, most police departments have these. Now what am I going to do to make money? Wait, I know. How about all the victims that they're getting from these radar guns? I'll make a radar detector. It's the money game. It's making more money. It's always more money. You're not going to fix the border problem because you're making money. You're milking taxpayer money. The guy that goes to work that 8-hour-a-day job, his tax dollars are getting sucked right out the back end over people that don't even have to work for a living.
Well, look at our own government. I mean, for those that smoke marijuana, MJ, the United States government has patented so many different cannabinoids. Why are they patenting this? They're looking to make money on it in the long term.
Well, yeah, they just don't know how to control it. It's the same thing with the vape thing. See, they can't control that because you can make that same juice from individual components right in your own house. Well, see, the marijuana, you can grow that shit right in your own damn garden. So you can't really control that. And that's what keeps them in check. Not to mention, I personally think that the feds, it'll be like a cold day in hell when the feds finally give up that hold on marijuana, just because they've done established so many departments and agencies and layers of government based off of that whole war on drugs.
I want to backtrack a little bit back to the speeding camera.
Back that on that.
Yeah, I want to backtrack a little bit, right? So where the speeding camera came from, and everybody hates this guy, and he got so much backlash, and nobody likes him. He's I think he's Norwegian or Swedish or something. And what he actually did was he invented the camera to record how quick he could get around a corner doing he was a rally racer doing rally times. Someone could YouTube it and find it, and to see how fast he could get through corners. So he invented this speed camera, and then it just got distributed around, and they were like, ooh, we can adopt this, the police force, and then they implemented it to the police force.
Well, not only that, but now they're looking at other ways to make money off of it. Apparently, I was reading an article the other day where not only are they have the speed camera, but the speed camera now will pick up excessive noise. And a lot of cities have noise ordinances. So if your car's too loud when you go by it, you're going to get a ticket for that now.
Oh, I'm screwed on my bike then.
I was just reading this. I'm like, really?
Hey, Indy. Well, no, there's actually a lot of cities. It's like if you go in a lot of metropolitan cities, when you see those, like if you're around the highway part of the city, a loop or whatever you want to call it. But if you ever notice those big walls that'll be at the edge of the road from some subdivision or something, that's actually the whole purpose of them putting them walls.
Well, I understand that.
To reduce that. And it's because that city, it's like a lot of cities and big trucks. You can't jailbreak because, the office people. And it's like, this is a disconnect of reality to me. Because you go to the city and it's like you're going to have city, then you're going to have traffic. And in order to have traffic, you're going to have vehicles, which means you're going to have this. So you're trying. That's why it's the stupid thinking of these damn liberal shits that live inside these cities and think that every place can be like the damn Jetsons or some shit.
My brother one time, when we were 16, 17, he had a 70s, 80s era Blazer. And, with the hard top that you could actually take off and everything. And he had it off, and he was just playing music while over at the community college. And a cop came over and wrote him a ticket for noise pollution. Yet there was no sound system in this. This was straight stock from the 70s or 80s, whatever year it was. But yeah, it wasn't even up on 20. And the cop just gave him a noise ordinance ticket that he had to go pay. I just found that so funny.
What a fucking
It's,
waste.
it's like the window tint laws and stuff. Saying that's just fees, but that's the
The window
noise.
tint is just the government agency trying to be in all be in your business. The only reason they say no window tint on your front window is so that the cop can peer in. He wants to see what you're doing. I'm like, nah, that's the only thing about window tint. That's the only reason
Well,
that
it's
they
a
have the
safety thing, and it's a give and take. There's that middle of the ground because it's like it started out as keeping shade and all that, and it was cool. And unfortunately, it also got twisted and used to hide identification of people that would do then bad things. And so then it becomes like, oh, but everybody forgets what caused that to go from a good thing to a bad thing. So it's like now all you'll hear about is the cops giving the tickets for the window tint and that they got people have the right for the tent, but they forget of why that became an issue. And it's called human behavior. And it's because, once again, we lost that moral compass and society's moral fabric has changed. And it's part of the greed, it's part of justifying that we don't want to do that. It's like all the titles that we blame for the human nature of it.
Oh, Dire Prep says California paints roads white to fight global warming. Actually, they did something out here in Scottsdale, Arizona, similar. They put this coating on the roads. Well, we actually had a very wet year this year, and they didn't realize that coating, once it gets wet with all that water, it doesn't stand up. So now the roads are full of this paint shit that's just chipping everywhere. It makes it look horrendous.
I guess
Some
it'd
of the
be
things.
shock and awe to tell them that the road itself has already contributed to their global warming. I mean, if they wanted to be good, then get rid of the road and go back to nature. No, let's throw this on there. Let's do this for global warming.
Have
And
you
they
seen what
believe in that so much. That's why they buy the houses and shit in Florida and shit and all along the coast because they believe in that so much.
have you seen what they've done in Australia in certain areas, and they're testing it out? In some parts of the outback where there's no street lights, they've started marking the center lines and the lines of the roads with glow in the dark paint. So
Oh,
when it's baking in the sun all day long, it'll go for about 12 hours and it'll glow in the dark overnight.
oh, there you go.
Pretty
I
sure
just,
you could probably find it on YouTube, but they're testing it out and they're just testing it in a few areas
man,
down
I'm
in
not showing nothing
yeah.
from Australia. You people like to file complaints on people and shit.
You guys stole our Ugg boots, you bastards. Ugg boots are Australian. The American Ugg boots, you nicked them from us. You look into it.
Nah, was it
Ugg
really
boots.
from y'all, or was it just some prisoner that got dropped off there that happened to have some boots? So y'all got the right idea from that.
Nah, Ugg boots are Australian. They got stolen from America.
I don't know. I don't know. Wait, is that the flat? That's them flat toe ones, isn't it?
I,
That's those weird
Ugg
ass
boots. I
boots.
don't wear Ugg boots. I don't know. I just know it was an Australian company that got stolen. Yeah.
Now,
Well,
when did
that's
that
okay.
company come into foundation? When did they found that company? What was it, like 1680 or something?
Yeah, the dickhead didn't copyright it, and then some American guy went and
Oh,
copyrighted.
see,
Then
somehow I keep asking a question and all I keep getting is another excuse.
Well,
no,
that's because in Australia, we all know Australia's probably stolen more from everybody else. I mean, that was an island
It's a
for
land of
criminals.
criminals. They stole from everybody. That's why they were sentenced there.
fuck it, Dad, shut up, Dad.
It's a penal
Dad.
colony.
Now they just want to complain that everybody's stealing from them when they stole from everybody else.
What the? Yeah, I don't care. We got the best beaches in the world. Eat a dick.
I mean, good God, they call soccer football.
I know.
What the fuck? Soccer? I call it soccer. I don't call it football. Are you thinking of
Also,
England?
he calls a backyard
Jeez,
astroturf.
Ray. You fucked up on that one there, buddy. We call it soccer. It's in the UK. In the UK, they call it football. Sorry, Ray. You were on a roll there, but you went and
Well,
fucked that one.
then there's those Australians like Rank who think Foster's is Australian beer.
Yeah, mate.
Well, hey, Dana says, are we talking boots or boobs? And I got to say, Dana, I don't know. You know, it's Aussie. He might be having an identity crisis. So maybe they're thinking we stole their boots, too.
I'm drinking my Fosters all day long, bro. Love my Fosters.
The champagne of beer in
The
Australia.
champagne of beer. Oh, mate.
Man.
That Chinese garbage. Oh, mate. Ugh. Oh, fucking hell. So we're going to shoot down any more balloons in the next week? What do you reckon?
Well, I don't know what the next one. Let's see. We've done a balloon. And then I think that other one was a drone, an unmanned.
Yeah.
And,
Was it 4?
well, and you know,
What's the count?
yeah, well, I've heard how they did it like several countries. I mean, as far as us, I think it's 3.
I've heard 3 or 4 in the U.S.
Yeah, because we've had the one that did the whole week-long adventure. Then we just had one that started to come across the Aleutians, and they didn't. That ended up going down in Alaska, and then there was one that went over the Guam base. Which, by the way, just a little food for thought too. I don't know how many people. I know everybody understands we have a base in Guam, but we've had an Air Force and a Navy base. But guess what their new introduction here lately is? Their new introduction is now a Marine base too.
Oh yeah, that's not concerning at all.
Yeah, you look at that and then you go, man, and then you start looking at, dude, I gotta say, do you feel free to Google military bases around the world, U.S. military bases, and dude, you can kind of start. I don't agree with those countries, but I can also I can understand you. And I think that we know we're instigating, and that's why we're doing what we're doing, and we're closing in on them. But dude, you look at where that little Asian place is, and we have this nice little circular pattern going of bases around them. So, you know, you keep poking. And then over there, I don't know anybody seen that footage, but there was some footage came out of the cranes who are actually using some of those little small drones deploying different explosives, bio stuff. And that's all instigated shit over there. That's nothing like the media makes it sound.
That's very concerning. The fact that they've gone over multiple military bases is very concerning.
Yeah. Well, dude, and it's just like that balloon. You know, that balloon was full of nothing more than a big ass sensor array. And, you know, it was allowed to go across the whole states. It was allowed to go all the way from Alaska because it's just like, I don't know, anybody that has any age ought to remember when you were a kid growing up, NORAD tracks everything.
Yeah.
Once you reach a certain altitude, buddy, you're picked up and you've been being monitored. You're being monitored when they won't even own up to monitoring you. You've been monitored.
And it kind of makes you think why they allowed it to go for so long.
Look at the stocks on DV. I think it's DJI. What is it? DJI, but it's the drone company that's doing a lot of this drone work. Dude, their shit's skyrocketing because of the money that's being put into them.
Shit, I gotta ring my mate now who's a pilot. Because what like even a pilot, like a domestic like a domestic pilot, like what altitude are they flying at? So that was at 40,000 feet.
They're anywhere from, most commercial planes fly anywhere from 30 to 37,000, somewhere in there.
Yeah, I was going to say, but the ones that do like close domestic ones, they're usually at lower altitudes.
I think so.
Yeah. So
Most
the
of these
international,
international flights will rise up to there because they
yeah, the
figure out that,
international flights, they're way up higher.
yeah.
So they knew it was there.
Oh yeah.
Oh, dude, big time.
They knew it was there when it was launched, and you got to ask yourself, well, first of all, why'd they let it go so long, and why are they so public about it? Generally, our government is very hush hush about shit like that.
Well, see, that's why I say, and anybody, if you're pretty much, I don't know, definitely if you're 50 or older, but this is nothing about that was anywhere connected to reality. That thing would have been picked up under any other scenario besides these past 8 years of shit. I don't even care under the conspiracy shit before that. It was just that behavior was totally, dude, that was allowed to come across, cross over the Aleutians into Alaska, spin around and come down. And here's the key. They can tell you this, which means you know that they tracked it. You don't backtrack shit going, oh, okay, we can tell. We went a sniffer with the drone sniffer. We can tell that it went from this. No, you're telling us it came this way because you knew it from the beginning, just like you've always known it. Just like when you hear about the other ones that came over during the Orange Man time. No. Go feel free to look those stories up, see? Because that was this border thing of going, here, we're going to do it. And it got just right up to that border. We already knew it was there. And the minute it crossed, it was like, you better get it back. And it went, okay, we'll get it back. So that's what those were. Go look at the details and then look at these and you go, dude, 2 + 2 does not equal 5. I don't give a shit how many times you say it. This was totally intentional. And I'm sorry, you're going to sit here and tell me that the very dude who's sitting in that seat that can make the ultimate call is also the same dude who, when he was a senator, had some documents he shouldn't have had. And there was a building developed in a university that's now even been proven had anonymous donors from over there help fund it. Then you turn around and have other documents in these other places, these later documents. And let's not forget the good old laptop that they like to act like is only half-baked shit, even though it's proven.
They were in a secure garage.
But 2 years before that, the FBI already knew about the laptop and knew all the details of the laptop. So they had all that information before all that. So it just, you start doing a domino connect to this, and it's like, this shit is just like so intentional. It's unbelievable.
They were in a secure garage with his Corvette, bro. Give him a break. Come on.
Well, that's what they like to say.
They were with his Corvette in a secure garage. Come on, man.
And he drove around with them in his Corvette with the top down, but it's okay. The doors were locked.
The doors were locked. It was in a secure garage.
No, there was no shotgun. And according to him, in order to be safe, all you need is a shotgun. And I did not see a shotgun in that garage, which means that was not a secure location.
Oh, who else?
It's funny because the same thing happens with Trump. Now, Trump is allowed to have, because he was president, he's allowed. First of all, Biden was never allowed to have these documents. Trump had them locked away in his office, which I'm sure is a lot more secure than Joe Biden's garage.
Dude, can you imagine if you owned a multi-billion-dollar company and all of a sudden your income trickles down to slowing down? And here's where I'll put that in perspective for you. We were very active up until 16. And then we went into a pause mode and a retraction mode and a withdrawal mode. Actually, during a 4-year period, We didn't instigate no shit. People just remember that fact. Well, by not instigating, guess who didn't? Who was on the sidelines not working? The war machine. The war machine got paused. Homeboy came down the escalator. He's not an instigator. He's not going to be funding us. So they all sat on their asses, fuming, pissed off, because for that. And so that's why you got to just look at all the layers of it. The media flipped on them and commenced that bombardment. That whole political party changed and became directed. They promoted hatred across the country. They instigated riots and mobs and destruction and chaos to keep everybody flowing, because he came in and paused the big war machine, because that's actually the big, to me, that's your deep state is a connection of the war machine and all those non-elected that are in Washington. And that's your deep state. And that's those people that aren't accountable. And that's those people that have been in the background because, this machining shop you don't think about, they don't ever talk about it. But he's $1 billion company because what he's been producing are these bearings and these shafts and shit for all these jets or helicopters or all this armament. It's money. When you stop making that because you're not instigating shit, then they all sit on the sidelines and they ain't happy. So you have people out here that are intentionally going, we need to get this shit. We need a momentum going again. We need conflicts because this is how we all make money. It'd be kind of like being Steve Jobs owning Apple computers. It doesn't mean shit if you can't get people interested in computers. So if you make things that go boom, you've got to get people that want to use things that go boom, and then you can make more money.
You're so right. He's starting another war. Fuck, he's already started it. What am I talking about? Look at Ukraine. Oh my God.
Do you want me to make a fresh pot?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. So what do you mean the thing you talking about, the airspace is over Montana? What do you mean the thing? The balloon thing is supposedly still there?
Well, there's another one. Or the old one. Airspace shut down. Oh, what the fuck now?
But see, we haven't weakened over there, Dyer. If you look at the things that they did just like China, they started stocking up. So all the sanctions and all this shit that they're putting on them, it didn't affect Russia. Hell, he's still selling oil.
Do you know what China done? Do you know what China done to Australia years ago? Right? They fucked us years ago. Right? First of all, they bought Foster's. All right. So, all right. Hey, backwoods. There you going, brother?
How you doing, bud?
So China bought Foster's years ago, back in the 80s. So no Australians drink Foster's, except for me, apparently. And but what they did is when our coal was like we were selling it our coal, because we're mining heaps of coal and we know what their air quality's like. So they were buying our coal cheap, and they were buying it in bulk, and they were just buying it and buying it and buying it and buying it, and we were selling it and selling it and selling it. And then they went, no, we don't want it anymore. And then they cut off the supply chain, and we went, nah, we've got enough to last us for years. And they were like, fuck, don't you want any more coal? And they're like, no, we've got heaps. And so all the mining companies here started going broke because nobody was buying the coal because they'd cut off supply because they bought so much and they had shitloads in storage, and they started buying the coal companies here in Australia and the mines themselves. And so they just send it to themselves.
Yeah. That's why I say business. You go in there, you squash it, and I've kind of been sitting there thinking about this, and you get hung up in all the media shit about Orange Man bad, and there was this and all that political thing, but you kind of got to look at the back end and the ripple. Like we all felt we made better money, our money went up, our lives got a little bit better. Well, then, okay, that same impact. Well, there's a war machine that for a few decades now has been, they love it. That's been their bread and butter, and that's been the rotation, regardless of the presidents. They've always kept the go. And then all of a sudden, it's like the cogs in their wheels got hung up. And while we felt more stuff like, wow, this is getting, oh, okay, this is cool. Yeah, life's getting better. The more we felt that, see, the more of the cog they felt, because things didn't keep perpetuating. And now this is it. That's why I think they're pushing so hard at that dude, because they know.
They're financially crippling everybody.
But I don't think that we have, just like, if you look at the gold stuff, and I'm not no big finance dude at all. I heard it, so I decided I'd go look it up. Russia and China are two of the main buyers of the majority of the gold.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's like, well, how can he really be suffering too much if they're running around buying up gold? Oh, might not be suffering so much. You don't hear nothing about him out here trying to hustle and panhandle some food for his country. They've got stockpiles. You know, just, I don't know. What you got, by the way, Backwoods? So what is this about? They closed the airspace this morning or something over Lake Michigan?
Yeah, they're saying Lake Michigan, they closed the airspace and they're scrambling jets. And also the one in Montana. So late last night, I mean, I was up till like 3 o'clock this morning. I couldn't sleep, and I was working on some stuff. And I found some stuff late last night where they had said that the thing was actually not an anomaly over Montana, but it was too dark. They couldn't see it. It like they could see it, but then it wasn't there, and then they could kind of see it. So they kind of called it off because they were like, well, we're not real sure, you know. You know, they thought it was an anomaly, but what I heard just a minute ago, that they're saying that basically the governor is in contact with the Department of Defense, and they're saying there actually is something still there, and they're watching it. They don't know what it is. And
what did it happen to say? What altitude it's at?
I didn't see anything about that yet. And they're saying that the one that they shot down over Alaska and Canada. So all right. So there's so basically there were two pilots. There were two different aircraft, and from what I can find out, like the one over Canada, one of the aircraft was a Canadian, and the other was one of our F-22s. The report is that the pilots are saying, because they were saying this is kind of weird that they're allowing the pilots to speak, but they said, you know, maybe there's something more to this. One pilot was saying it looked sort of like this or whatever, and the other pilot was saying, well, it looked a little different to me from my angle. And basically they were saying that it had no identifiable form of propulsion. It was just moving about. And so the Canadian, from what I understand, the Canadian aircraft tried to lock onto it, and it was like messing with the instruments. The instruments started like, you know, it couldn't lock on. And so that's why they gave permission to the F-22. If you can lock on, shoot it down. And he was able to lock on and shoot it down.
Huh. Of course, the Canadian Air Force couldn't fucking do it.
I was watching a hearing yesterday or the day before when it happened, and right afterwards, and that the guy got a report, and he said that because somebody asked him about how many planes, and he said, well, there was a pair, because they always fly in a pair. So there was a pair that went up, but only one shot it. And then that's what he said. But and that's another thing I noticed changed though, because during that hearing, they had no problem saying the word drone. But then I started out here with the news, and just different people started saying things like a balloon, and I still hear about that. You'll still hear that there was 3 balloons, and it's like, well, I don't know. That one they said was an unmanned drone.
Right.
And
They're
it was about the size of a car, or about a little bigger than a car.
well, the only thing that, because that's what I thought too because the first one was obviously a balloon. I mean, we've seen it. We know
Yeah.
it was a balloon. The other two, I seen a little piece of footage last night, but I can't really verify that it was actual footage. But there was someone saying, "Look, this is that object they're looking at," and so it looked like really weird, like it was. I don't know. It looked like almost like a short, fat cigar. You know what I'm saying? But not tapered off. But I mean, just it just looked really weird to me. The footage that I saw, I can't confirm that it's actual real footage. Someone shared it with me last night. I don't have the footage. They wouldn't send it to me, so that's kind of suspect to me. But it is somebody I know and trust.
What?
Yeah.
Bonnie,
So
what the hell?
I don't know,
Three
man.
football fields?
That's why I say I know that there's a lot of drone activity, just because I even noticed over one of my hardware guys that I follow his articles and stuff. Well, he noticed that because one of the components on the drones, and he's the one that pointed out that DJV or whatever, they're a drone company.
DJI, yeah.
Their stocks and shit have shot up. I mean, they have been producing a lot. And so it's like, oh, well, that kind of fits go in hand with a lot of shit you see, because then you turn around and see tables of drones over here to do things, and you start hearing about shit flying. Because I will say, I heard somebody talk about, the bigger balloon carrying over could actually drop some shit out.
Well,
and you got little drones, man, that can do shit.
Well, it's kind of like this, man. They've been slowly trying to basically release info that our pilots have been seeing a whole lot more, or have been seeing a whole lot of unidentified flying objects that they, and some audio has been released, of these pilots. Like, I have no idea what this is. I can't hardly keep up with it. They'd be turning and like on the fuel, and this thing is like going out of sight. They can't. Our baddest planes can't keep up with it. So. I don't know. It's
No, mate, no, we don't know. UFOs are real. If you think the size of this universe, if anybody thinks that we're the only ones that are the only life in this huge universe, you're a fucking idiot. All right, you're a fucking fool. All right.
Well, I wouldn't go as far as calling people idiots, but I would.
No, I'm sorry. Look at animals. Look at plankton. Look at fish. Look at the ocean. We haven't even discovered the deepest depths of our own planet in the ocean yet. We haven't even gone that deep. There is parts of the ocean we haven't even gone down that far. The aliens probably live on this planet so far down deep that we can't even go, and they just pop up every now and again and go, "Oh yeah, it's still a shithole. Let's go back down."
Well, the thing I like to try to do is just think of what this could be. Think of how who stands to benefit from it, who could be behind it, things like that. Could it be a UFO? Of course it could be, man. I mean, I think it would be really wrong for us to just take anything off the table. You know what I'm saying?
Totally agree. Keep an open mind. Keep an open mind.
Go with to go with what Rank was saying, I believe that, there's other life out there somewhere. But if you're that smart to be able to travel that kind of a distance, why the hell would you? I mean, come on, we would have to be backwater, hillbilly, inbred, shit flinging monkeys compared to you.
Well, look at Elon Musk, mate.
Here's all I'm going to say. I'm going to say, I'll just put it like this.
Yeah.
So say, here we are. We have now developed technology to where we can shoot light years away. So we can now shoot 100 light years away. Zoom. And as we do this and we say, oh yeah, we got this down. And all of a sudden we come across and there's a planet. Well, first off, are we going to like be already into like, yeah, we can hover, we can shoot. We're not going to even know how to do that because we've never done it before. Second, and I can show you a long line of history that's happened right here. There's no, hey, let's go sneak into the camp and blend into the civilization and let's just hang out and see how these people do it. Instead, we usually show the fuck up and go, I don't know. Yeah, they ain't got no weapons too much. Okay, well, we don't worry about it. Yo, get the hell over there and sit down. Yeah, we're good. Okay, this is the way. And we just take control. Or we look at them and we go, I don't know, man. There's a little blowback there. Okay, well, let's just go ahead and hit them with some shit and send the message. So I do love how the whole thing that goes behind the alien thing always has these people being the most peaceful, docile, investigative, exploratory. No, man, they've been visiting. Really? Can you explain one thing in our history that shows where we've done that? Because nobody's done that. Not just America, any country, anything across history. It shows you show up and you assess that and you go, I don't know, you might be a threat. Pow! Do we have an understanding? Or you show up and go, okay, look, man, I'm not going to take it. And you go, okay, now we got to deal. It's one or the other. Nobody ever shows up going, hey, let's just hang out, dude, bro. What's up? Let me just see how y'all doing.
Yeah, let's get out the peace pipe and talk away.
Or you might be a threat one day because y'all are starting to investigate in space. That's cool. We're just going to hang out. We're going to watch. No way, dude. We'd have done bit and bitch slap down.
You got
that buff fast thing,
you got to look at Elon Musk though. Look at his progress, the progress that he's made, and he's progressed forward with space exploration and everything.
That's privatization for you. See, there's that thought, individual thought like we used to have, like basically the old Sears catalog I showed, how you could see like 45 different shovels.
Someone's going to carry on. Someone's going to carry on his work. Someone's going to carry on his work, and we're going to go further and further and progress more. And well, I won't be around to see what happens, but like, there's more to this than this. Like, yeah.
I'm sorry, Rank. The way I see it, we're gonna end up killing ourselves off before that ever happens.
Right?
That is my biggest fear. My biggest fear is that we think we're so smart and that we have it all under control and we understand so much that we're going to come up with this little thing at one point, and the only way we're going to know that we were wrong is maybe somebody's left afterwards to go, okay, don't mix those two things together because that doesn't work. I mean,
it's going to be the dinosaurs all over again.
We're working on that, aren't we?
Yeah.
It'll be like, oh shit, that was a here, hold my beer type moment. Let's not do that again.
I like what Huck said earlier, like alien invasion. Like, we can only hope, because then maybe all the countries in the world will be like, there is someone from outer space invading us, and then all the countries will actually come together to fight an outside source.
Oh my God, dude! Don't go Independence Day shit on me. That ain't gonna fly. The movie only because they can pay enough people, but it ain't gonna happen in reality.
Goes for the movie reference straight away. Goes for the movie reference. Actually, I'll have to rewatch that. I haven't seen that in years.
So
good one, Dad. Good
anyway, past all the conspiracy theories and stuff, I'm just talking about what's actually, what we can find out of what's going on. Obviously, I mean, we could get into the whole thing of, why another, an alien race would come to our planet. To me, obviously my defenses would be up like 100% if there really is aliens coming to our planet. But the second thing is, you can't really just automatically assume that they're here to harm. Maybe they are exploration. You know what I'm saying? If we're going to go the alien route, you can't just automatically assume this or that, because that's what, could cause, problems. But regardless of, all I know is that there's a lot of shit going on like really quick.
Maybe they're just children doing a day trip from school.
China is sitting there saying right now that they have something over their skies and they don't know what it is, and they're about to shoot it down. Did y'all know that? I
hadn't heard that.
China has announced they have something over their airspace, and it's over one of their port cities, and they have no idea what it is, and they're about to shoot it down.
Shit.
Hey, here's one for you. Okay, I gotta throw this little caveat on it. It just popped in my head. I went, boy, wouldn't that be a motherfucker? So all this shit, and it comes out that China, I mean not China, but Japan has been sitting over there cranking out some shit, and they've done deployed shit across everybody, and they're fixing to throw the smack down on everybody, going, we fucked this up one time, but we didn't. We're gonna fuck it up the second time. So here it comes, worldwide, buddy. What's up?
Yeah,
you never know. That just no.
Yeah, and someone in one of the articles I was reading earlier, someone mentioned that don't sell North Korea short, and I was like, it's like, dang, Moon over there did disappear for 35 days, and then he came back out just a day or two or a few days ago. He reappeared
on one of those hearings. Oh wow, that was out.
Rescue.
Got hooked up there. But no, that the Guam governor actually just was sitting in a hearing, and when one of those, I think, because that was a representative, it was a House hearing. He asked her about over there, and son, that was the immediate place she went was him. And they go, yeah, they've been firing missiles constantly. And so she was bringing that. And then that's when she brought up going, I'm thinking that maybe the Marine base that's being built here is kind of instigating. So she flat out talked about poking over on his way.
Absolutely.
After the World War, Japan wasn't allowed to build ships. They put an embargo on them after that. They eventually lost after they
we were supposed to back them up. They weren't allowed to be able to do it. They agreed, you won't do it, but y'all are going to cover our backs. And we said, yep, we got you.
Hiroshima, they bombed the shit out of them. But they said, no, we're not building an army again. We're not building an army. It's called a defense force. It's just a defense force. But they fucking equipped it so fucking big. But
dude, how many electronics come out of
the defense force? Fucking hell, mate. They're going for round 2, those pricks.
Well, the one thing that kind of gets me with all this stuff going on, and World War III, and everybody's talking about it and everything. The one thing that I brought up forth to people, and I can say it here, is that if you look at what's going on in the world, you've got the WEF, right, and they want control of everything. Well, now take a look at, they want the power, they want the authority.
Mm-hmm.
Well, China wants the authority too. They want to dominate the world. They want to be in total control. So the WEF and China, you see what I'm saying? There's kind of a conflict of interest there, because you see what I'm saying? China's like, no, we want the world domination, and the World Economic Forum is saying we want world domination. Okay. Now you got Russia sitting there saying, look, we don't want no part of this crap. We want to do our own thing and be left alone. But they've been trying to force them to be part of this global thing. And this is I'm not saying Russia's good people. That's not
Well,
what I'm
no, but
getting.
you got Russia and China have already been talking about joining, doing their own thing,
Right.
along with Iran and some of the other Middle East countries.
Iran. That was the next thing I was going to mention was don't forget about Iran. Iran is not part of the world banking system either, and they don't want no part of it.
Nope.
So
China is basically saying to Japan, look, you guys had your chance. Now hold my sake while we show you how it's done.
Oh,
Well,
what's that?
okay, but all right. So what I'm trying to say is it's not about Japan and all these others. It's about China. They want to control the planet.
Mhm.
The WEF wants to control the planet. And you got and I can promise you now here's the next one. The United States has been in control of the money situation pretty much. You know what I'm saying? Throughout the years. Do
Yeah,
you
the
really
world
think
currency.
the United States
The American dollar is the world currency.
do you really think the United States wants to give up that spot?
No, they
This
do
is
not.
why I say World War III is imminent. I mean, it's fixing to happen because you've got basically three superpowers. Because if you don't think the WEF don't have some shit up their sleeve,
And then we're going against
okay.
the yen. Yeah.
And then China, we know is got a pretty powerful military, and we know the United States has a powerful military. So you got three factions right there that are like, we want to stay on top, or we want to be on top. And then, like I said, you got Russia. They've been screwing with Russia forever. I mean, I'm not saying Russia's good people. I'm just
Oh no,
saying,
they've been boxing them in. That's why we even
yeah,
established Ukraine. You just have to look the history of that up. But we're
right,
actually the ones that decided that they needed to be a country and call it Ukraine. They used to just be a territory that was just farmland shit, and they were
yeah, and
actually part of
it belonged,
Russia.
yeah, and it belonged to Russia, yeah, and you know, I mean, I've been hearing people say different things that, it's Russia's fault, this, that, we're being sucked into it. Why are we joining in? Because the United States wants this war. They
Yeah.
want to prove their dominance.
Well, the
Yep.
Russian band
I.e.,
thing, it's no different than the race card that they play when they need chaos. They'll pull the
right,
race card. Well, see, they
right,
know from this generation, from about 40 on up, that's all your older folks. All you got to do is trigger the Russia thing. The Ruskies are coming. And we all can remember growing up listening to the Big Fear of the Russian Bear and oh my
Red
God,
Dawn.
so
So,
they're playing on that. That's those little trigger cards.
and how I can prove the United States wants this war, they blowed up the pipeline. I mean, the United States has come out and admitted it. I mean, they
Oh, I
flat
know.
admitted,
And dude, how do you like the timing of it? So you can't forget some of the little cool details to that to actually send the point home backwards. So Trump said, Nord Stream bad, ain't happening now. It's okay. He got put in one of the nice little blue books on that stack of his from day one was to start that back up. And so this is the dude 2 years ago said, oh, no, 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 we need to start that back up. You need to get that going because we're going to need that in a little bit.
right.
So we can get them relied on that. They can get a taste of it. And then when we're ready to trigger some shit, we can cut it all off.
Right. Well, and that's the whole thing. You gotta.
Oh, that's that war machine. That's what I was talking about a while ago. People got caught up in this orange man bad shit and all Trump and the two-way and all that. They forgot, no, homeboy caused a hiccup in their little cog. They lost their rhythm there for a little bit. They were used to a continuous flow. It's like that Afghanistan was supposed to cause, we were supposed to have another conflict before the exit of Afghanistan happened. Think about it. We should have already been involved in another one before we left that one. But he didn't cause anything. And then he had this planned out thing to exit out of there. So they had nothing to go off of. They came in and tried to instigate it by going, do it right now.
Right.
Rescue, you just made a really good point then. He tried to stop the end of the war by doing that ridiculous evacuation. I never even considered it that way, but now you put it in those words. That was probably a plan to do it, to keep it going. I never even looked at it that way. But that's a
Just
high
look
profile.
at their actions. I mean, I'm not a political dude, but you just kind of go back and you look at some of these, and I don't pick sides when I read some of this. I just look at it like a history things, and you kind of go the behavior, the characteristics, and you start to see. And then you start to see it's this war machine, dude. It's a perpetuating thing. I mean, they'll cause an event because anything that can cause any kind of ammunitions, any kind of, logistics. You got to remember the war machine isn't just
I'm so sorry. Anybody that
war
lost
machine
anybody
is in
through that,
armament and
I'm so
logistics
sorry.
and trucking and shipping, air. That war machine's got tentacles into everything. The food industry, everything. You got to keep that shit perpetuating.
Anybody who lost anybody through that war or knows anybody through that war, I do too. Hats off, respect.
Hey, well, some of the excuses
fought
about the
the
drone
nut.
thing with the balloon, you can't just up and fly it out and all that, blah, 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 blah. It's amazing. We had a drone strike right over there outside
Fucked up.
that gate that took out a dude in a car with some family members. Remember that one? See, that story faded out real quick.
Mate, makes me sick.
Yeah, they're saying, because I just got another news feed about this. It's the Chinese. It's basically on the coastal city of the Yellow Sea. Rezho. Hell, I don't know how to speak Chinese.
Hey, Lady Smith, Miss Denise, and everybody I've missed. Good morning, good day, good evening, wherever that works for you. Sorry,
Chinese. You know what? Oh, backwards. The best Chinese I know is Lao Mao is your mother. Your mother. Lao Mao.
Bro, I won't remember that 20 minutes from now.
Lao Mao, your mother.
Momo is your mother.
Your mother. Lao Mao.
That was called a moo-moo, and it was a dress that women put on or cruise around the house in and shit.
And I'm looking at the WEF as a happy little accident for these governments where they're using the WEF to take the heat off of them because everyone's worried about WEF. I think once Soros fucking dies, the WEF will pretty much fizzle out. But I think they're using them as a distraction for everything else. Because if you think about it, everyone talks about WEF like they're the big kid on the playground. And they're really not. So now these other governments can do things that they would normally not be able to get away with that would leak out too quickly because nobody's watching them. I honestly think the WEF is just a happy little accident for these governments.
There's who's governing them? Who's the governing body? Who's watching them?
Soros.
Schwab. Klaus Schwab is the head guy.
Swald or Swalwell?
Klaus Schwab.
Oh, Klaus Schwab. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, him too.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, right.
He is kind of the main spokesperson.
Yeah.
The head.
Apparently, old Elon Musk on Twitter did a thing for the unidentified deal over Alaska. He did a little tweet that said, "Don't worry, just some of my alien friends of mine stopping by." And then he did the little Super Bowl kind of little icon. So that's right. I guess is today the Super Bowl?
Yeah. Yep. I was going to say, I can guarantee you there will be heavy military presence in the air around the Super Bowl.
We got two Australians. Was it the Eagles?
Where's it happening at?
Eagles and the Chiefs.
The Super Bowl?
Arizona.
Right here.
Yeah.
In Glendale.
Arizona?
Yeah, yep. Arizona.
Yeah.
Well, that'll probably be some good distraction. Watch. There's going to be something that happens.
Let me, Gma, I didn't miss it. What I meant was if you take your goldfish to bed with you, you've got to keep it in the bowl. You wasn't supposed to take it out of the bowl. You just wasn't listening. G-Maw, come on now.
You missed it, bonehead.
Well, yeah, he just said to let the pet sleep with you in the bed. He didn't tell you to take the damn thing out of the water it needed.
Exactly. Don't go above and beyond my instructions, please. See,
If anything, you need to get you one of them clear water mattress water beds, and then you can go ahead and load a whole bunch, and y'all can all snuggle together.
You could just put it right in there in the. Get you a water bed, and then you can put the goldfish right in there in the water, and you can be sleeping on the goldfish.
Just get a water bed, and just put it inside the bladder in the water bed, and just
that's what we're saying. Yeah.
Well, he's an Australian. You got to remember, it takes them a while to catch up to us. They're about 20 years behind.
Yeah, yeah. Too much sunshine over there, man. It's damaged their brain cells.
No,
for rank, it's been too much Fosters.
It rained again, pissed down again last night. It hasn't stopped raining. It's just fucked. Yeah.
Well, my wife went out to feed the chickens earlier, and she come back and she's like, "Well, the big rooster's laying on his back with his feet in the air. He's dead." And last night about 3 o'clock, I don't know, before I went to bed this morning.
Wait, you're for real?
Yeah.
Oh shit!
I heard some shit out there, and I went out there and looked. I went out there and looked around, and there's no entrance place, so no animal did. I guess he had a seizure or something. I don't know. He kicked the bucket. But I don't care. I didn't really like the damn thing.
Well, no, but how old was he? Was he an old rooster?
He's about 5 years old.
I mean, I don't know. Wow, that's a trip. Where's Nikki when you need her? So I don't know. Do roosters they just up and go?
I don't know. You know, during that hard freeze we had, you know, I'd put a whole bunch of hay in the chicken coop, and then I had one of them heat lamps, you know, in there, and he wouldn't stay in there. The sumbitch went over in the doghouse that I've got in there, and he slept in there, and I know his comb, you know, his top comb there, it was like frostbit down pretty good on it, but he survived it, you know. But maybe I don't know, he killed over.
That's crazy.
So are you eating chicken tonight?
Yeah, are you gonna clean him and cook him?
No, not when they kill over like that. I ain't eating shit.
That's it.
They just
you haven't changed no kind of food or nothing he had. I mean, I wonder, can they eat something that, like, oh no, that was bad for them? You know,
I don't know. All I know is, like, you know, growing up, my great grandma always had chickens, man. I mean, she had a bunch of chickens, always had chickens. And, you know, we would find one dead once in a while, and it wasn't, you know, didn't have bite marks and stuff. So I reckon they're like humans, you know, they just kill over sometimes.
Yeah, I just always figured, I don't know, I guess I didn't really pay attention growing up, because like I used to always laugh because the only thing I knew about chickens growing up was it was a chore that I had to go tend to. I didn't really pay attention to the details, but I always thought they were just older as they died. So then it's kind of like it made sense because then they were older. But 5 years old, but I guess 5 could be considered old, I guess.
Okay, so Tennessee Ridge Runner, check it out, man. Okay, nobody's taking their eyes off of DC. This is just a big news story right now. We got shit flying over our skies, you know. I don't think that you know, I've noticed this a lot, that when something happens, everybody, one of the first things they say, distraction. It's a distraction from something else. It's a distraction from something. Not everything is a distraction.
Yeah, that balloon that came all across the United States was a for real shit.
Yeah, it's not everything is a distraction. Now, I do know there are a lot of things that are distractions, you know, because they're getting too much heat over here. And all of a sudden, bam, look at this, what happened, you know, to try to get some heat off of that. I get that. Nobody's taking their eyes off of DC and what's going on, you know, because, well, one thing I do constantly, like last night, you know, I do a lot of research into, because I don't just focus on, man, we got some unidentified flying object in our sky that they're shooting out down. Now that's all I'm gonna focus on. You know, I keep looking at. I like to look up, like during these times. I like to look up, say, you know, were there any bills introduced? You know what I'm saying? That's kind of got flown under the radar. You know, you can find all this stuff because it's public information. You just got to dig for it.
Yeah.
So, you know, yeah, you know, that's all I'm saying. Not every single thing is a distraction. We need to get out of that mindset, you know, because
Hell, most
the
of the time, I actually backwards look at it as in the more that the media jumps on it, then I skim over that because then I automatically want to look at, well, what aren't you reporting on? You know
Yeah,
what? But then again, most of what I do is the hearings, and I watch like the House Gov and the Senate Gov, so I bounce between their little committees, hearings, and that way you can kind of, because man, I gotta say, here lately, I've heard a change in the way that they're questioning them, and just having this little kind of screwed up younger years in my life, you start to kind of hear this lingo, and it's like, well, that's a weird. And to me, it's like they're asking questions because they're establishing a case. I mean, they're building up a case, and I think that if they can get the power in the Senate to where they can go boom boom, and then I got to tell you personally, on myself, I feel if we could do the Senate and the presidency at 24, I do believe there would be accountability, and I don't think it would just be some under the rug thing. I think from what I can hear, and especially some of these young ones, dude, they're coming in pissed off. That new little lady, where was she from? I think she's from Texas. So she wants answers. Matter of fact, it was funny because I thought it's like they all looked at her like, oh shit. And it's like, oh yeah, she doesn't understand how to talk like y'all. She's just gonna go ahead and get to the point. And it's like, I want
talking
answers.
about Lauren Boebert.
No, it's the Hispanic lady.
Oh yeah. She's got kind of long dark hair.
Yeah. I can't remember her name.
Really pretty girl. I can't think of her name at the moment.
She wants answers. This whole Twitter file thing, because that lady, they got to see things that we still haven't seen.
Right.
You know.
But now, one thing I will tell you that just happened that's not being heavily reported. Joe Biden, I believe. Let's see which house one of his houses. Joe Biden just took out a loan against his house, $250,000. Why the hell did he do that? He's, you know, I mean, that's really weird and makes no. The only thing I can think of is he's got hidden, you know, because there's supposed to be all this money that he's made. You know, they're saying he's worth like $5 million. Why the hell you need $250,000 against your house? So
sorry,
maybe what we're not hearing yet, this is a possibility that, you know, because they do have special counsels, DOD, you know, the DOJ.
Maybe they froze his shit.
Maybe they froze his shit because they have the authority to do that.
Yeah.
Was it?
And
sorry, I was going to say. Sorry, backwards. I was going to say just quickly. Was it Sarah Huckabee? Her speech. Sarah Huckabee.
What about her?
She did an awesome speech. Sarah Huckabee.
Yeah.
From
that's backwoods governor.
Yeah, from Arkansas. So,
what's up, Willie D? Don't you know?
Long brown hair. Sarah Huckabee. She was awesome. She did the best speech. It was so good. Sorry, I just interjected. Oh, okay. Please continue. Sorry. But I think that's who you might have been talking about.
Yeah,
I could be wrong.
It was a Hispanic lady.
Yeah. Sarah Huckabee. Yeah.
So
that's not a Hispanic lady.
Yeah, no, Sarah Huckabee's not. But so it's just I do know that that did happen. I just read the article this morning when I got up, earlier, and he has taken out a $250,000 loan against his house, and that's just kind of suspect.
That's why I say people kind of forget things that have happened along the way. But it's like Matt Gaetz, dude. During a hearing one time, he introduced the whole laptop contents into that hearing's meeting minutes. Well, when they do things like that, it opens up layers to this because it's now on this level. So then all of a sudden, people that didn't see things, then there's shit that you just can't deny when you start seeing some of it. I think that's what's shifting some of that drive. And then that's why you're seeing even some of those damn rhinos are going, I guess I'll go ahead and better start acting more Democrat because the line's getting divided. It's slowly getting there. That's why you're getting told not to worry about it. That's my take on it. You get told that it's because that's what you should be focused. That's important shit.
Yeah, and it's a possibility that they froze the assets. I mean, you just don't know. Something like that, they're probably not going to let you know.
You won't know till later.
Because he's a sitting president. And you can't actually prosecute a sitting president. But now I bring to question, if they find him of treason, can they prosecute a sitting president?
Yes.
See what I'm saying? So, things are, so the balloon thing and the stuff flying over the skies, it may be a distraction, but then how do you say that's a distraction when we are actually flinging missiles over our territory to shoot this shit down? Y'all got to understand this. We are shooting rockets, missiles across our territory, our land, to shoot stuff down. That's, to me, that's going pretty far to create a distraction. I'm just going to say that's going to be a hard stretch for me to believe this is a distraction.
Well, and there's there is a push to impeach his ass and to hold him for treason, and stuff.
Right.
They're not loud voices, and they're not the CNN, Fox News picks, so you don't see those or hear them. But if you listen to those committee hearings and you listen to them with their floor speeches when they have their time, because that's what's important, I think. If you want to kind of see what there's going on, listen to some of those floor deals that they do after hours. Because on the Republican side, I really think that a lot of those are doing that on purpose for that reason. And they're saying and talking, but they can't address the public, and they can't address. All they can do is address that chair. So they sit there and talk, but they're saying it for you to know kind of what's going on.
Yeah, but see, what they're doing though is they are getting they've been pushing these new guns in the Senate or in the House of Representatives has been pushing real hard for there to be open transparency in the way of putting more cameras in and making it to where everything is publicized. You'll be able to go right on C-SPAN and watch everything going on. Everything.
Yep.
They want when. And they're also, they're wanting it to be to where you have to come in and vote. You can't just send one person up there and go, well, I'm speaking for 5 House of Republican or House of Democrat, House of Representatives. I'm speaking for them. They vote yes. It's like, no, make them come in.
On the phone.
And a lot of people throw a fit and was like, well, they've got other important things to do. Well, the first important thing they got to do is when there's a damn bill on the floor that they're going to vote on, they should be there and be reading the bill, because, they've done 72 hours now to read a bill before it can be voted on. These are important things, man. And
that's what I love about Chip Roy, because Chip Roy's been calling him out going, this is your job. Your job is to be here representing your constituents, and you do that through debate. So introduce your bill. Let's debate that, and we can then we'll decide where to go, and we'll bring the next one. This is your job. And it was like, yeah.
Gentlemen, Rescue, Backwoods, Rank, chat. It's been great seeing you guys. I'm gonna drop down and get busy.
All right, Ray.
Dana,
later, Ray.
See that you're still around. Y'all have fun.
See you, mate.
Chip is awesome, and I'll tell you, Byron Donaldson is freaking awesome too.
Oh, dude. Did you see? Have you happened to see the hearing when he bowed up, dude? Homeboy got up out that chair and matter because he told that dude, he said, you know, we can talk about this face to face. And it was about that race, all the white supremacy shit. And he said, you know, I'm so tired of this. And he said, we can either meet or we can talk face to face if you want to go. And he spun that chair around, dude.
Yeah, he ain't playing, boy.
He stood up out that chair, and I'm like, yeah.
I told my wife the other day, you know, because we keep up with a lot of this stuff, you know. And I told my wife the other day, man, when he was giving a speech, I was like, that man right there would get my vote all day long for my representative. I'm telling you now, he don't.
See, and here's where I try to just encourage, and then, you know, I know people are like, whatever, because they do that whole whatever. But I view it like, okay, so we talk about all the lobbyists that are up there and how all these rhinos and all these politicians get bought off and all that shit. Well, maybe if, you know, people were promoting the positive shit, like, because there's some of them that are starting out, they're not taking anything and they're starting out good with the fire. But if they don't ever hear any like, way to go, good job, thank you, looking out for us, yes, fight for us, you know, if they're not getting encouragement talk, then at some point they just go, you know what, my door does keep getting knocked on by this dude that keeps wanting to give me the Christmas turkey. So maybe I ought to just go ahead and take the Christmas turkey.
Well, Byron actually had talked about that. You know, he said, look, he said, I'm just going to be honest. I'm going to tell you how this works. He said, if one person calls me and, you know, calls my office and is like, hey, you know, I don't like this, you know, yada, yada. He said, just to be honest, you're probably not going to get hurt. He said, now, if 4,000 people call my office, you can bet it's going to be the talk of the office. I'm going to know about it and I'm going to know what's going on. He said, it's unfortunate, but that's how it works. He said, you know, we can't, he said, we're so busy, we can't just stop and listen to one phone call. But when we see 4,000 phone calls, that's when he said, and we need that support. He said, we need y'all calling our offices so that we can go onto the House floor and we have confidence. This is what what our constituents want. And we can be confident, you know, and when we go in there and we can say, look, you know, I've had over 4,000 calls in 1 day or 2 days over this issue. That tells me people are they want this issue, you know, and, you know, so Byron was talking about that. And he said, you know, if more people will call, he said, trust me. He said, why do you think the other side is getting so much play? Because they're getting thousands of phone calls from these leftist lunatics.
Well, and they've got the media on their side, so you can take 40 or 50 people of these little activists, little shithead, weak-minded Antifa shit type people, but then the media will portray that like this is a big to-do. And look, a lot of people are griping about this, and then they try to paint it like that's the majority, when really people need to be standing up saying, no, you know what? I don't think you need to take no damn kid to a drag queen show. We don't allow you to take a kid to the damn stripper place. We don't think you ought to be taking a kid down here to the transgender one neither.
Right.
Shock and all. But see, if you hear, they paint this picture like, oh no, see, the majority just don't care. No, they need to know that the majority do care.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
This is the thing. This is the thing. They're not even a majority. with all these transgender and everything and all these sex changes.
They
They're
don't
not
have to be, dude. The CEOs and shit and shareholders of these
they're not a,
companies are
they're
into
not
that
a
shit.
majority. They're not a majority.
It
It's
don't
like
it don't matter.
it's
No, it
like
doesn't matter. Dude,
not ever
Tractor
heard-
Supply.
whoa, whoa, whoa,
If you
whoa,
walk
hang on,
down
hang
here
on, hang
into
on,
this
hang on.
Tractor
Have you
Supply
not
right
ever-
here,
Shit, can I
you
get
would
a word
find
in
the
here,
same
please?
mentality. But what did the Tractor Supply thing was that the CEO of Tractor
Can I
Supply
get a word?
is into the weirdy shit. So
Can
his friend said, hey, you know, we're doing this. Do you want to sponsor? He's like, hey, yeah. And then all of a sudden he's making his company back his little personal belief. That's the problem. We've reached a level where these
rescue.
elite
What I was
freaks.
going to say is, rescue. What I was going to say is, do you remember flares were the hot thing in the 70s?
Who?
Flares, pants, the pants,
No.
flares. Do you remember
No.
flares? I never had a
Oh,
pair of
bell
flares.
bottoms.
Are you talking
Yeah,
about
bell bottoms, flares.
Are you talking about Wranglers?
You know, he's talking about the bell bottoms, the old bell bottom
Yeah,
jeans.
bell bottom flares.
I'm making a
And then you had the 90s. You had MC Hammer pants. You know, like shit
How
like
about the
that.
parachute pants?
Yeah,
So-
but
so-
hold on. I already know where you're going with this.
So
This
this
is not a
century, it's all sex changes and shit.
Yeah, but okay, so they have some of the studies they have, you know, they're saying that they think a lot of this coming out is all these different pronouns and stuff. What they're saying that they think a lot of this is fad type stuff. It's cool to be
It
this,
is.
you know. You're right.
That's what I mean.
But-
That's what I'm saying.
But see, the difference between the pants fad and now is that they are screwing with children and they are doing life altering surgeries, life altering. You know, and if you start to look at some of the things that some of these that have done this 5, 6, 8 years ago, they're
I'm
saying
regretting it.
don't do this, man. You
Mhm.
know,
Yeah.
they're like
But see, they
like
won't let you tell
super
them that.
highly depressed.
They won't let you talk about that. They don't want to bring that
Right.
kind of stuff up. It's kind of just like with the other thing. It's like, no, just take it. You don't need to know if there's any side effects, and you're not allowed to talk about them if they show
Right.
up. And it's the same concept. Dude, I listened to, there was actually, I forgot who it was, asked about that. It was one of the hearings. And asked this damn woman from Boston medical thing, and she denied that they even that they advertise it, and then they even called her out that it's on your own website, so you need to make yourself more familiar with your own website. And sure enough, there was a clip, and it's a lady, and they're saying how this upper part is all good, you know.
Can we touch on that, Bonnie? Leaders in Turkey shut
About
down
the,
pipelines.
oh, the
Yeah,
that one.
yeah, and then they're saying, you know, and then Rocksteady's saying, are you saying they knew something? And okay, so and then Willie D, exactly. That's where I'm going with this, Willie D. So we sent one of our biggest, most awesome ships over into the Black Sea over there outside of Turkey. Now, Turkey the other day, after the earthquake, one of their defense people, they released, so a video got released, and it's pointing out towards the Black Sea, and there's this huge flash out there, like just some kind of weird flash. It's not an explosion. It's just like this big flash. And it was a few hours later that earthquake happened. Now, I have seen some stuff that says that the U.S. had told all the ambassadors in Turkey to leave before the earthquake, and then they're saying that the pipelines and all that stuff was shut down as well before the earthquake came. And so that defense guy over there in Turkey has made a claim that they think we used some type of new earthquake type weapon, some type of direct energy.
Could be.
You know,
Well, there
them
was
places,
something. What was it? Because Turkey didn't want to support. Damn, who was it? Turkey wasn't going to support somebody going into NATO, and that pissed them off. Damn, I forgot. That was a couple weeks ago. or
Yeah,
thereabouts.
I can't remember who it was, but see, I was trying to talk about that
But see,
last night.
Turkey ain't happy with us either because they're kind of they've gone kind of Islamic, and so they're kind of going with the whole Iranian Islamic type thing, and so
Well, Turkey
Don't
has
don't
been.
don't jump on the rumor mill. All right, Turkey. They've been having earthquakes for years and years, as long as I can remember.
No,
Like,
nobody's
years and
disputing
years.
that.
oh yeah,
Nobody,
well we've been having
Uh,
earthquakes.
I'm not saying this is what happened.
Yeah, sorry.
What I'm
I
saying,
just stepped out to go to the fridge. Yeah, all right, sorry.
all I'm saying is this is what's been put out,
Later,
and
kiss off.
Yeah.
Make it a
regardless,
good day, kiss off.
yeah, see you, kiss off.
Oh, boy,
Regardless if we actually have that kind of technology or not, that's not the point. The point is that they are saying, did the U.S. do this? I mean, so that just leads to another one of the, kind of button head things,
Well,
of
there's
now is Turkey
they've
actually.
already, dude, our administration even warned them about possible terrorist attacks. Because when they announced that they weren't going to be supporting that vote into there, then all of a sudden there's a little press release thing, and then there's like, oh yeah, our intel has picked up there could be some possible terrorist conflicts in Turkey, and it was like, well, now go figure that. What are the odds? It's kind of like, wow, you wanted to poke a fight, and all of a sudden this pipeline blows up, and then wow, now there's this one, and they're concerned about that one. I don't know. Maybe if you get a little bit more agitated because you want them to vote your way a little bit more, maybe that one's going to go next. Maybe when that training exercise that's taking place, the border of the Black Sea, all of a sudden, boo, oh, I don't know. Oh, we were in the middle of our training exercise and we heard that. And it's like, I bet you did. I bet you did.
I can tell you something else that's been going on during all this balloon stuff that I don't know if a lot of people have seen this, but they're actually said they were going to call Nancy Pelosi up over the J6 deal because the House of Representatives leader, the leader of the House, is responsible for security. They did. Trump even had said, why don't you call up the National Guard? This is going to be huge. And call up the National Guard to keep the peace. See, a lot of people, they're not wanting to put this out.
No, he had states.
That goes against the narrative that Trump started it.
Yeah.
And Nancy Pelosi flat said, no, we are not bringing the National Guard.
I remember that, yeah.
Yep.
Okay, well, these new guns in the House of Representatives has said, we are going to bring you on the floor and you will answer why. And she had said, well, I'm going to be on a trip. I'm not going to be able to do it. And they said, well, we'll fly you back. We will get these new guns. They said, we will fly you back here. You will come before Congress. That is your duty. You were the leader. You have to answer for this. So that's something that's going on as well.
They're trying to stop the illegals. So most people might not be aware of this, but in DC, you don't have to be an American citizen. You don't have to even be here legally. You can be a convicted criminal and you still get to vote in the local elections in DC.
Yeah.
So you can vote.
So if I come there on a holiday, can I vote and then fuck off back to Australia?
Yeah, from the way that they're saying it's.
There's no
okay.
I'll
see you soon.
And the House is actually trying to bring that because see that's some of that shit that the Pelosi crap let them get away with, and they're bringing it up going, but you can't do that. This is the seat of the government for this country, and you don't get to do that. Congress will decide, and so they're trying to pass this bill to squash that because they did that. And see, and that's where I just recommend people, man, don't get frustrated because shit ain't just like popping off. We only have the House. We only have a control of the money right now. Nothing else. Got to get control of the other stuff. And then, I don't know. I feel like there'll be accountability. I got to say, that's just my take. I could be totally wrong. Hell, I ain't know nothing special. I'm just some redneck in the woods down here in Texas.
I'm
But
booking a holiday for the midterms.
I think there is a chance, to fix some of this. Because I do think, and here, I'll throw a little wrench in. I can lose some more subs. I think it would be best if Trump ran again, because since he experienced that little wave beforehand, and if we could have the House and the Senate, and if he would go back in, then they now know that they need to focus on that, the media shit, get that dealt with, bam, and then start working down that list. And I think if somebody new goes in there, then somebody's got to try to convince them that they're on the right side and not just bullshit. Because that's what he learned that first time. Now, Mr. Egotistical is never going to own up to that, so you're not ever going to see no 60-minute interview where homeboy sits down going, yeah, I got played. I thought I kind of knew more than I did, but that political realm, I learned a lot during that time. You're not going to hear no shit like that out of him. He's going to act like he makes it sound, everything was all good. No, I didn't. But he learned. He thought he had a hustle. He come from the business world, and the dude's a successful business guy, whether you like it or not. It is what it is. And he was doing good, and we all had a good life, but he was fed intentional bullshit, and he met intentional resistance that we all got to watch. But there were people that intentionally didn't do things he wanted to do because it was going to have a positive outcome. And that's been proven during these hearings and shit.
Okay,
Don't
so
you know?
it may take me a minute to find this, but I wanted to. So what Independent Mini is talking about? I don't know if all of y'all know about the baby pods over in Germany. Do y'all know about this?
Yeah.
Which really seems funny to me that the one place in the recent history who wanted a certain race of people, who wanted to discriminate against the poor, the bad, the yada yada, right? Well, now all of a sudden, the same country that we destroyed for that crap has now come back, and now they're wanting to
the Aryan
grow
race
babies and be able to make them however they're saying they can make them have whatever hair color, yada yada, all that. Now
Well,
here's the real fun.
What about Canada with the pods that'll take you out of here? So now you literally are coming up with commercial ways to leave this place and to come into this world.
So here's the really scary thing about them pods over in Germany. First off, they said they're going to be able to grow 30,000 babies a year, right? The second thing is AI is what helps grow these babies. AI is going to be putting thoughts in their head, teachings, and so that when the baby is born, it's had all this intelligence grown into it. Now that's really scary, because what in the hell can they be putting in that? The programming. They can show you, yeah, well, here's the program, we're just teaching reading, writing, arithmetic,
It's the same thing. It's just a more direct version of the same shit we used to do to them back in the 40s and 50s, when you just literally make their eyes stay open and you just keep projecting the same shit over and over, and you just mind jack them that way. Well, you're doing that, only you're doing it as it's developing. But I will say, I don't know, to be honest. I guess I'd have to dig into it more, because I'd be on the fence right now, just because are they making it sound better because it's the investments set up, where they paint this wonderful big picture of look at what all we're going to be able to do, versus is it the side where, because it's like, how do you know it's going to be successful? Have you
Elusive said it right there, and that is exactly what they're doing. That's exactly, he is absolutely correct. They're covering it up by saying, it's for couples that can't have kids.
Oh, I know. And that's a prime example, just to show you how screwed our moral fabric is, and just how dumbed down society's become, because they can actually sell that. They can sell that that we're doing this for couples that can't have kids. Meanwhile, you have a whole screaming faction over here about abortions. And then you have all these homeless people over here and all these kids that have nothing. And nobody
Hang on.
connects any of those. And that's become the common thought.
Rescue. Two things. All right. Two things. Backwards. First of all, I thought that was a green screen until I saw you go to the fridge. Okay.
Oh, no, this is my actual shop building, bro.
Yeah. No shit. I realize now.
Yeah.
Okay. Second thing, we don't need to create babies. You could always do what Madonna done and go grab black children from Africa if you want to adopt a child. What didn't she get like 6 or 7 of them and save
Yes, they
them
don't
from?
promote adoption. See, they don't do that with
So
parentless kids. They're not going to do that. And just like this whole, for people that can't have kids, they won't let that little sales pitch clash with the one over here to promote the abortion side and this free spin way of life. When you could just say, well, how about we bridge the gap? And if you're not wanting to have the kid, these people are wanting to adopt one. Here, bam. We won't do. We don't, because it's not about that. It's the money behind these ideas.
So, Notham, Notam, has appeared in
Indy, yes.
Ontario, Canada. This is due to an active air defense operation. So Canada closes airspace near Tobermory in Ontario. So they just closed down the airspace over wherever this is at in Ontario because there's an active air defense operation in play right now. That's just happening right now.
Oh, wow. I just got to pick a lot of GMO because William was like, only pure-blooded sperm can be used. And she was getting on his ass. She's like, you need a pure-blooded egg too, dumbass. But he had already followed it up right before that, and eggs. So then he's like, yes, ma'am. And then she's like, really, I disagree totally. Poor kids don't have smarty phones and a fucking Xbox. Well, actually, I think a good portion of kids have access to phones one way or another, some device.
I'm pretty sure they've got all that in the immigration centers in New York City and everything for all the people that came across the border.
That right there too, along with this baby machine and all that. Bonnie, what Bonnie is saying, they make it almost impossible to adopt in the U.S. And that is true because we had a little girl that used to live across the street and she was living with her grandma because her mom was terrible. And so the grandma was going to try to adopt the baby, right? The little girl, right? Well, it was near impossible because she was a single household. She didn't make quite enough money, they said, to raise this child. So because we know them so well, this little girl has went on vacations with us. She's a really sweet little girl. We kind of took her in as our own as well, and when her grandma would have to work and stuff, we would watch the girl. Well, we offered to adopt her. My wife and I sat down and talked about it, and we offered to adopt her, and we started checking in. And did you know we didn't qualify to adopt a child per their rules? And I've raised 3 freaking kids, man. One of them's very successful. One of them's grown and very successful. Has 2 of her babies of her own. I have 2 grandboys, and they're healthy. She makes good money. My second daughter just signed a scholarship for a college, a pretty hefty freaking ride, for her smarts and for her athletic ability. But we didn't even qualify.
Yeah. Well, you got to play the game, and you've got to fit the certain category to play the game where you're viable. So you got to buy yourself into it. You can pay your way. It's kind of like the jiu-jitsu system. You can buy your way. Money talks.
Backwards. Oh, sorry.
It's a commodity.
Sorry, Dad. Yeah. Backwards. What I was going to say is a friend of mine. It didn't personally happen to me, but I watched him go through his drama. He found out that his daughter was he had a grandchild. His daughter got with the wrong guy, and they were drug addicts, and he was always taking care of the child while they were gallivanting around and doing drugs and in their old ways. And it took him probably the span of 4 years, but he ended up getting custody of his granddaughter. So there was a good outcome in the end. Yeah. But 4 years is 4 years. The point I was trying to get to, 4 years is way too long for the government to react.
Well, that's where we've lost the disconnect of the actual family unit. It's like something like that. See, if on a child, things should be handled fairly quickly, because then you let the mental state of the child, you base the time frame off of them and their experience. It shouldn't be here, this kid who has a brain that's adapting and growing and molding, will put them in pause while the system does all this bullshit, because that's what they act like things are on a pause. And it's like, okay, now that we've gone through all this hearing, that hearing, this hearing, that hearing, this appeal, that appeal, okay, now we're down to here. Okay, now you can start to raise the child. And it's like, man, there's so much damage that gets done in just that time frame. But see, they stop caring. There's no message of, everything is downplayed on love or care, compassion. You think about it, if a man shows compassion or empathy or care, then people will make fun of him. It started a long time ago. And you start downplaying, women need to be more independent. You don't have to rely on no man. You don't need nobody. Well, you separate. And there goes this family unit. And so it's the whole mess. That's how we end up here, where you have people that have a conscious level that are willing to produce this thing in this tub and then do something with it. Could be to harvest a part for another child, could be to let it develop and then be somebody, but you're not going to address anything that's going bad right here outside your door, because they're disconnected. That's like these churches, dude. Look how many people get mentally disconnected from real life just by going to these big ass congregation things. You drive through blocks and neighborhoods of people that are having a tough time paying bills, kids that don't have parents, people that are hungry, starving, but then you'll pull in the parking lot and they go into these big churches and watch the big 75-inch screens. Yeah. Everybody's dressed real nice. Everybody's got the good cologne on. Everybody's got the cool cars. Then they all come out and they gather in. They drive by all these people as they go back out to their houses. It's that, and some people don't believe in God, and that's not it's not my part. So just don't get offended when I say it, because I do. I'm faith based, and
what do you mean?
That was
bro?
the whole message of the human thing. The message was
Rescue.
you're supposed to love thy neighbor like thyself, which means you're supposed to care, and that one spark of compassion trickles through humanity, and you're just seeing fractures of it that's dissipating.
You should be a preacher.
I don't want to be no preacher. That ain't my role.
You should, mate. Oof. I hear your word, and you're speaking truth.
I just walk my testimony. I can share that. I can share life experience, and that's my living testimony.
Man, it just seems, it's really funny that they push, the abortion so hard, and then at the same time, they make it so difficult for someone to adopt.
Yeah,
you can kind of see the comparison here. You know what I'm saying? They want to make it so, because if it was easier to adopt, see, they wouldn't have quite the ability to go, well, it should just get aborted, and because then people could say, well, no, we can adopt, and adoption has kind of went out the conversation, because see, one of the things that we found out whenever we were doing the we're going to do the adoption deal, right? They can enter your home at any time without a warrant.
Yeah.
They can knock on your door and you have to let them in your house
Yep.
at any time.
Yeah.
And if they decide that everything ain't quite up to par, not only could that child be taken away, but your other children as well. What
Yep.
the hell
Well,
is that shit? You know what I'm
that's
saying?
control.
Yep. I've heard of that shit plenty of times.
Dude, it's like this, some of the most ironic arguments you hear over the school board shit. You know, it's like a parent, they're really trying to pitch the story that it's supposed to be a shock that some American parent would want to go down to where their child goes to school and question this school board about the material that their child, or in the
Right.
case of the one guy that really nobody wants to acknowledge, but I'm sorry, I'm going to come down here to address you because my daughter's been sexually assaulted in a bathroom in this place. So I want to talk about that. And they had him locked up. But then it make the parents seem bad. And it's like, do you understand the mental disconnect that's happening? See, they're going to, it's the Overton type effect. They're going to keep repeating and bombarding this and having the topic dissuaded to where just the idea a parent questioning an outside source about their child is questionable. Dude, that shouldn't even come into a conversation. It's your child. If you're not being abusive, then there's no what you feed and all that. That's you. It's your child.
That's that young prick who just got moved to another school, and they tried to hide it.
Yeah, that too. It had happened to another person. Then they tried to hide it.
Not
and see,
again.
and that's what kind of prompted a lot of this. Because there hasn't been a lot of violent school board meetings. What you have, though, now here's what you have, and you're not
really
people don't get told, is you have parents going to school board meetings that are whipping out the very books that they're reading to their kids, and they're starting to read this shit out loud at that school board meeting, and they're going, okay, well, you just don't need to read. It's like, why? Does that sound ugly and atrocious? Are you not wanting people to hear this? So that's why they're really becoming targeted, because of the shit that's being told to these kids in these schools. And if you take an unhappy kid, and when I say an unhappy kid, let's not forget that even a righteous parent is going to have an unhappy kid, because a kid is a sponge that doesn't understand a lot of things. And so they're going to bounce off the guardrails. It's a parent's job to be the guardrails. So you're going to have days when they didn't want to get dressed for school, and you kind of had to maybe go, no, you need to, that's what you need to do. And then they go to mad. But if they go to that school upset, and you actually have people that intentionally view this like you don't have a right or a say in what I say to your kid, dude, they'll play that shit. That's how they're fucking a lot of these kids' minds up, because a kid might be unhappy because he didn't get something at home, or he had to follow a rule that was there, nothing bad. Yes, there are unhappy kids. So for all the radical people that would hear this later, yes, there are unpleasant kids. I get that. But for the majority, kids don't have that kind of life, but they think it's bad. And then they go to this building for 8 hours, and they have somebody who wants to paint those parents as the bad person. And in the process, they're changing the viewpoint. And next thing you know, they have a kid who might be a sensitive kind of kid. You know, maybe he's just feeling, kind of pulled back. Well, next thing you know, a teacher is convincing him that he might not be him. And then one day, as a parent, you have to have a conversation, and you basically get slapped in the face because your kid is now pissed off enough to screech the heat a level to tell you that they're not a boy no more. And then the battle starts, but they're always going to this, and this whole big picture is painted behind them. That's why people need to recognize what's happening. Participate in that school board. Be a parent. Be a parent means 24/7, 365. That means even if somebody's babysitting your child, you're still the parent. You should still be aware of what the hell's happening there. No different than sending them to a school. What's up, chap?
Hey, big
chap. What's happening,
Jeez,
big chap?
Rescue, you preach, bro. You need to be a preacher, brother.
What? Well,
sorry, Dad.
Bonnie.
Dad. No,
Bonnie,
backwards. I just got to make a confession. I've got to make a confession real quick. I'm a bad parent. I'm a shit parent.
well,
Yeah, I fucked up. There was a dress up day at school, and I sent our daughter to school in full school uniform because I forgot that was a dress up day. And so all the other children were all dressed up in outfits and everything. And she was the only child in the school wearing school uniform.
Huh.
Yeah.
What's up, Mr.
I wanted to
Yeah.
comment on Bonnie's deal. Says backwoods, you don't have to let them in. Call your sheriff if they even try to take or try to take care of it yourself. They are trespassing. Well, not according to the adoption law that we read. The adoption, the stuff in they have made it to where you have to you have to sign papers for adoption, and then part of that paperwork was they have the right to enter your home anytime, and they have a right to come to your house, knock on your door, and enter your home. You have to let them in. So if you call the sheriff, they're going to have a piece of paper with them that shows right there, we've got the right to enter their home. You signed it. That was one of the main reasons why we was like, man, boy, I don't, because I was like, I don't like this crap at all, man. And obviously, when it comes to the child, if we would have been able to adopt it, some other stuff happened, and the child is well taken care of now. It's the child is good, but I'm saying if it would have come down to it.
Give me 2 minutes. Backwards. I'll be right back. I'm gonna let him out the door and go potty.
Well, I'm fixing to kick off here, man. I need to eat, and I've got a
Well, if you
deal.
go before I get back, then I'm glad you came up. It was good chatting with you.
I'm kicking off now, brother. Thanks for letting me up.
You ain't got to go.
No, I'm saying I need to go eat,
Okay.
and I've got several things I need to do. I have a
Gotcha.
I have a stream this evening. I'm a
Oh
live
yeah.
stream.
By the way, yeah, you want to? Does somebody
See you
want to put
later.
backwards link up?
See you later, Uncle Backwoods. I'm nearly getting as grey as you, Uncle. I'm nearly getting there.
Hold on a sec. Somebody put backwoods
I'm
link
getting
up.
there.
He's got a show tonight at 6, I think, isn't it?
Yes.
6 Central.
6:30. 6:30 actually.
6:30 Central.
So what I'm doing is interviewing a guy named Matt Outdoorsman, and he's so far everything I've been watching from him and everything. He's a real small channel, but he's pretty legit. I hung out with him for an hour and a half last night in a backstage, and we just talked, because I told him I don't want to just tell everybody, you know what I'm saying. Yeah, this is a great dude, and I don't know nothing about you, so I'm gonna do an interview with him tonight and basically let him talk and present who he is.
There you
And
go.
I think it'd be real good for the community.
Can someone put up a link in the chat if they can do it?
Yeah.
Oh shit, it's already there. There you go, Indy. Thank you.
Anyway, I do need to kick off here as well.
Okay,
I got a bunch of stuff I got to get done. So
I appreciate you, man. Make it a good day,
thank y'all. Thank you, Rescue. Thank you, Rink. Everybody in chat, thank y'all for hanging out with Rescue, and we'll see y'all later.
Later, brother. Rank, I'm gonna leave you up here, brother. I'm gonna expect you to conduct yourself like a gentleman, sir.
I will do my best.
I gotta let Rudy outside. He's gotta go potty. I don't want him pissing on my floor.
Okay, Dad, I got this. All right, Dad, I got it. I'll engage with the chat as best I can. Seeing now that the uncle's gone. All right. Oh, mate, now I've lost where I was. Oh, yeah, so we covered a lot of subjects tonight. Covered balloons, abortion. Yeah, beautiful day, yeah. We went into the Super Bowl. That didn't last long. Doesn't seem like there's a lot of football fans here. That lasted like all of a minute, I think. if I remember correctly. Didn't go very far. Oh, shit. Come on, chap. I feel lonely up here. Jump up and help me, man. Help out chap's little bro. Where are you, Rank? I'm here, Lady Smith. What do you mean? Where are you? I'm in my office. Or the office. Rank, how's your beautiful family? They're not so beautiful. My daughter's 22 this year in July, and she's a bitch. I kicked her out years ago because I found out she was stealing a lot of money. Hey, but you asked, and I don't like thieves, so I kicked her ass out. Yeah, but other than that, my wife's great. She's asleep. It's her birthday today, actually. So, rank 1000. Happy birthday to you. She'll probably come storming in here angry. Oh, shit, I should go put the kettle on for her and make her some breakfast. I'll have to do that for her in a minute. Oh, it is 10 days. Her name. My baby's 10 today. Oh, happy birthday to Sadie. Oh, happy birthday to Sadie, everyone. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Sadie. Happy birthday to you. Hip hip, hooray, and a kangaroo. There you go. Oh.
Oh, wow. So it's Big Chap's baby's birthday. Sadie.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
She's 10 today. She's 10. She turned 10.
Turned 10.
Oh, that's a good age. Puberty's just around the corner.
Yeah.
I didn't want to say it, but I did. Yeah.
Yes, you did. Oh, man.
Oh, yeah, rank 1's birthday today. Oh, she was starting to fall asleep just before midnight. And then I woke her up at like 5 past 12. And she goes, "Why are you waking me up?" What? She's falling asleep. And I went, "Happy birthday." I wanted to be first. And she's like, "No, one of my friends from work sent me a happy birthday message a week ago." And I'm like, "Fuck them."
It wasn't in person. It doesn't count.
So I'll say I was first. Whatever. What'd you get for presents, big chap? What'd you get her for a present?
Yeah, well, did she get a cool birthday gift?
Did she get a bike or what? Is it winter there? What, skis or a sled or something? Like,
A hunting rifle. When she's 10, she could have had a 22 or a 410.
ooh, now you're talking. Let's go hunting deer. It's time to crack on.
Say, happy 10th birthday. Here's your 410. Let's go have some fun. Happy birthday from Michigan.
I'm not even joking. Just give me a second. I've got to go put on the kettle for my wife, or I'm gonna get in shit because it's a birthday. So give me a sec. All right.
So what, chap? You wanna tell her happy birthday, little Miss Sadie from Michigan? Well, that's true, Canadian. Excuse me. Hey, what's up, Mickey? Just been sitting around shooting shit. You can come up if you want. The link's up top.
Hey, big chap, I will, brother. Thanks, mate. She'll love that, bro. Thanks, brother.
Thank you, Lee Smith.
Man, you got a solid crew here, eh? Like, there's no one I really hate here, eh? Well, actually, there is no one I hate. All good people.
Such a hard word.
Milkmaid is a cluster. Oh, Milky's here. Hello, darling. How you going?
She got a
G'day.
hangover.
Oh, I can't wait to go bald like you, Dad. I look just like you.
No, because you still seem to fail to understand that you're supposed to be growing the rest of it too. But
a few more years, I'm getting there. I'm working on it.
I mean, it's like you need the whole top half. Oh, you got her a solar power bank for her cell phone, a waterproof Bluetooth speaker, a necklace with a ladybug on it. Her nickname is Sadybug. And some earrings that look like candles that are American flags. Oh, cool. Look at you, big chap.
I will hoot out. I will. I'll pass that on. Yeah.
Man, I was hoping y'all would have your stuff then. It's her birthday.
I was hoping too, just for her birthday too, yeah. But mate, don't stress about it. Don't even worry about it. Like, it gets here when it gets here, man, eh? We're gonna send you. Don't worry. Because I know the postage isn't cheap and it's not covering the cost of the goods from the auction. Now, what I honestly wanted to ask is, did people stitch you on other things that were up in the auction? Because I know you got stitched on the hats.
Well, no, I didn't really get on them. I just don't know. I haven't heard back. I actually got the money, but then I haven't heard back. So I've been emailing, trying to figure out what to do. So, but yeah, the Afghans kind of fell through. And then, I mean, if I had to just be honest, you guys are the only ones that paid me shipping.
Are you fucking kidding?
No, but I don't want to talk about it.
No, I don't. Yeah, let it go. Yeah. Mate, the wife was adamant. She's like, you can't sell him short. And I'm like, no shit.
Which, it's, I can't believe you didn't get it. And I would have thought. I threw a couple of some magazines.
Change the subject.
Some old hot rod magazines for you.
Change the subject.
Matter of fact, they're old ones. Like, I want to say maybe it might have been the 80s or 90s. I can't remember. But I figured you might get a kick out of looking through them and stuff, and the old style hot rods and all the good old stuff. And some of them's got the old how-tos where it's, the paint and body and how to sand on shit.
Before she wakes up and comes out here, she's excited because it's going to have your return address on the box. Spoiler alert. She goes, I'm going to send him something and not tell him. And I'm like, go on, do it. She's like, okay. Like a little kid.
I was kind of hoping you'd have it by now. I don't know.
Fucking whatever, mate. Whatever. Gets you when it gets you, mate.
Well, and I even asked because when we went to do it, and we was like,
Fuck.
so now
What?
is this the best way? And that woman goes, "Oh yeah, this is the best way." And I was like, "Oh well, what is it if I just put it all in a box?" And dude, it was like astronomical. I'm talking like, I think that woman told me it'd be about $150 a box if I
How
had
much
just
did it
boxed
weigh?
them up and just put the name and address and went, I need to ship that over there. She goes, "Oh no, using this priority as your cheapest way."
How much did it weigh?
Oh, it didn't weigh much. It weighed a little bit because of that
Fuck.
freaking book, but it wasn't astronomical. It was just, she just was talking about that just being a regular package. Oh, it would have been expensive. And so I was like, damn, okay, well, I'll stick with that.
Because I know they go off the weight.
And that was, I want to say look at those them boxes. Dude, that was like 87.50 or something a piece for and I'm like, you know, people want to talk about scams and all this shit. Well, here's one right here. Look at this shit. Freaking cardboard. What do? You go and stick it on the thing that you're already making a route for. It's not like you got to go get somebody to go make this single ride, but they charge you. I mean, I get it, the air flight and the air fuel, but come on, man. All the little boxes, you didn't have nobody going over there on a trip or something that bought a ticket and you couldn't just take my 2 little boxes in the little luggage thing and been like, there you go. We charge you $20 a box. Oh, no. Hell, dude, I bought a seat. My shit should have had a damn seat in the plane coming over there at $87.50 a box. Each one of them should have had their own seat. Think about it, dude. The price of getting that over there was, I could have damn near a price of a ticket.
Oh, mate.
Chintzy bastards.
Oh, I love your humour. It's gold. Absolute gold. My Zippo's out of fluid. I've got 2 seconds. I need to find another fire source.
You ain't got no diesel?
No, I've got fluid, just not close to me.
Oh.
Yeah, hang on.
Milky's got a hangover hoot. She forgot to hire the wino to decorate. She just hired the wino to bring the jug. Was it a Chardonnay? Was it a red or a white? Probably a red wine. Doesn't the red wine, is that what there's like these differences in these wines, isn't there? Like South Virginia stream. No. I saw where did she do a second one? Because I thought she did one, but then there wasn't anything. But then I saw a thing where then there was one there, so I don't know. I saw a thing on about that it went down, and I went ahead and I subscribed to Virginia. I wasn't subbed. I don't know who I'm subbed to. Cabernet. I have to avoid them and shut my mouth to avoid sounding stupid. Oh, so what? I need to go watch this video because that didn't happen? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
What the fuck, you fancy ass? What fucking Cabernet?
She
All
gets
this
toasted off of a Cabernet.
fancy ass wines and shit. Did you
So, but
watch?
did you drink the Cabernet last night on the stream, Milky?
Were you watching a stage show like Phantom of the Opera or some shit while you drank it?
No, well, she said Virginia was streamed last night, and I'm just wondering if she drank her Cabernet while she was on the stream with Virginia, because then there would be some video entertaining to go watch and listen Milky be intoxicated.
It's always more fun when people are intoxicated.
Oh, what you got?
Bring out their true selves. A little bit more honest.
Oh, here she comes. Talk a land. Wah, 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 wah.
Oh no,
You're
look
totally
out.
goading me. That was not fair. That was a
Well, it
sneaky
worked.
ass way of getting me to come up on your panel, mister.
It
Taking
worked.
advantage. Tell you what.
You're here.
Is that dog got out again or what?
The hair of the dog.
No, never mind, don't
Her
worry.
bull.
It
Did
was
her bull
months,
get out again?
months ago. You dog that got out once.
It's not her dogs. It's her bull.
Oh,
the
yeah, the
bull.
cows. Well, yeah, occasionally they do it. It's a pain.
So it's just the
Wait.
norm now. The cows get out and you're just like, meh.
Grab the bucket.
That
Is it
echo is
business?
not on my end, is it?
Yeah,
It is.
because I don't hear one, so it's definitely on your end.
Okay.
I heard a slight echo.
So did I. It's only minimal.
Here, I'll mute myself and y'all talk and see if it's there.
No.
But I don't hear it.
I'm
So how
guessing.
can I tell you if it's not happening?
I'm guessing it's me. Don't worry.
It
It's
is. He
always-
drinks Foster's.
There's audio issues. It's always me. Don't worry about it.
Just ask Miss Rank. Any computer problems, there's your problem.
It's me. She may as well work in IT, man. So smart. Oh my god.
Is it her birthday today? I thought I
It
heard.
Yes.
Oh, wish her happy birthday for me.
And it's also Sadie's, big chap's
Yeah.
daughter.
10-year-old daughter. It's her birthday too.
10-year-old.
Oh, happy birthday to her.
Shit, I hope I got that name right.
10 is a fun age.
Was Sadie, wasn't it?
Sadie.
Yeah, okay, cool. Oh, geez, I thought I screwed that one up.
See how bad that Foster screws him up, man? He can't even remember shit from just 5 minutes ago.
Are you
Right?
drinking Foster's?
Yeah, he just relabels it so that way he's not embarrassed.
Fuck off.
I don't hold it against him though. I've learned to accept it.
Milkmaid, look how much shit my dad gives me. He just
See, but I don't know about this dad thing. Because
He's the
you
worst
forgot the
father
whole
in the
upper
world.
half right here. It's like you failed the instructions. You got in the wrong line. It was the full beard line.
I'm working on it, mate.
Well, I hope the
One day-
rest of the work doesn't go like that because that one ain't happening.
One day my balls will hang as low as you, and I'll have that deep voice too, like you, and I'll be talking like rescue.
You have to wait for your hair to finish growing on the rest of your face.
Oh, no.
Just give it time.
Yeah, actually, I think that's more of it than anything. Because honestly, I didn't really have that much. But see, my problem is if I have wine, I get very relaxed and friendly and happy and,
Talkative.
Well, Ghost was up there, so I didn't talk too terribly much.
Well, like,
But we had good conversation. I met
you
Bob.
just sit and smile a lot.
Nod and smile. No, I really enjoy talking to Ghost. We've
How
had
many-
some good conversations.
How many glasses did you have? Would you just take the bottle and?
You mean how many bottles did she have?
Yeah.
Oh no, not that much. Maybe a half bottle. So what's that? 2.5
Whoa.
glasses. But that was over a period of time, like hours.
I like that. That's over time. Then she wanted to clarify and say hours when really she's going, well, yeah, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Yeah, that was over time.
Oh no, I've had days where like it was really bad and I just took a glass and chugged it. I remember on my 25th birthday, We went to this Japanese restaurant, and my friend was trying to convince me to love sushi because she loves sushi, and I did not love sushi. So she got me the type that has the fish on the outside. And I'm like, okay, because they took me out to eat. So I'm like, okay, I've got to eat it. So I took a big old bite, almost threw up. So I grabbed that glass of wine and I just chugged it all the way gone. I had a great time.
By the way, so you said this happened a couple of years ago?
This is when I was 25, so yeah, quite a while ago.
About 2 years ago, 3 years ago?
Uh-huh.
A little spring
Like
chicken.
15 years ago.
Spring chicken.
When you start talking about the past in decades, that's when you start feeling old. Oh yeah,
Oh,
that
yeah,
was like
tell me.
20 years ago.
Shit, how you like you go, yeah, you know, back when you were in school, you know, 4 or 5 decades ago, and it's like, yeah. Decades.
Oh yeah.
Hey,
I
I'm
keep telling
still
my kids
kicking.
this. Right? Well, you get some wisdom as you get older, hopefully, you know. Boxed wine. You know what, Huck, actually, I learned that the hard way. My husband would get me like boxed wine because he said it was cheaper. I was like, okay. But the problem with that is like a bottle, you can see it go down, but with a box, you cannot. There's no visual there. So you have a glass of wine and you relax, and then
That's
maybe have
all?
another glass of wine and you relax
It's
even
empty
more.
already? Oh, man.
Oh, dude, that was a eye opener though, because I'd be like, man, I'm feeling kind of hungover, and then I'd go and I'd look and I'm like, oh, you know, there, it was bad. So I was like, yeah, no more boxes.
Hey, Beaver Valley. Hey, there she is. What's up, birthday girl?
Happy birthday.
Happy
She's like,
birthday, Mrs. Ray.
Thank you.
I put the kettle on for you.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Still half asleep, still waking up.
what time is it there for you guys?
Nearly 7:30 in the morning.
Oh, all right. See, I'm so used to seeing you guys when it's your evening.
Yeah.
0:27.
Yeah.
Oh, do you guys use that 24-hour time over there?
There you go. Say thanks, Hawk.
Oh, thank you, Hawk. Hi, everyone in chat.
That was 0. It'd be
I
7.
always use, I've just trained, I've always used 24-hour time. So, yeah. There you go, Beverly. Thank you, Beverly.
Beaver Valley.
Oh, so shit, I can't read. You know that.
Yeah, we know. Thanks.
Well, that's
yeah, I don't use. I can use 24-hour time, but I don't. Depends who I'm talking to.
right. Well, my husband always uses it, and like his watch is set to that, his car is set to that.
Same.
Yeah.
But I told him, I was like, have you ever seen an analog clock with 24 hours in it, though? Have you?
Oh, fuck yeah. That's a good point.
Who's backwards now?
It's too early to think about this sort of stuff. Thanks, GMO Merkel.
Oh, that's a good one. I'm gonna have to remember that one. That's fucked. That hurts my brain. What little brain I have left.
Well, he was trying to convince me that it was superior, and in many ways, it's actually true. Like, you just cannot screw up AM, PM anymore, if you use 24-hour. But at the same time, I have that analog clock to always point to and say,
Well, yeah.
Your sister's an idiot because she got given a digital watch. She can't read an analog clock, and what she's like 30 years old and can't read a clock to save her life.
Oh no! Then she became
There's a lot of kids that way now.
Yeah.
Then she became a midwife, so she had to learn it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And she's like, yeah, 30,
Yeah.
30 years old, and she's like, I don't know how to read an analog clock. But yeah, became a midwife, and then had to learn how to do it.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah. When we lived in Germany in the winter, because of where it is on the globe, it got dark very, very early, you know, and the kids couldn't read the analog clock yet. So if I was tired, I could get them to go to bed by like 6 o'clock in the evening. And I'm like, okay, I get an hour and a half. I can go to bed and still get up at 5, you know, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, you know.
Nice. Whereabouts in Germany did you live?
We were in Baumholder, which is about an hour.
Baumholder, nine.
Huh?
That's 9.
Shut up for a minute.
Sorry.
I'm trying to listen.
About an hour, or not even. It was like 45 minutes maybe from Rammstein. A little post.
I've got family that live in Germany.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, they live up in La in the Black Forest.
Oh, really? I never went up there. I wanted to. I went down to Bavaria.
Yeah. It's really nice. They've still got cobbled streets up there.
Yeah, they had them in Baumholder too. And, you know, those are slick. Like, they're not exactly.
They're not nice to walk on either.
No, not really. But they're beautiful.
Big chat. Sorry. Thank you, anyone who's saying happy birthday to me in chat. Thank you.
Is that why you like
Yankee.
drinking beer? It's the German in you.
No.
Could be.
Wine, just not all the time.
Ugh, wine.
Oh, yeah. That would have been different for you to live in Germany. You've gone one extreme to the other.
Yeah, it was definitely different. I didn't like the fact that we couldn't bring our guns. And it was like all the parking spaces are really tiny.
Yeah.
And there were different ways of doing things. But, you know, you get used to it.
You can bring you're allowed to bring certain parts of Germany. You can bring airsoft, and I'm pretty sure you can bring air rifles.
Right.
I don't think.
I mean, we never did. We lived on post, and then.
Oh, okay. Different story. Yeah.
Yeah, I had a lot of friends who lived off post that I would hang out with. Some that were German and some that were, you know, American. But I loved all the festivals. That was my favorite part. They love doing festivals in those little towns.
They know how to eat, don't they?
Mm-hmm. And it was so strange seeing like 14-year-olds walk around with beer.
Yeah, I know. We went over when we were children. I think I was 16 when I went over, and we went to the supermarket, and there's like an open bar. I was like, what? You just can go and have beer. You go and shop. I was just like, wow, this is just weird.
Oh yeah. And you can bring your dogs anywhere, in the mall, in the hotel, in the restaurants. I mean, as long as they're well behaved. If they were poorly behaved, then you kind of got dirty looks.
Yeah. I know a day trip out for them. It's like my uncle, he lives over there. He goes, oh, we're going to take you to this restaurant. And I'm like, okay, no worries. Next minute, we're on this mountainside in a castle at a restaurant. And I'm like, what the hell? What is this? He goes, oh, we're just going out. And there's like people brought their dogs and everything. I was like, this is so weird.
In Niederoberstein, there's a church in the rock. And there's this old story. I guess there were two brothers, right? And was it Niederoberstein that you went to? Because there's an old restaurant there.
I couldn't tell you. He took us so many places. They all just started melding into one. And I was 16. I don't know. It was more like I was more excited just to be somewhere else. I wasn't taking note of where I was actually going.
I wonder if it was Niederoberstein. I might be getting the town's name wrong, but the story behind this church was it's in a mountain face, like in a cliff. And there were two brothers. And I guess they both loved the same woman, but one married her The other one maybe killed him to steal her, and then as penance, he built this church in the face of the mountain. We went up to see it. There's a castle up there.
Oh,
There's
wow.
castles all over the place, but that was kind of a cool little story.
Sounds like a dark version of Legends of the Falls with Brad Pitt.
Oh God, yeah. Great movie.
Oh, funny.
Oh.
Yeah, no. Yes,
Red?
thank you, Watchdog.
You're older
Look at
now. You're old. You're old.
Okay.
You're
One day
old.
more.
I know you think being older and wiser, I might not have to put up with this one.
Oh, rescue. Guess what?
Bam.
Yankee got up on panel last night.
What?
Yeah, with Virginia.
What?
Oh.
He was canning with us.
Well, come on out, brother.
I know, that's what I told him. Now his cherries popped. He can't help it.
A 19-year-old cut loose foreign country with an 18-wheeler. Oh, hell yeah. Oh.
Beer. The beer.
The bee. The bee.
Beer.
Bee.
The bee.
Beer. Beer.
Let me see. Is it Bia? No, I can't even do it.
You gotta do a B. It's beer. Beer.
Bia?
Yeah. Don't you know?
The poor girl, she's got to go into the office today.
Oh,
She's
no.
got to go in. Yeah. Yeah.
I don't mind. I know I'm probably going to get there and my desk will probably be decorated.
Yeah, it's Monday because it's Monday morning here. It's Monday morning here for us.
So are you saying that they're going to give you more of a birthday party and acknowledge your birthday more than he does?
She won't. Yeah, I know.
So you're going to have a better time at work. Well, that's cool then.
I know she's not going to be working. I know.
Now she's going to be partying.
I
Paid
said
to party?
Yeah, I
Doesn't
said
sound
to
so
her,
bad.
I said, have a sick day, stay at home, watch the Super Bowl. Stay at home with me, drink beer, watch the Super Bowl with me.
It's her birthday. She don't want to watch the stupid ass Super Bowl.
I don't want to be with him.
Big chap.
It was always for the commercials anyhow, and now
want
the
the beer
commercials
pour out.
suck. So
Oh, shut him up.
yeah, but when they do that, they say 4 and hit that, goalie. That's the best part about football.
Could have
Or is
cuddled on the couch and watched Super Bowl. And,
I just can't bring myself to watch that shit no more. No offense to nobody. I would say that like judging nobody. For me, I just can't. They kind of burnt their bridge way back when they changed with the pay, and you just started watching the change in the play, and they stopped trying so hard to catch or trying so hard to push through, and it was like, then you start hearing a bunch of bitching about their man, my money. What happened to the love of the game? But buddy, they really burnt that bridge whenever they took a knee. And you want to tell me about oppression and shit where you got milking a $6 million contract? Shit and trying to shove down my throat.
Colin Kaepernick when he started that shit. Colin Kaepernick when he started that shit back in the day.
Yeah, it's like
Colin Kaepernick. Yeah,
it's like NASCAR. I got nothing for NASCAR no more. Once they pulled that shit, it was like okay. I expect more from intelligent people.
What, driving in circles?
Hey, man. Do it.
That's
and
what she
then
always says.
Oh, I get it now because there's a science for that.
No, I've always wanted.
Oh, never mind. They have
and it's actually the driver is talented, but the main to me in NASCAR before the real star is the pit team, and it's that crew because that's actually what does it. But it's kind of like a sports game, They talk about the quarterback. Man, that quarterback ain't jack shit without that line. So
exactly. But we've got one of the reasons I'm interested in it this year as well is we've got 2 Australians on the Eagles.
Well,
We've
if they're
got
on the Eagles, they're not Australians, they're Americans.
no, we've got two Australians playing on the team.
Oh, they just like went over there to play for them on that team. Like,
I don't know if they're citizens or what. One's
oh wait,
yeah.
no, hold up! You don't get to start crawfishing now. I joked about that, and you wanted to correct me, and because I'm asked for a detail, you want to start crawfishing like some damn Democrat or some shit.
Was he on the He's on the offensive line or the defense? Offensive line.
Damn Aussies.
We got one Aussie. We got one Aussie on the offense, and then also the kicker, the punter is also an Aussie. So yeah, whatever.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
I
ma'am.
just want to see Rihanna get nude for the halftime show. Hey,
Oh,
you'll
is
be
she
at
doing
work.
that?
You'll be at work. You won't see shit.
It will be.
Yeah, what is it supposed to be? Some UFO thing that comes in and picks her up?
Hey, Monique.
You know it'll be shit.
Yeah. It will be
It's going to be a shit rigged game, mate. It's going to be stupid. Got nothing else to do today. Fucking raining.
Yeah.
Well, if you're going to do it, you might as well eat all the good food too.
Well, don't go there.
That's the
If
best
good food
part.
ain't gonna be there.
Well, no, but you know what I mean. Like all the greasy stuff. Yum.
Oh yeah, the like football food, the footy food.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you know, you used to could bank on that. That was good food. And now it's like, I don't know, man. Is this the shit that Cisco shows out the back of the warehouse to send to the stadiums now, where the other stuff
Yeah,
goes
they
to the
charge
stadiums?
you so much too. It's just like over here.
Stay away from the Cheetos.
Our football food is pies. Meat pies are a thing here.
Oh hell yeah!
And people were screaming because the increased like meat pies, like they're nearly $10 a pie. And it's like, what the heck?
Pig in a blanket.
Pig in a blanket.
Yeah, sausage roll.
Oh, sausage roll. Yeah, sausage roll.
Hey, Monique.
It's so expensive.
How are you, man?
I'm staying away from the Cheetos.
Milk. Hey, rescue. You know what those are? Eh? Pig in a blanket.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
See. Yeah.
Pig
Yeah,
in a
hot dog
blanket.
wrapped
That's
in
the
a-
smaller versions. The bigger ones we call kolaches down here, but it's the same concept. You just basically wrap the sausage
Biscuit.
in the dough.
Pastries. Yeah. Oh, yum. Oh.
Meat pastry.
Oh shit! It's Monday. The bakeries are not open on Mondays. Damn it.
No, that's only Sunday.
For us, yeah.
Well, you reckon I go knock on their door and go tell them, "Hey, I'm living in American time. Can you open for me?"
Right.
Fire up those ovens, you bastards.
Y'all have like little mom and pop donut places?
It's a small bakery, local here.
Yeah, the one we go to.
Yeah. It's only just recently reopened. It changed hands, like new owners, and they redid it and did it all up. So it's just they work pretty much Tuesday to Sunday, so they have Mondays off. So
they're Mondays.
Day off for the weekend. Yeah,
that's the way it is for our dump.
Yeah,
everything else stays open all the time.
Nice meat pies, nice sausage rolls. They do
nice.
Oh, they're awesome.
Awesome, yeah.
Okay.
See, around here we've got a couple of the big chain names, but they're really franchises. But then we actually have some small little breakfast shops, and that's what they focus on is like donuts, breakfast sandwiches, kolaches, biscuits, and it's for the morning rush. But then that's because most people here, because it's so rural, everybody that goes to work is fixing to drive 30 minutes, 45 minutes, maybe an hour, depending on where. So everybody wants that little morning grub.
Yeah, exactly. No, I get it. Yeah, I don't. Ours are just like we've got franchises in our big supermarkets of bakeries, like, but they're not huge. They're only small.
Most of ours around here, you'll see like the mom and the dad, and That's the primary, and then there's a couple that have a hired also front person, but then you usually see the kids right
Yeah.
before school that are active, and then right after school.
Mm.
Yeah. What was that? The best
Golden
ever.
crumbs.
The sausage rolls. Gold.
I have no idea who's playing. William,
Oh God, to die for.
oh, by the way, everybody in chat, don't forget to go up there and select
Food.
live chat or live messages instead of all chat. Instead of top chat or top messages.
And all the FBI and CIA watching, make sure you go down and hit the like button and subscribe.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, go ahead and create another account and subscribe. Help a brother out.
Yeah.
Ding ding. You got to go to the
Man,
link
we
in the
covered
help.
so many topics tonight about all the balloons and flying over America. We covered. Oh, I'll tell you later. Yeah.
Well, I'm going to say goodbye because I got to start getting ready for work to leave soon.
Well, I hope you have
Happy
an
birthday
awesome birthday,
again.
man.
You don't have to.
You know, it does look like you might be feeling a little under the weather. Although I understand you're going to have a
Gave you the
really probably
look.
good party there instead
yeah.
of stuck listening to him
She's a bit
rapping
warm.
at the Super Bowl.
She's a bit warm.
You're not cold-blooded like you.
No.
That's only the excitement she has for when she
Dad
gets to
said
work.
no.
She can finally have a decent birthday party.
Dad.
Yeah, I actually want to go to work just so I can.
Yeah. She doesn't want to sit there and listen to you scream at the TV in the Super Bowl. That just doesn't
yeah,
sound
I
like a
know,
very
right?
appealing birthday present.
Why is rescue always right?
Oh, wow. I don't know about all that.
Anyway, thank you everyone in chat who said happy birthday. Thank you. Anyway,
Have a lovely day.
thank you, I will. Take care, everybody.
Take care.
He turned the camera off so he could kiss her goodbye.
Yeah, well, now he's got to get on his knees and start kissing him, going, okay, I'm sorry. Yes, what you want for dinner tonight?
I actually have a family member who has a birthday as well today.
Oh.
I won't say which one, but yeah. But they're not here.
I don't. No, not today. It's just a day. I might have somewhere, but well, you know, they haven't participated, so I don't remember nothing. Starting to file, and I have an importance card, and that's why every now and then there's these people that are like, "Oh, hey, what are you doing?" I'm like, "Oh," and then she used to ask me, "Well, who's that?" And I go, let me think about it. Oh, that's my cousin, supposedly from I don't give a shit about all that. I just rode these damn 6 decades by myself, so I didn't see none of them in the corner. I don't give a shit. Sorry. So what you up to today?
No, not at all. Don't apologize. Sorry, I was getting a text. And for some reason, like it mutes me, so I'll try to talk, and then it just mutes me. I'm not really up to much. It is one of those exceptionally dreary, cold, wet, rainy, windy, nasty days. So
An inside
I'm
day.
inside doing, yeah, it's an inside day. My daughter and I went to the store and picked up some stuff, and we're gonna do pizza tonight, so that'll be nice. I love pizza.
Oh. Well, I'm not sure what I'm going to try to move the coop this afternoon when she gets here, because it's supposed to, I think, get some rain Tuesday.
Oh yeah.
So I'm going to go ahead and try to put him in a little bit better place. I think they're getting close, man. I think it's getting. I mean, I don't know. I'm the new chicken dude, but just the way animals seem to act. But I've noticed, man, if you reach down and start to pet Louise on the back, the minute you touch her back, she just goes into that squat kind of mode, and it's just kind of weird. So it's like, okay, somehow this is starting to look like maybe starting to get a little frisky. And then I gotta say, sometimes I can kind of hear like there's some activity going on, and it's like, oh,
Uh-oh.
Hey,
so that would be
Rezq,
really cool.
oh, sorry. I just want to interject real quick. I
Okay,
just, yeah, I just came back real quick. I'm gonna sign off. I want to spend some time with the missus before she shoots off to work. Eh?
right on, bro.
Of
All right.
course.
Thanks for having me up, guys. Everyone in chat, I love you all. You're awesome. Some of the shit that you guys
Good to
write
see you.
cracks me up. Keep the humor coming. I love you all.
Later, bro.
Have a beautiful day. Yeah. And I'll catch you all later. Again, thanks for having me up, Rescue.
You
I
got it,
love you,
bud.
Dad.
Treat her
I love you,
extra.
Dad. I love you,
Well,
Dad.
come on and
Bye.
get your shit tightened up. You're embarrassing me, man.
I'm getting there. I love you, Dad.
You're
Bye.
letting me down.
Bye. Hopefully he'll give her some extra special attention today. It's
Yeah,
always nice. I mean, to me, a birthday, it's just another day, but the little things are the things that are nice,
you like it if somebody else acknowledges it, even though you feel like it's just another day.
I suppose, yeah.
It's kind of a comforting
Yeah.
feeling to know that somebody thought about you and they recognize that. It's okay to say that that you get that feeling out loud. It's no bad shit happens. You can have a little feelings, Milky.
My Wi-Fi's acting up. Did you hear me?
No, ma'am.
Son of a bitch.
Okay, I heard that. I don't know why, but I always seem to hear that.
I swear, if it's just me, like, that's gonna bug me. Yeah, I'll hang for a little bit. I've gotta go get more wood out of the woodshed, and that's gonna be a pain because it's all muddy all the way out there.
Oh
And that
man.
I use like a very tall um, laundry basket basically to stack. It's like an old one with some of the handles kind of like jacked up. So that got turned into the wood carrier. So I go out and fill that thing up, and it's a little heavy, but that's okay. It's my workout.
Well, you ought to get you one of them cart styles, like a dolly style, but you can load it, and then whenever you get it, you can put the leg up by the handle down. Well, then you set the whole little stack down.
Yeah, I could. Although I've got to say, like, I've gotten out of shape this last year because I was doing so many things that weren't hard manual labor.
Well, there you go. Yeah.
And I don't freaking do the gym. Like, I just don't, So, yeah.
Get toting some wood, woman. That'll toughen you up. That'll give you some meat on them bones. You get a little bitty
Oh, I got some
skeleton.
meat. I got some meat. Don't worry.
Oh, whatever. Yeah, okay.
Oh, wait, that sounds wrong. But, like, I never realize that I do that when I do that. It drives me insane.
Well, it's a safe spot right now, so.
I'm in a safe space. Should I grab my
Yeah.
plushie and hug it? Yeah.
Yeah, you're in a safe space. We can let you ride with that. You can open the doors every now and then. We just close them for you.
Oh man, yeah. Last night it was really fun hanging out with Virginia, and let's see, Ghost came up, Doc Mac came up, of course Yankee was there, and
Oh, cool.
a guy named Bob. He seems really interesting,
I
and
think Huckleberry said something about a guy named Bob earlier. I didn't
yeah,
know.
I'm trying. Shut up, Huckleberry. Don't you know any Southern etiquette? I'm trying to think. There was somebody else I want to say. Oh, Moose Man came up.
Oh, okay. Cool.
I hadn't seen him on panel in forever. And Nikki came up too for a little while there.
Oh, okay. I
But
hadn't seen her in a bit.
yeah, and I was sipping on wine and I was kind of like trying to pace myself, but then I tried to just be quiet for the most part. If I do that, I have to try to be quiet. I generally just giggle a whole lot or laugh on the inside.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Oh, that's usually let her day. Yeah, dude. Tennessee Ridge Runner. The thing about what was it? Mother's Day. I used to have these expectations that my kids would actually just be easy to handle, for one freaking day. And I remember one year I actually got butthurt about it, which I generally don't get butthurt about things very easily. But like that day, like they were just little shits all day long. And then my husband was a bit of a prick that day. And sorry for the swearing, but they were. And I was like, you know what? From now on, for Mother's Day, you know what you can do? Leave me the hell alone. Just leave me alone for a day. Like,
Oh, that's all I ever did. Hell, that I used to try to get them to do something for her or something, and they wouldn't. So then I actually would just plan on they could just go do something. They don't go one of your friends or something, and then that
yeah.
way she could go out to eat and take her wherever she wanted to do it. She could watch, and it was calm. Nobody bothered her.
Right. Well, yeah, pretty much. I would be happy if they all went out to eat and I could stay home and take a nap, like. No, but I mean, they do sweet stuff. It's the everyday stuff that matters more to me, We don't have to make a special day about it.
Yeah. Well, I will say though, I'll be glad when they don't think about their birthdays so on point because they still kind of have a tendency of going, "Oh, did you give me something for my birthday?" And it's like, "What? No, we're way past those days. No,
Yeah.
get a card. Want to come
Oh,
over, make something to eat."
as my kids slowly got older, like we just didn't do that much of a big deal about everything. Like I have, a family member with a birthday today, and I'm just kind of like, I've got a gift, a text, happy birthday kind of thing, and then, we move on with our day.
There you go.
For my 40th, my sister-in-law wanted to do like a really big birthday party thing, and I was like, man, that's just freaking exhausting. Then I have to smile at everybody and like
Damn, I'm about to be nice. This sucks. I'm about to be nice on my birthday.
can be mean. No, I'm just joking.
Well,
I
actually,
do
it's your
that anyhow.
birthday. You can actually act. It's everybody else that's supposed to have to suck it up because it's your birthday.
It's my party and I cry if I want to.
That's it. Oh man, I meant to get with Big Champ while he was here. I was going to see if he wanted to redo your little video, the milkshake video, because
Oh,
I found another version of that. It's
oh shit.
it's this dude that he'll go do metal covers to a lot of songs, and he picks all kinds of off the wall songs. And dude, I gotta say, sometimes they sound pretty good. But he did that one, and I heard that, and I thought, oh, that's the one Milkman needs for a little thing. And he's an independent little dude. He won't be grapping.
Oh, I ended up taking down my version of that one though, right?
Well,
I did because, like, I don't know. I didn't want people getting the wrong impression,
oh well.
Yeah. I don't know. I could. I mean, it was super fun to make. I really had a blast, honestly. It was probably
Yeah.
like my best one to kind of for the artistic outlet,
See, that's I don't know.
Yeah,
But no, if you're not sure, then go ahead and weigh on the side of caution.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, who knows? I might put it out again. I just made it private. I didn't delete it or anything. But it was super fun. I was trying to be as goofy as all get out. Yeah, I definitely would rather be hiking up my mountain.
Well, yeah. It's just I read that one and still can't get over. It's like, yeah, Milky would rather be hiking up her mountain instead of doing people. And it's like, well, yeah,
I know the wording.
that's her profession. So I think she would definitely enjoy going up the mountain more. And especially
Hey, you
her
never
own
know.
mountain, I guess.
I'm
I'm not sure I would
joking.
want to take that. Her own mountain. It's her mountain.
Yeah, I had a friend of mine, Ivar. He had commented. He was like, "I like how you call it your mountain," and I'm like, "Damn straight, it's my mountain. I claimed it." He's a cool dude. He lives in Alaska and has quite an interesting background. I met him through BB, actually knew him, so got to know him. He does camouflage, and it would be really fun to listen to him and Camo Carl talk about camo.
Oh, there you go. Monique. Well, what did I miss? Jeez, I went for a coffee. Oh, well.
You missed me doing people, Monique.
Well, there was some clarification that she would rather be hiking up her own mountain than doing people. So
Ah, jeez.
not quite sure which mountain that might have been, but that phrase can go there. That was why I couldn't. It was like, no matter how many times, I was like, oh, Lord.
See, this is just as bad as the Cheetos thing. Actually, probably not as bad, but I did enjoy.
Milky is all the time saying, I don't do people well. I don't do people well. I don't people well.
You know, actually, the funny thing is, I do actually people well. It's just
She just doesn't like to admit it because then that she's got to try to be tough because she's about as big as a toothpick.
I'm not that tiny. No, but I can get along with like just about everybody. It's just, you know how you can be an extrovert or an introvert? Well, being around people tends to drain me a little bit, but it's still fun. Like I still enjoy it. I can move in and out and talk to people and I enjoy it. It's just at the end of the day I'm kind of like I'm tapped out, man. I need to sit by myself for a little bit. Go on a hike or something.
Be a little draining.
It can be.
Yep.
Oh, who's Kate Bush?
Going up the mountains makes me think of Kate Bush.
Is that a song? For an actress or something?
Come on,
I don't know.
What's up with Kate Bush running up that hill? Which hill was that? Well, yeah. She's like, are you serious?
Yeah, I'm serious, Monique. I grew up under a rock. We all know this.
Okay.
I have people make fun of me all the time.
Let me Google this.
Yeah,
Kate Bush is a singer.
She's a singer. Oh, I'm terrible with songs and stuff too. Like, because I would always listen to music for the music's sake, and half the time I couldn't remember the lyrics, the song name, or the Nikki makes fun of me for this, by the way, or the artist's name, but it was the feel and the sound of music. Is kind of how my brain works with that. 80s.
Oh, this is from 85.
That sounds familiar. See, that's my thing. I can remember the sound.
If you hear it, then you start to get it.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't ring a bell. I don't want to play the whole thing because I don't want YouTube doing the little crap because I'm playing their video is what it is, and I know that they know it even though I'm not showing it.
Oh, yeah.
That's why usually if it's something I'm going to play, I'll download it real quick, and then that way I can vote it. So then if I play it, it's not showing on the YouTube end that it's playing.
I'll have to
that's
go.
how they do.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say I'll go and look it up once I hop off, Monique, because I'm curious now. The only reason I've started doing that, well, one, I just like to be outside, but two, I need to get back in shape. Like I said, I haven't done a lot of manual hard labor in the last year. I mean, I've done labor. It's just like on a tractor or sitting down and the wiring and, all that dumb stuff that doesn't take a whole lot of physical exertion, but at the same time can be exhausting. It's like doing the paperwork days, that pile of paperwork that you have to go through and file and sort and junk and pay the bills. And by the end of that, like, I'm toast. I am so tired. And I'm not one of those really cool people that actually take care of everything as it comes in. I just let it pile up and then I take care of it all at once. It's terrible.
Well, that's a lot better than what I do. Oh, hey, Casey Little is having her Sunday chat.
Oh, is she?
Yep.
Well, do you want to shut it down? Because I'm not going to really be able to stay much longer anyhow.
Well,
so.
I was thinking because I just came up on 6 hours, which was way longer
Oh,
than
wow.
even
I just saw
planned.
that. Yeah, I didn't see you were live earlier. Sorry.
Oh, I was actually just going to be on for probably about an hour when I first thought about it. I actually even said that at first. I was going to go, and then I said no, and then I said yeah, no. And then I did it, and I'm like, well, okay, I guess I get on for about an hour or so, maybe. But then just got to talking and just kind of shifted. So here I am 6 hours later, which is cool because that's kind of like the old days.
Well,
Just kind of
yeah,
talk,
it kind of
let it go.
morphs. That's like, I can only be up for a few minutes, 3 hours later,
Right.
But yeah, if you want to shut it down, I mean, I think I'm subbed to her. I want to say that I did because I wasn't around that much.
Let's see.
Maybe somebody has her link. And I can listen in. I've got, well, speaking of paperwork and organizing, Monique, I like the feeling after it's done. It's just sometimes I'll put on like music or a movie or something, so I don't want to blow my brains out. The organizing though is fun.
There, I'll put a link in chat. Ah, Indy, I got it before you. That's right. Yeah.
Beat Huck too.
Today.
Good talking to you.
Yes, ma'am. Well, you make it a great day.
Thanks. You too, Rescue.
Thanks, Mick.
Bye, everyone.
Later. Yeah, everybody, I think I might go ahead and I might shut it down. That young lady, Casey Little, she seems to be a very knowledgeable young lady. So, anybody if you're not doing anything, you want somebody to listen to or something, and she usually has good conversations. Yeah, it's just been a bit. Oh, and by the way, yes, the chickens were out of the coop before I started even this. They were already out. So they've been out rocking it. He was actually crowing and stuff, so it was pretty cute. So yeah, I guess what I'm gonna do is I'll play my little song, and I hope everybody. Oh, there's Kid Coleman, or I think it is. Sure who it says. Let's see. What's going on, Kid Coleman?
Howdy. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Wasn't sure if my mic lit up right.
Yeah, I was just fixing to call it though, so I'm sorry, bud, but been right about 6 hours.
I figured I'd call in real quick and say hey to you. I never spoke to you.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Appreciate you.
Yeah, I figured I'd call in and say,
Yeah,
hey, let everybody hear my voice. I'll let you head on out of here today. Man, you've been on for a while.
yeah, hitting that 6 hour mark, 6 hours, 8 minutes. And if you're setting your up, your mic's working good, but your video's not working.
I think I got my shutter closed. Let me see here. There it is.
There he is, Kid Coleman.
Yeah, I had my shutter closed on it or something. I believe that's what that was. Yeah, I had the shutter closed.
Yeah, it's working good now. Cool beans.
Rainy day today.
Oh, where you at?
I'm over in Virginia. It's 35 here.
Okay.
It says rain and snow, but I haven't seen any snow today. Been a lot of rain though.
Just a lot of rain. We still got sun
Yeah,
here.
I'm up in the
We're supposed
mountains.
to have it.
I can see it here in the valley. It's pretty flooded down there. Yeah, that bottom down there is pretty flooded. Say that again.
Catch you some flow. Down here, it's so dry. We're supposed to get rain maybe Tuesday, is what they say. I'm cool when it stops raining for a while. It's easier for me to get out and about, and I can do some of the stuff I want to do. Right. If you're looking out the window down at the bottom and you're seeing flowing water, you need a break.
Yeah, I can see it. I can see it down at the bottom down there. That creek is flooded. We're needed this summer though.
Right. Well, that's what's kind of funny. When it's pouring down rain, we go, man, I'll be glad when it stops. I'm glad when it stops. And then when we hit them dry spells, we go, man, I wish it'd rain. I wish it'd rain.
Absolutely. Be August to be sweltering, be begging for some rain. I'm just glad it didn't turn to ice and snow. Deal with that.
And hey, Magic, I see Magic came in.
Howdy,
well,
Magic.
brother, I'm fixing to call it. But I look for, man, anytime when I come up, if you want to come up, just holler. I'll put the link in and you're more welcome to come up.
Will do.
Cool deal.
Never been live. It's the first time I've been live.
Uh-oh. That's it. I tell you, it was unusual. I know the first time I did it.
A little intimidating at first.
Huh?
It's a little intimidating at first.
Well, it feels weird because you're talking to just this device, but yet it's to people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a whole lot to keep up with. Making sure you keep an eye on the people you're talking to, along with the chat. That could be a little there, especially if it's rolling.
Yeah.
Now I totally understand the slow mo on the chat. Now I totally understand that one now.
Right.
Because John's be flying by. Preparation. His man, when he starts, it flies by. A little hard to keep up with everybody. And if they don't tag your name, you'll miss it.
That's why I'm just in the habit. I look for around my name. For me on my YouTube, it'll put an orange block around my name, and then that's what catches my eye anywhere I'm at. Whenever people say my name, even on my own, because I'll miss it if they're talking to me or ask me something. But I can spot that orange block, the word rescue. Now sometimes somebody says the word rescue and it don't apply to me, but I'll still read it because that orange block.
Yeah. I'll be every morning when I'm listening to John's lives, I'm usually doing some work or something, and I'll try to keep it where it's in my peripheral so I can see that orange come up.
redoing my studio. I can't even see chat most of the time. Just wing it. Oh, there you go, Magic. Yeah, Matt. I'm actually on the way out, Matt.
He said we only critique you when you're dancing naked. You ain't got to worry about
That's
that
it.
one with me.
Yeah. The internet can't handle that.
No.
See me dance naked, and God crash the internet.
The internet shut down. Did China be wanting to sue us?
Yeah. Man, all them people all the NSA, everybody be coming out the woodwork going, oh, hell no.
Yeah, we got to find out where this cat is. Get him off the net. Be the next Alex Jones.
All right.
All right, man. I'm gonna let you go so you can go get you some rest, man.
All righty, brother. Appreciate you, kid.
You as well. You as well. You take care.
You too, brother. Make it a good day.
Will do. Will do. Gone.
Got it. Cool. Kid Coleman come up on live for his first time. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Yeah. Let me put my little. I'm gonna leave you with my cool little song because I just like my little song. And so far, Paul Thorne isn't mad at me, so everybody, make your day a good day. You're in the driver's seat, and make it a good day. Try to look things. Try to find a way to find perspective, a positive to something. Try to make sure and catch yourself. You get negative. Kid Coleman, he's now going to get to go watch himself up on there, and he'll be going, "Oh man!" All righty, guys. Y'all make it a good day. I'm going to leave you with my cool song because I really dig this song.
Thank you, I'm okay, I guess. I just need a little rest. I'll catch up on my sleep tonight. I ain't complaining, that's life. I've got blueberries in the yard. I bought 100 mason jars. I'm gonna pick them when they're ripe. Another season, that's life. Wipe that tear out of your eye. Behind the clouds, the sun still shines. You're in my prayers every night. Enjoy the journey, that's life. time for you to go. Here's a sandwich for the road. It's always hard to say goodbye. Ain't that the truth? That's life. Wipe that tear out of your eye. Behind the clouds, the sun still shines. You're in my prayers every night. Enjoy the journey, that's life.
Everybody make your day a great day. Appreciate you for hanging out with me. Much love.